I agree that topic
fucking
is far
dork.
more entertaining
You're a
than
fucking dork.
debating abortion for the 5 jillion.
Okay, let's talk about the 20 women you were with. Are they like...
Wait, can I ask? Let's not. I mean, we did. What's
Why
your
not?
favorite, Andrew? What's your favorite?
Yeah, Abby, let's talk about how they're probably having a lot of therapy right now.
Yeah, this is what Christians do. They're just fucking hypocrites.
I'm going to talk about BlackRock
I
later.
don't care, Abby.
Yeah, I mean,
Frank.
then I will ask you...
You're just a blabber now.
Do you
I call you Blabby.
Oh shit, he
A
left.
little harsh.
Go ahead and leave Abby alone.
Is it true that the
Wait, what is she saying? What is he saying?
He's calling you blabbermouth, but he called me kitty litter, so don't even listen
Yeah,
to
I'm
me.
like Trump.
I
make
am
up
right now.
nicknames
He's
for
right. I
everyone.
had so much coffee a little bit too late. So
Kitty
he's
litter
right.
is a good burn.
I normally
I'm just
stay on
following
mute.
our leadership right now, making up nicknames for people.
It's
That's
okay.
not
You
hard,
can call me
though.
blabber. I agree
It's
with you.
better than the
Blabby.
disgusting intrusive
Otherwise, you're gonna hear
questions
Piper
that you
talking or
ask.
Bob. You know, I don't want to.
Oh, I don't hear Bob talk, but I do love hearing Piper talk.
There's this true red clubhouse. Her name is Blabby.
Oh my God, Kevin, please.
The fake outrage is so gross. You
You're
guys
not paying attention to Blabby, folks.
That's fucking
She's just
lying.
grabbing.
Causing problems politically and ethically.
I think we agree on the
Your
political
fake
sense.
outrage is gross.
Who's he talking
Gross.
about? Andrew?
What's wrong with gross things, you know?
Abby, why do you just keep talking when like someone makes a point? It's just so weird.
Well,
That's what you guys like. I'm giving you what you like, a pink hair woman.
what?
That doesn't stop talking.
Like, are you like an 8th
I'm
grade,
Francie
Abby?
2.0, but younger.
Are you 14?
Yeah?
Well, back to the topic at hand on abortion. Some of the people on this app should have been aborted, but that would have been murder. So I'm thankful you're all here to talk over each other as if there's no reason to even be here. But the fact of the matter is, ladies and gentlemen, when you take a robot machine that's supposed to be used for internal surgery and you actually excise a baby head and cut the head off and cut the arms off, cut the legs off, rip the torso apart, and then suck it out in a tube and put it in an oil barrel for storage later. That's actually murder. For example, if you were to murder a 2-year-old child, that would be murder, not a late-term abortion. If you were to give birth and then take a knife and jab it into the child's chest and then throw it in the garbage, that's the same thing as sucking it out through a tube. That's the difficult thing about life, is it's brutally savage. And Congress funds abortions in America by $1 billion a month, 2,000 children a day. We have a problem with women. We have a problem with doctors. We have a problem with Planned Parenthood.
Okay, now we're going to take the deepest breath of the day.
May I make a comment?
Everybody's on the same time!
May I make a comment?
When you get muted, you have to stay on mute.
Please.
John, late-term abortions are called births. Nobody's cutting out fetuses from an 8-month.
All right, we got it.
Birthed. They are birthed.
Incorrect.
Right?
Sorry, that is not correct.
And by the way,
Agamemnon has a
By the way, you're not correct.
By the way,
Think about
By
that.
the way, you're not correct.
hold on, please let me finish what I'm saying.
Think about that. Think about that.
Please let me finish, okay? Late-term abortions are basically a vanishing small number. Most abortions in this country are very, 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 very early in the first trimester. Late-term abortions are not really a thing, by and large. We have birth.
Just like rape cases when it comes to abortion. It's very, very small.
Yeah,
Okay, was circumcision a good thing or not? Here you go. Another.
Yeah. I'm sorry, I'm not going to do
I
that.
think the average IQ in this room is walnut.
I think the average IQ in the room is a walnut.
I agree. Non-medically necessary late-term abortions should not be legal. I agree.
Did someone ask Kevin?
Wait a minute. If you've ever witnessed it,
Oh gosh.
it is murder. It's
Whoa.
Thank you, Joby.
We love Joe.
You witnessed a lot of murders in your life?
Yeah, Joe B's here.
That late abortions are negligible. It's the percentage statistically that doesn't make.
You guys ever get tired of waiting at a
Negate the fact.
This doesn't.
Wait, let that person speak.
Piper, have you decided what gender you are yet?
Although the percentage is negligible, and I'm gonna go with what Caleb says. Although hasn't provided any statistics, and I don't think that is accurate what he was saying. But
There's no such thing as gender.
Horrible.
That's your choice, Abby.
Thank you, Elon. I
That's
know
like
you are.
5,000 IQ.
No.
Caleb, how about you provide actual statistics and furthermore explain to us why dismemberment abortions have to be late term as opposed to like second trimester?
Yeah.
If I understand,
Yeah, Caleb. That's a
my
random quiz show questions for no reason.
Yeah, let me interrupt just like Piper because I feel like I'm trans and I can.
Oh yes, Abby, thank you. Emote more.
Be him.
Please, continue emoting.
Can't make me a better.
I'm sure that was
Him.
Oh, I'm so hurt by you. Oh, you're
No, I am him, dumbass. I'm talking about me.
hurting my feelings so badly.
I'm talking about
Oh,
me.
no.
No. You're misunderstanding me. I'm talking about myself.
That sounds.
I'm not talking.
That's not even.
trying to do with that.
I'm being a trans.
It's like a lazy trans chat either way. So my response
What? I
is still,
cannot be him.
oh no, my feelings are so hurt. Oh no.
Yeah, I want to be him from now on so I can talk all the
Go
time.
ahead, live your best life.
Thank you.
extra, please.
Welcome.
stop. Thank you. Please. Hi, Joe.
I'll happily provide you with data. Gonna tap.
Okay. Thank you for coming up, Joe. Do you want to make an argument? Do you want to get the ball rolling here?
Sure, I'll be glad to. If anyone's ever witnessed,
Why'd you move me down?
This won't be an argument.
Because you were interrupting Joe.
Oh, thank God.
witnessed a abortion,
Don't do that.
It was great. I did.
nobody's ever witnessed an abortion.
I every Thursday I go down to Penn.
Yeah, it's like that is whoever guessed it wasn't going to be an argument was correct.
Well, I didn't get to finish. Y'all are rude. Yeah, y'all keep talking amongst yourself because you know everything. Smart asses.
Ma'am, don't worry about it. Just make your argument, and I'll invite these guys back up in just a second. Just make your argument. Try to be quick though, because
I'm trying to.
Yeah. They have the attention span of a net, Joe, and Joe's amazing. Follow her.
If you've ever witnessed an abortion, which I have seen more than I want to admit, it's murder. Outright cold-hearted murder. And I'd like for people who've witnessed it to react, not people who are guessing.
No, I hear you. I agree.
Okay, so what is everybody's standpoint? I had to have a DNC, which is basically one for an unviable fetus. Yes, it was horrible. It was terrible. It was disgusting.
we're not talking about those types of abortions for unviable pregnancies. We're talking about like women who just choose to abort for no reason besides inconvenience.
Yeah, but sometimes it gets wrapped around in this argument.
I think this person has a voiceover. This is not a man either. I'm sorry, this is not a woman.
Yeah, it's another training.
It's a voiceover, so I'm not gonna take your advice seriously.
So why did the people interrupting the other woman get put down, but then none of these clowns get put down?
We can interrupt you. You're not real.
I'm a woman.
We can interrupt you because you're not real. You're not real.
Sorry, Piper. I didn't mean to put you down there. My bad, dude. It's just I'm trying to get some kind of
You don't have to
everybody on
apologize.
board. It's a big panel today, so my bad.
Joe, do you need to
I didn't say you couldn't apologize.
in person or
I'm just
seeing
trying to get
video?
everybody to cooperate.
I didn't hear that question.
Oh, I said, Joe, do you need to witness an abortion in person to have an opinion on it, or is seeing a video of it enough?
I think both are okay. I just shared I witnessed multiple times. It is a terrible, terrible, terrible experience. It is murder. It is outright murder.
So, Joe, I'm wondering. I imagine that somebody could see a video of a combatant being killed in war and think that that is murder because it's like bloody and scary and bad. But I think everybody here recognizes that killing enemy combatants is a legal form of killing. Therefore, not murder.
Enemy combatant identical.
Well, that was not. That was not the point. That was not the point. That was not the point. No. Oh my god. Oh my god. No, the point was that saying. Yeah, the point. If it went over your head, was that you can see something and think that it's obvious what's happening because it's emotionally evocative. That
nobody in their right mind would have the intuition that an enemy combatant who's fighting back is like identical to murder, when like every intuition that killing a defenseless human being who has no ability.
Piper, can you try not being a faggot for like 2 minutes?
No. I mean, everybody wants you to shut up.
Andrew, please.
Oh my god, that is so gay.
Excuse me. Excuse me.
What's going on?
Man.
Excuse me.
All right, moderators, this is where you can step in and play a pivotal role in shaping this conversation. Is abortion murder? Is it wrong?
I swear I've never been on 4chan.
That was the biggest fucking lie I've ever heard, bro, in my life. On God.
Piper, are you also autistic?
Yes.
Who? Pepe?
I know, Piper. Piper's autistic.
Yes.
Okay, so you hate autistic people and you hate gay people. Who else do you hate?
Should we be able to Can I?
Are you also racist, sir?
If I find out,
People
what other minorities don't you
if I
like?
find out,
Sir, what other minorities don't you like?
can I voice
He
it?
dislikes all the minorities.
What other minorities
He
do
dislikes all
you
of them.
like?
Know this guy.
Okay.
Yeah,
What up,
he is.
you don't like Jews either? Are you angry about Jews?
I love Jews. Died.
See?
Yeah, there we go!
Because I
There
love
we
them.
go!
Gotcha.
Ding ding!
Come on, are you new? You met
Yeah,
Keegan
exactly.
before, dude.
Wake that shit up, mix it.
Oh my god. Keegan's anti-Semitic?
Oh my god, even the Jews are.
With the Confederate flag in my PTR is
The big surprise, I know, it was a shocker.
I'll click you. Also, another issue I saw in abortion, and it was really upsetting argument, is that what if I saw
Kinda
an
like I
abortion
kissed a
and
girl
did
and I
not
liked
find
it.
it upsetting? Like,
Take your head
of a combatant being
You find
killed
that
in
funny?
war
You
and think
find that
that
funny?
is murder. I find the argument to be funny. No, I don't
What's
find
funny
It is a
about
funny
to be
argument.
It's funny because it relies entirely on one's subjective emotional experience.
Normal human emotions, sure.
Well, you know, I don't think you have to be a sociopath to think like naked appeals to emotion are bad arguments.
If you put it in the context of kind of a debate, and Joe was just going down this
Like I consider an argument is like when you
Come
give
on,
reasons
why don't you say
and you
to
have
or
like
gay
inference and premises and that kind of thing, not just like, oh, I saw this and it's gross and it made me feel bad, so therefore it's wrong.
You walk away
That's how
kinky.
normal human. That's just how normal human. That's how we typically reason about.
I think that's how dumb people reason. That's
The way we
that's
reason,
fine.
if something seems to you to be very strongly to be the case, you're probably justified in believing it.
No,
COVID-19 vaccines were abortions.
Is a presupposition
Go ahead.
of reason.
Provide the countervailing evidence why we
Okay.
have our overwhelming.
Oh, nice burden shift, buddy. I'm wrong? What's your counter evidence?
Oh my god, what microphone are you?
You're a genius, Agamemnon.
Yeah.
You're like a fucking 5,000 IQ, Agamemnon.
I think that's how
You're like 5,000 IQ, bro.
Alright.
You're like the fucking smartest person on this app.
I think we
Why
got
don't you
to
go
make
back to
sure.
Discord and be a furry?
And then there's the fake glass.
Are you denying, Packer, that's how we reason in most ordinary circumstances?
I'm denying the phenomenal.
Are you gonna dodge?
Correct. Yeah.
Yes, it's gonna dodge.
Well, I think the presupposition of your question is basically to assume that phenomenal conservatism is somehow like presupposed.
Wait, I just
Human
asked
reasoning.
you.
Right, which is what, you know, so I'm just saying that assumption is false.
You're gonna dodge? Okay, got it. Keep
I don't
dodging.
think pointing out how your question was loaded is a dodge. You
Well, keep dodging and, you know, okay.
Yeah, you just keep saying I'm dodging. That doesn't make it so. I don't know
So
what
this
you
is
want.
the question. Are you denying that's how we reason in most ordinary
Yes, I'm denying that phenomenal conservatism is a good amount of human reason.
Okay, provide, you don't think we
You know, and I answered that the same way I did a minute ago, and yet before you said I was dodging, right? And now you've like accepted it, right? So that clearly shows that you're like, you know, gigantic dumbass.
Jesus,
Well,
you're being a fucking ableist.
Okay, tell me what alternative framework we should adopt, Piper.
That's just a burden shift. Who cares about that?
Well, you said that this is not how we reason.
Yeah, you just agreed it was a burden shift? Good job, you fucking idiot.
No, I
Nice
didn't.
blunder.
Wait, the fact
Nice
you-
blunder, slow boy.
Wow.
Yeah,
So,
I can do
at
it.
least you know you're a boy, but still.
That's how we reason in
I
most
called him a boy, dum-dum.
Right. Proof. The question is, can you?
No, the question is, can you? Go ahead and meet the
But no, you're troll. There's no way you're real.
Of
You
course
are a
I can.
troll. Like, there's no way you think you're
Okay,
real.
4chan, thank you very much.
Okay, honey.
No, we don't need any more from the 4chan.
Are you gonna act like a woman then?
Nobody cares what the 4chan thinks.
Nobody gives more like 4
Prove it.
chin.
Prove
I
it.
can hear the obese coming from the microphone, but
Piper's fat and bald.
you feel.
Yeah.
Yeah, leave Piper alone. The proud gay man.
Not man. He's not
Oh,
proud.
my feelings are so hurt. No.
So I'm a little bit confused here. Was the COVID-19 vaccine a late-term abortion if you died from it?
Yes, it was.
Your existence is a late-term abortion, bud.
That's true.
Is that projection?
So is war a late-term abortion? So we should be against war?
It's a pretty asinine suggestion.
Well, I just want to say, if I ever marry two men in a gay Jewish ritual and then they were to adopt a child and kill it, well, that would just be an abortion.
No, you can't
I like the way you put emphasis on the Jewish, like
If
that.
you're
They should
Jewish,
specifically be identified as Jewish.
Yeah,
If I adopt them in utero, may I then abort them?
Because child sacrifice is a pretty big issue, you know, historically and biblically, of course, right?
But if you're a Jew, by nature.
Yo, the neo-Nazis are...
Well, I'm just saying, because Caleb marries men underneath the chuppah. You use a chuppah when you men, right, Caleb?
Yeah, I mean,
I was
probably.
Jewish.
I would at least like
Was Jewish.
probably 57% probability that you're a neo-Nazi.
Lower than that.
Piper, just how obese are you?
What do I hear?
Wait, what are you fucking prattling about, 4chan?
Proof that I was
No,
unfortunate.
it's 8chan.
Okay, the way you talk, there you go.
Okay, is it?
Knockdown argument, QED.
No.
Pepper, when you went by school, is it kind of like Lord of the Rings, where it's like
not allowed
armed
around
to
schools.
murder everyone?
Oh my god.
Again, he's not allowed.
I don't even understand the insult you're trying to...
I just want to point out that in terms of medical information, you cannot talk about Plan B being a sterilization chemical because that would be medical misinformation. And there's no scientific stats or data to confirm that Plan B is a sterilization chemical castration.
Not all
Very
pedophiles are
interesting,
homosexuals,
Emery.
but all homosexuals are pedophiles.
Okay, hey, thank you, neo-Nazi.
Another stupid
This is crazy.
I mean, you don't have anything more highbrow than that.
I'm glad
You're like dumber than these guys, to be honest.
I disagree.
Piper, let's do a quick diagnostic here. What is 200 times 300, Piper?
Oh, no, you. That's genius, buddy. That's genius.
Piper, do you have anything constructive to say?
I'm just asking, can you confirm you can do multiplication, Piper?
Your roommates.
This room is already dead.
Just
so.
like Piper
No, it's
was.
not that. Your roommate.
Pepper talks.
Yeah, I'm too. Actually, that was the best part.
This is your exercise.
Rabbi Caleb, what does the Torah tell us about abortion?
You struggle at getting it on we can tell you struggle.
What is the microphone you're using? Yeah, guys, let's stop. Stop.
Really?
We can't move on
Is that
now.
your thing?
Me out here.
Well, yes, and you're contributing to it. Fucking garbage attempts at fucking jerry-rigging philosophical arguments are
Can somebody point out the idiot that made the gay PDF file comment?
Yeah, I wasn't really paying attention, to be honest.
That was Jason.
He's out.
All right, we're going to confirm some statistics. American abortion doctors kill 2,000 children a day at a cost of $1 billion a month to the taxpayers. Planned Parenthood is fully funded, and they're not going out of business. So is there a political solution, or do you believe there is no political solution?
Gotta get those numbers. Number.
I mean, I'm sure you want to firebomb abortion clinics.
So John, look, John, the way to prevent abortions, John, the way to prevent abortions.
Well, there you go.
The way to prevent abortions is to prevent pregnancy. Right?
No, the way to prevent abortions is to make it illegal to murder, which it already is, but doctors in the medical industrial complex get a special pass because they wear a white jacket when they slaughter a baby and cut it off. And you are so stupid, so gay, that you think that is not murder. Hello?
Pepper, is that what you did?
You're in favor of gun control, right? Because if we make guns illegal, we're all gun murders, right?
No, you just added one.
It's funny that a lot of these people oppose evidence-based things that prevent teen pregnancy, like easy access to contraception.
Gun murder rates.
Oh yeah. No, it definitely does.
Well, it's not wrong with Kevin. He becomes right-wing. So just you know.
If you restrict guns, there will be less gun violence.
Yeah, that is true. And restricting abortions would result in fewer abortions for sure.
Yeah, like Chicago.
I just think it's funny when
guns.
When conservatives only hold one of those two positions.
Okay, in Europe there's no gun rights. Talk about that.
By the way, Agamemnon, I'll give you an argument against homo conservatism if you want.
Yeah, go ahead.
I had to write it out, sorry. According to premise one, according to phenomenal conservatism, if it seems that P, then one has prima facie justification to believe in P unless one has a defeater. Premise two, whether a belief has a defeater can itself depend on further seemings. Premise three, different people can have conflicting seemings about whether defeaters exist. Premise four, justification depends solely on seemings and a presence or absence of defeaters becomes dependent on arbitrary psychological states. Premise 5, a theory of justification that makes rationality depend on arbitrary psychological states is epistemically inadequate. Conclusion, therefore, phenomenal conservatism is epistemically inadequate. There you go.
What the fuck did you just say?
That was retarded. Sorry, respectfully.
Yeah,
Anybody
what did
I got all these morons who don't even understand what Tim was saying at all. Are like, that's retarded. Do you deny?
Tim, what did ChatGPT just write out?
It was a bunch of bull.
Yeah, because you didn't fucking understand it. That's why you're saying that.
Take it one point at a time, Ben. Take it one
Stop
point at a
pretending like
time.
you understand.
At a time.
Joe, do you even know nominal conservatism is, Joe?
No, she's just fucking squawking for no reason.
You don't know, so why would you even jump in? I wasn't making
You guys aren't even politically involved. You just flap your lips.
They weren't talking about politics just now, you fucking idiot. Shut up.
Shut up. Did you hear what he read?
Conservatism.
Yes, I did. You didn't.
Brats.
You just decided you didn't like it for some reason.
You think yelling makes you any more...
Yes, I do. And we'll continue doing it. Try and stop me.
Actually, you're giving me a headache.
Good.
That was hilarious, Piper. She actually thought I was talking about conservatism, like Republicans.
Really? Is that what happened?
That's what she thought I was doing.
question for you.
Wait, Agamemnon, which premise do you deny?
Hold on. Agamemnon, can you ask
Tell me
your
which
question
premise you
to
deny.
Or needs to act like a woman.
Okay, I will act like a woman and I will ask Agamemnon which premise he denies.
I think it's going to be premise 2. You said something like...
Okay, you want me to read it out for you again, just so we're all good?
Yeah, read ChatGPT real fast for us.
I'll read it.
Go ahead, read ChatGPT.
Hold on a second.
He's got to open up the...
He's got to
Whether
act
a belief has a defeater can itself depend on further seemings.
I think what we have confirmed is that some of you should have been aborted, but you weren't.
So you don't deny premise 2?
Well, I deny premise 2. It actually depends
That's
what
all right,
you
go ahead and tell me
If
why
you're
you deny
using
it.
Grok, use Grok unhinged and ask if men can become women.
mean. At least use better AI, Tim.
Use Gemini, bro.
Go ahead.
No, we
I'm just kidding. I'm just asking for a response. It's fine if you don't have a
That's what you mean by premise 2, because premise 2 is sort of ambiguous. Yeah. Premise 2 merely depends on its
looks
seeming.
like it was written by
Then I
ChatGPT.
disagree.
Hey Tim, can you explain premise 2 to us in your own words?
Yeah, explain it to us.
Sure, yeah. Well, for instance, the idea of phenomenal conservative is the idea that your seemings are justification for what your beliefs, right? So the idea behind that is if you can't personally come up with, that just means that it depends on your further seemings, right? That's all that it's saying.
That's not even what it's saying. Oh my God.
Whether a belief has a defeater can itself depend on further.
That
is definitely what it's saying. You're a moron.
One mic.
Okay, so it depends what you mean by premise 2, because if you mean by premise 2 that theaters only depend on seemings, I disagree. So I don't think and seemings are just psychological states. So I don't think your defeaters only depend on your psychological states.
That just means that something else. Hold on. That just means that something else besides the seeming does justificatory work. Exactly. So you're just. So you just conceded. Thank you.
Anything what Agamemnon says still stands.
So defeat doesn't have to depend.
Yeah, what Agamemnon says still stands.
Seeming gives you justification, but it doesn't mean that that's the only relevant factor. Which phenomenal conservative do you think seeming is only the relevant factor? You're such a confused person.
Yeah.
No, you're applied to the response paper.
Phenomenal conservatism
Just
is
because you're young
the theory,
doesn't mean
is
you're
the
right, to be
thesis that bro, you don't even know what we're talking about. Sit down and shut up, right?
So nobody.
Even if you know what we're talking about, shut up.
Define what you mean.
Define fucking these nuts. Shut up.
Here, look, only let two men.
He's nuts. You're a woman.
You idiot.
Oh, Piper, do you wish to be my woman? Is that what she said?
No.
Confused. What did Joe just say? I'm confused.
What is Piper, Abby?
I understand when you're
Piper type, to be honest. You know, I'm young, black, and handsome. I don't think I'm this type. You know, it's not racist. I said young, black, and handsome.
Piper, did your dad just always want a boy? Like, what happened?
Who here is black in their heart?
Wait, don't you think I'm a boy? Retard, dude. You fucking idiot. Yeah.
I had black checkers in my hat.
Your dad just want. You're a girl, Piper.
Oh, yo, let's not be rude to Piper, yo. Let's not be chill. Let's not be bigots, okay? Just chill.
Listen, I'm gonna have to
How's it a bigot?
piano. If you guys can't get it on,
He was calling him gay and mocking his parents and
It's
such.
gay, though.
That's just
Okay, dude. Let's leave it alone. Let's just try to stay on topic, please. And if you're gonna do a one-on-one, just do a one-on-one. Do you want to? I got. Did Piper? Do you want to debate, or Tim? Do you want to debate? Agamemnon.
Fine, so Tim can do it.
Tim, do you want to take that debate and just have it back and forth for like a few minutes, 5 or 10 minutes? and then we can get everybody on the panel in on it after they listen to you guys discuss it.
Tim, refuse. You already discussed it. What's the point of doing?
Tim, you still there, dude?
Yeah, I'm here. Sorry.
Okay.
Shoot, even be a physician assistant. These are still.
Soft and hair, counted in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress. Eyes on point, steady as a stone. Thoughts drift past, you let them go. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, root you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. Notice every edge where the tension hides. Send your breath there, feel it loosen, slide. Neck like a reed, swaying in the wind. Mind like a lake, quiet from within. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slow deep breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all this sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. One thought in, one thought out. Nothing extra, nothing loud. Just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing, roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all the sound. Bend like water, you are steady now. soft in hand, counted in your chest. Let the shoulders fall, nothing to impress. Eyes on a point, steady as a stone. Thoughts drift past, you let them go. Bend like water, follow gravity down. Slow, deep breathing roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all this sound. Bend like water, you will not break now. Notice every inch where the tension hides. Send your breath there, feel it loosen, slide. Neck like a reed, swaying in the wind. Mind like a lake, quiet from within. Like water, follow gravity down. Slowly breathing roots you to the ground. Focus, still in on this sound. When like water, break now. One thought in, one thought out. Nothing extra, nothing loud. Just this moment, just this round of easy breathing, easy now. And like water, slowly breathing roots you to the ground. Focus like a flame, still in all this sound. Then like water, you are steady now. slowly. Count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be. Knees sink heavy into ground that doesn't move. Mind keeps talking, you just watch it pass on through. Been like water, flow around, you can't hold, follow your breathing. Let it gather, let it. Inhale slowly, count it out, 1, 2, 3. Feel your ribs making room for you to be. Knees sink heavy into ground that doesn't move. Mind keeps talking, you just watch it pass on through. Been like water, flow around, you can't hold. Follow your breathing, let it gather, let it go. Every small distraction, just a wave that rolls on through. Been like water.
And they're all sitting there debating, the particular position, but they fail to see the universal truth known as Kabbalah. I don't understand it. Or the Tao. How do you ignore Hinduism? How? It's got over 1 billion people that are interested in it. That's a lot of Hindus. They don't get a fucking say into your conversations at all. Come on.
I breathe in peace. I breathe out the war inside. I breathe in strength. Every tremble, every tide. I breathe in joy. Let it rise above. I breathe in I breathe in
Been a time in history where a complaint ever been reverated.
If you ever see a bullet spinning like a top on ice, never try to touch it, because when a bullet is for the way it keeps informing. I am open, let the healing in. I breathe in peace. I breathe out the war inside. I breathe in strength. Every tide. I breathe in let it rise, above. I breathe in I breathe out love. close my eyes, watch my worries go vacant. I breathe in peace, I breathe out more inside. I breathe in strength, every tremble, every time. I breathe in joy, rise above. Soft blue sky, even with my eyes closed. Every scar like a map where I've grown. I bless the cracks where the gentle light is pouring. I bless the past for the way it keeps informing. I breathe in peace, I breathe out war inside. I breathe in strength, every tremble, every time. I breathe in joy, let it rise above. I breathe in love, and I breathe out love. Every hurt I had to tell, every name I called myself, every tear that never fell, now it's shining on my skin. I am open, let the healing in. I breathe in. On the blue line, flies in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John King. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle in his eye. Created.
John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going proliferate. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago, Mayor, vote for
Come. Whoops.
over for Chicago Mayor 20 season. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to live in Chicago for Chicago. Chicago Mayor vote for John gets over for Chicago Mayor 20 season. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to live in Chicago for Chicago. Chicago Mayor vote for John gets over for John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to live in Chicago for Chicago. Chicago Mayor vote for Chicago Mayor. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to live in Chicago for Chicago. Chicago Mayor vote John Kitover for Chicago Mayor creative. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago for Chicago Mayor for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 27. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Mayor.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. Vote for come.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, going to liberate
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 saying John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 saying John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for Kong. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the tweak. For the mothers. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a car. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover, for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, who love this city, never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover, for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shot. Hey. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a windy street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover, for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers, who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover, for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shot. This is our city, not a headline on a screen. This is our city, every promise, every dream. It's gonna liberate Chicago, street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover, for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the elders, for the students, for the builders, who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the neighbor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mother, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is taking back our shot. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it's slow. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every fall. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is taking back our shot. This is our city, not a headline on the street. This is our city, every promise, every dream. He's gonna liberate Chicago, street by street, door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is. Come on, take your shot. The blue line flies in a cup. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is taking back our shot. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his back. one clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicagoans, come on, take your shot.
The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least who will deny they
Hi, I'm Susan from Framingham, Massachusetts. What's your name?
From hell.
Oh, do you know Barbara?
Mom, what are you doing? You're a fighter. Just fight it.
Are you also from the Boston area?
I was burnt by flames, and the weight have told me it's so.
Oh, so I had an epidural. Do you enjoy being a demon?
Sugar.
Must be hard having people afraid of you all the time.
You know, actually it is. Thank you for acknowledging. What did you say your name was? Susan?
Susan.
Susan, you are a breath of fresh air.
Oh, stop.
You know, sometimes I think people come to me only for my power or my treasure. No one ever just comes by just to say hi, see how I'm doing.
That must really hurt.
It really does.
Is that why you want to destroy the world?
Turns out the real demon is loneliness.
Maybe you need to meet some new people or take up a hobby. There's a spot open in my watercolor group.
Really?
Oh, wait, no, there isn't. I forgot. Carol apologized to Janine, and now she's back in class.
What did Carol do?
She drew a portrait of Janine, and she didn't leave out her mustache. She added the mustache.
They call me a demon.
I know, right? I
needed that laugh.
This is why I love meeting new people.
Holy shit, that's so funny.
Rules and stuff like that, it would be more set in stone and it would be more easier to like point to something. Yes, but is that good reason to then suppose that that thing is there? There's a bit of wishful thinking there. Yeah, it would be. If maybe we wanted to say that rape is wrong, but then we have this extra thing that we can use to back ourselves up, that would be nice. But it's that in itself enough to say that. Therefore, that one is.
This is how we typically believe in something if it has explanatory power, and it's a simple theory. And given theism has so many converging lines of evidence to support it, it's one unified principle which explains a bunch of data other theories can't explain, including the existence of the moral realm, but like other things like fine-tuning, etc. You should probably believe it because it's a simple theory with explanatory power.
But I can see how it could be false. This undesirable situation whereby from generation to generation we just need to rethink what we're doing and just make the best of it. That might actually be what reality. And then it's unsatisfactory to some people, and they're now doing wishful thinking that there's something in there, out there that's making it immutable. That could be what's going on very easily.
You could apply the same reasoning to anything. You could say, oh, well, we could be wrong about quantum theory, we could be wrong about relativity. Okay, I don't think that's a very good critique.
These other things you're pointing to now, they have at least some kind of measurements. These moral things are still based on having this intuition, just thinking there must be something that makes us that rape is always wrong and stuff. It's not like something you measured in the lab that makes it look like this quantum stuff out there.
Well, when you talk about measurement, I guess you're talking about predictions, observed predictions, right?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, and I'm sure you're aware that there are two types of predictions. There are future testable predictions, but there's also use novel predictions, something that is called use novel. Have you heard of this distinction?
Use what? How do you spell the other word?
Use novel predictions.
Novel. So the same novel. Okay, fine.
Yeah, use novel predictions just means your theory predicts certain things that other theories can't. Like it doesn't have to be future testable predictions.
Okay.
And most philosophers of science accept that use novel predictions is what generally makes scientists accept certain theories. So for instance, there was this philosopher of science, I think his name was Jeffrey Brush or something like that. We did an empirical study of what made scientists broadly accept theories like, I don't know, first the Kitover model, then Newtonian mechanics, then relativity. And it wasn't future testable. It was the fact that they elegantly explained data, simply explained with few principles explained a broad range of data that alternative theories couldn't explain as well.
Well. What's going on, guys? Welcome to the show. Frenchie, what are you doing here?
What's that mean?
What are you doing here?
I don't understand the question. What are you doing?
I don't know. This is my house. I mean, I made it. This is my room.
I just came in here because Andrew's here. That's all.
Thank you.
I really appreciate that because people really don't understand my ability to articulate. I'm sometimes viewed as a witch, and even on Telegram video streams. And there's at least one person who I won't name caught me on a Telegram video stream and saw that I'm actually, if anything, like the Wizard of Oz. Like, yes, there is some crazy perception of I'm able to achieve on Clubhouse. I'm able to use technology to weave a giant web, but behind the curtain is a sad old man, just like in the Wizard of Oz.
Do you identify? Thank God, I love Regal.
Hey, Rita, I'm looking pretty good now, right?
Faces, the cigar shake, all
Yeah,
this
I don't know,
cigar
like,
shake
you wanna,
shits. I
like,
don't know why they want to
belligerently
make our
scream,
shits.
or if you
He
love
shake like
feminists,
cigars. They say
love abortions, like, what's good?
our shits are the ones that the niggas got off
I'm having one right
the
now.
6-7 for Black American
Really?
looking
Niggas
niggas
get
got them big
pop it
ass
out?
weapons and shit.
Congrats on your
Like
award.
they said these people had the face of people who
Wriggle around a
wasn't.
bit before it dies.
Yeah. I was wondering if you're gonna eat it like an animal.
Yeah. Yeah. I don't know. Honestly, I didn't know this was your house, Rigo. If you don't
Yeah,
mind,
it is.
it's no big deal.
You're making a joke. I'm
just
such a horrible person, you know.
I'm happy to go. I don't need to be here.
Yeah,
I literally just came in
you
because
can go.
was here. That's
We
all.
can go, Edie.
Alright.
Thank you. Right. Okay.
See you later. Enjoy your abortion.
What the fuck? She said she was gonna eat it too. What the fuck? Oh my god, I don't mean to laugh at that, but yeah. Alright, I should laugh at that.
Chris, you on a business call today about with Scotiabank about the use of multi-purpose facility types in C360?
The price of meat is sometimes even lower than
No.
Yeah.
In this
Because I literally met someone at work today that sounds exactly like you.
Oh, there are many people, maybe from Nigeria as well.
I assume they are from Nigeria. Like, obviously, they had your accent, but like it was like uncanny. It was like the most clear resemblance. Like it was the most obvious resemblance I've ever seen in my life. Wild.
Maybe the same thing as how I can go Canadian style.
Exactly.
It's kind of like some kind of subjective experience.
Yeah. I was asking in the chat if it's like racist, but I met another Nigerian.
No,
He sounded exactly like.
Everybody does that. Like I don't think you can actually like help it, right? Because you just have that. If you know that happens, no problem. This thing happened with Heidi and Rigo. I was saying something and I've totally just forgotten what I was saying.
Well, Chris, you had a very, I would say, honest point to be made and it was between you and Aga, and I think the question lies in the understanding of God's commandments, what is considered God's commandments, and what lessons were to be learned in the Old Testament as opposed to the New Covenant when Jesus Christ.
That was the one before we moved. Okay, if you want to do that, you can do that.
You don't have to. I just that's the last thing that I remembered you talking about.
Okay, right. And then there was something else that Aga was saying. I don't know if Aga can remember what.
Before that weird witchery thing happened, and then Frenchie came and said disgusting crap.
I didn't even know it was a mod that was intervening. I was just hearing like an intervention. I kept going. I thought it was a random person. No problem. Yeah. Oh, I remember what we were saying, right? Aga was trying to say, let's pick the best theory, theism seems to, predict better, and maybe objective, positing objective moral values predicts better, what's going on. It allows us to be able to say that rape is always wrong across all generations, and theism plus the objective moral realism better predicts that than some subjective thing. So we should just take that. I was trying to say that, and he was trying to say, they do that in science as well. Sometimes they pick up another theory just because it kind of explains the facts better. And I was trying to say that they probably do that incrementally, maybe substitute another physical thing with another physical thing, just change the equation a bit. I don't think the scientists would just say, an angel, is the best theory for this, it explains the stuff better. Let's go for angel. If you're going to be jumping like that to something non-natural to explain it. I think you need more better reasons than just, oh, if we had this thing to explain things better, therefore that's the better theory. I think it's a bit.
Actually, Chris, that's exactly the principle they use. Even if something is unobservable, unmeasurable, scientists accept it exists as long as it explains the data and as long as it it's a simple theory.
Okay. Maybe I'll have to look into it further, but something just seems a bit off about, because there are many things that we try to think about that if only we could just posit the supernatural, or it's just seems like, oh, that explains everything. Now we can go home now. But I don't think something seems wrong about just putting that everywhere and just using that.
I totally have that
The origin
intuition
of the
too.
universe. How do we do? Oh, just plug a god, that solves it.
Yeah, I totally have that intuition too. Seems like there's something strange about how easily you can I don't know, kind of fudge the problems by suggesting that there's an agent that wanted X to be the way that it is, right? In every case, no matter how improbable something is, right? I can just say there's an agent that wanted it to be that way and immediately increase the probability. So there seems like there's, I don't know, illicit about that, or you don't have good independent motivation for that agent.
Oh, I absolutely agree. I think there's something illicit about coming up with ad hoc theories, because you can just overfit the data. You can just overfit your theory to the data. You can just come up with arbitrary postulates to explain. But that's why I think theism is it's not an ad hoc theory, because it explains a bunch of phenomenon which we discovered thousands of years after classical theism was
not phenomenon.
Thanks, phenomenon, which we discovered thousands of years after theism was discovered. So, for instance, it elegantly explains the fine-tuning of the universe for life. It explains the existence of I don't know, consciousness, the beginning of the universe, blah, blah, blah.
The thing I like to do here, I don't know how good it is, but I think when sometimes these want to say ours is not ad hoc, it was there 6,000 years ago, but who atheists are coming up with all these multiverse things, and I think it's ad hoc over a space of years, thousands of years. At first, around, they saw the water cycle, they saw the rain, they saw who's doing this? Oh, an agent must be doing this. Somebody must be opening the windows of heaven. It was these kind of ad hoc things. Oh, even the spirit thing, the Holy Spirit was oh, somebody used to be alive before, the air has left him. That's the spirit. These are the kind of moves that built up the current theology that you have today. It is ad hoc. So to now say, oh, it's been there for 6,000 years and now you're not pretending as if it's it wasn't made out of all this ad hoc stuff.
I mean, first of all, I don't think the fine-tuning data was ever, I don't think theism was ever formulated to explain the fine-tuning data. I don't think theism was ever formulated to explain the hard problem of consciousness. So, yeah, I don't think this critique works. But if it does, I can just run the exact same critique on physicalism. I can say, well, look, physicalism ultimately rests on two presuppositions: that randomness can explain everything, and then there's this alchemy principle that if you just combine a lot of stuff together, by magic, poof, things just emerge. And then physicalists 1,000 years ago just came up with this idea to explain why stuff exists, and ultimately it's just an ad hoc hypothesis.
Yeah, that's fine.
It's pretty obvious that that's a gigantic straw man of physicalism. But even thing aside, the point,
what part of it is
ad hoc, just wait. The ad hocness issue is not an issue of whether a theory was constructed to explain some data after we found the data. right? Like it's not a temporal issue, right? It's an issue of the quality
I
of the
think the
explanation.
temporal issue.
I
What
don't
are
know
you
why. Just
talking
control
about?
yourself for 5 seconds. So anyway, wait, can I still be heard? The thing isn't lighting up anymore.
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, great. So, yeah, so it's not a temporal issue. It's an issue of the quality of the explanation, right? So, like, a theory becomes, or an explanation becomes really ad hoc. Like you just start pulling postulates out of thin air to account for various inconvenient facts, right? Rather than relying on hypotheses that are independently motivated by a plurality of data. That's what ad hocness is. It's not like, oh, I saw a fact and then constructed an explanation to explain it after the fact. I mean, that's how explanations work. You see facts.
I think you're using an idiosyncratic definition of the term. If you're pulling, like, please provide any reference that there's no, like, the principle of, sorry, the definition of ad hocness doesn't include things like the theory, sorry, that you fit the theory to the data. Meaning you have to observe the data first and then you fit the theory into it. Like that's how most people typically use the term. And also, if the theory then makes no like useful predictions, then it's considered to be ad hoc. And that's just the way I'm using the term. If you want to give some source supporting your definition, idiosyncratic definition, please provide it.
Yeah, you haven't established that anything's idiosyncratic. You just make a claim, right? But then, so first of all, it's not even a matter of sources, right? Or like what some authoritative philosophical source says. It's just a matter of showing that you're like under a misapprehension of what, fitting the explanation to the data too closely is supposed to be consistent, right? Clearly it's not unreasonable to observe a fact, right? And then construct an explanation to explain the fact. That's what explaining things is, right? It's unreasonable to avail yourself of postulates that are sort of really positive to make sense of inconvenient data when you otherwise have no, independent reason for availing yourself of those postulates, right? That's clearly what the mistake is, right? So, it's just a matter of, a common sense notion of when ad hocness is a problem that shows that you're confused about this, right?
Yeah. Again, I think you're just using idiosyncratic terms, terms in idiosyncratic ways. So I'm just going to read from Stanford Encyclopedia. According to Popper, is ad hoc simply introduced a single phenomenon, a single phenomenon, and has no further testable consequences or no further consequences other than the phenomenon, right? So that by definition, theism is not an ad hoc theory because it wasn't meant to introduce, explain a single phenomenon, and has consequences aside from the data it was purportedly introduced to explain thousands of years ago. Specifically, it elegantly explains a bunch of phenomena like the fine-tuning argument, the existence of the moral domain, blah, 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 whatever.
Yeah, I mean, you just didn't address anything I said. You just moved your definition of ad hocness to something different, where now instead of defining ad hocness, yes, you did, and let me explain why, right? So now instead of defining ad hocness as, coming up with an explanation for observed fact after the fact, right? After you observe the fact, which is how you defined it before. Something is ad hoc when it's only meant to explain one fact rather than, right? And that's actually not what Popper said. Anybody who's listening can hear that that's not what Popper was saying in that quote. That's a clear misinterpretation by you. But then, right, now that you've changed your definition of ad hocness, right, the problem with that definition of ad hocness, right, is that's clearly not what ad hocness means because explanations which are designed to explain many different facts can be ad hoc, clearly, right? Everybody, is going to sign up to that, right? So you're just unbelievably confused about what ad hocness even is.
Okay. Again, I'm just going to read from Stanford Encyclopedia. Thus, Popper's conception of ad hocness added to the ordinary English meaning a further requirement. In the case of an ad hoc hypothesis that was simply introduced to explain a single phenomenon, right? So that's the ordinary English definition of it. the ad hoc hypothesis has no testable consequences other than the phenomenon. Now, like this sentence entails that the phenomenon has to come before the explanation, right? The data is the explanandum, and your explanation is meant to explain the data, right? So the data has to come prior. So obviously there's a temporal dimension, right? Okay, so what I said is entailed by the sentence. Second, the sentence says it explains a single phenomenon, okay, without further testable consequences. Okay, if I think theism has testable consequences, so it's by definition not ad hoc. Also explains a bunch of phenomenon that we observed thousands of years later.
Yeah, so I mean, again, I already told you one temporal issue, and instead of responding to any of the things I said in favor of that, notion of what ad hocness is, the non-temporal notion, right? You read stuff about Popper that didn't support the thesis that it's temporal, right? And then you just reasserted that it's temporal. So unless you can respond to what I said, I take it that, I just showed that you're confused.
Okay, what does the following sentence mean to you? In the case of an ad hoc hypothesis that was simply introduced to explain a single phenomenon, okay, what do you think? Do you think the explanation before or after the phenomenon is?
I'm telling you, it doesn't fucking matter.
Wait, you think the explanation for a phenomenon comes prior to a phenomenon being observed?
Isn't that what a prediction is, you fucking idiot?
No, but the explanation for something presumably has to come prior. Prediction is not an explanation. You just
wait. So if a theory predicts X, it doesn't explain X. You fucking idiot.
No, I'm using prediction in different ways.
Every time you
I'm not. I'm using it in the same way.
Like you fucking yeah.
And now Kitty's getting triggered because I'm insulting some Christian on the internet.
I'm always nice to you, but I can always talk to you as nasty as you talk to everyone else.
Go ahead. I don't give a shit.
You fucking idiot.
You literally think. Okay, Piper, can you explain to me what an explanation is if it's not like some theory which helps you illuminate some sort of data you observed or like accounts for why you observed.
Yeah, that notion of what an explanation is doesn't speak against what I'm saying to you. So you're just still on.
Well, it does. Okay, can you just explain? Like, do you agree with that definition though of an explanation?
Yeah.
Okay. Now, what do you think comes temporally prior? The data?
The temporal stuff just doesn't fucking matter, is my point.
Well, I'm not asking you that right now. I'm asking you, what do you think comes
You are asking
prior?
me about the significance of the temporal status of the explanation versus the fact, right? So I'm telling you that doesn't matter, right?
No, but it does matter, right? Because you're trying to say that ad hoc.
Okay, well, I'm giving you reasons for thinking it doesn't matter, and you haven't responded to any of them. So you want to start?
So maybe you can answer my question then without dodging. Can I?
I already answered your question
again. No, you didn't.
Yeah, I did. I told you. You started asking me about the temporal status of the explanation relative to the fact, and I kept repeating to you that obviously my thesis is that doesn't matter, right? So just asking me some incredulous question isn't going to address any of the reasons that I gave for thinking that doesn't matter. Can you address those instead of dodging them?
Okay. No, you keep dodging my question. Okay.
Could you keep a lid on your tribal emotions for 5 seconds?
Just agreeing with you, Piper. Oh my god.
Yeah, he can't even take when people stand up for him, he still has to be aggressive and.
Well, right now you're just wasting time instead of finding what I say, Aga. So
and Piper goes by yeah, stop.
No, but I asked you a question first. Stop.
I already explained how your question is missing the point of what I'm saying, right? So instead of dodge to explain that to you, and then ask you to actually address my points for the first time in the conversation.
Okay. If you're refusing to answer simple questions, why should anybody talk to you?
If you don't want to give up, you can totally do that. Go ahead, pussy.
Okay. Thanks. Refusing to answer questions. Thank you.
I didn't refuse to answer questions. You were just a pussy.
Yep, you did.
You're a pussy in every conversation you have. You get shown that
It's shown
that you don't know what you're talking about, right? And then you go,
well,
I'm speaking an accusation that justifies me not talking to you anymore, so I can give up on the conversation. You're like a weak-willed dumbass.
Anybody can be offended She, her.
You're talking over each other, by the way.
E.G. Kitty talking in the room. Thank.
Piper crash out 3, 2, 1, 0.
I mean, it's totally valid to crash out against a fucking, like, insolent dumbass.
Get me, the pussy, the kitty in the room.
Yeah, right now, Piper.
Yes, you should crash out against time-wasting dumbasses like Agamemnon.
Do you have any self-awareness?
No, you is not, like, a genius insult.
I didn't even get to say hi to Tim today. Hi, Tim.
Hi, Katie.
Toast? Do not get me aggravated. Wait, why is Toast in the audience? All right. No. We're not going to play this game where Toast says little things in the audience. Okay, got it. Oh, shit. Now I got a job. Fuck. Hey, everybody talk about whatever you want to talk about. Go ahead. Everybody kill each other. I don't care if there's a mutiny. Christians, atheists, everybody. Jews, who wants to die? Is that my favorite human being in the entire world that just came up?
Yeah, I just want to say it's awesome to have you part of the moderating group here.
Oh, God.
The interesting thing is, like, the other definition of ad hocness is if you introduce changes to theory just to save it.
He's modifying his definition of ad hocness again.
Which have no further testable consequences. But certain theodicies, which were purportedly introduced to save theism, do have testable consequences. So by definition, theism is not ad hoc.
Yeah, but
half
you
of
said
those-
that before. Yeah.
I think half of those theodicies are just ad hoc. Especially
it's
that
just really
visibility,
stupid.
no knowledge.
It's just really stupid to make declarations like, by definition, theism is not ad hoc. Because whether theism is ad hoc is not whether theism is ad hoc, not dependent on the intrinsic nature of theism, how theism relates to the data that are to be explained.
Parker, have you?
Right? So it's just like you just make like dumbass declarations.
The whole ad hoc thing has got to stop, Piper. And you trying to show
Well, every time you read Stanford Encyclopedia, you misinterpret it audibly, like everybody can tell. So yes, you can like do the fake chuckle all you want, but like you still look like a dumbass.
We're gonna stop. Anyway, so there's other people, new speakers on the stage that at least when I came back to the room, I haven't got to speak. Daniel, Elliot, David, Millith, CM, Dude. Hey, what's up, Dude? If you have any other contributions that you want to make, that would be awesome. Other than Aga showing his intelligence, waving it on his chest as though it's like a badge of courage. And Piper criticizing the fact that Piper is going to criticize with a, you fucking idiot. All right, there you go. If that didn't win me some karma points for doing my best Piper, I'll never know. All right, what's up?
Yeah, Piper needs to take them sometime.
Look how desperate he is to get some one up on me. It's so funny.
What's up, Elliot?
Sorry, am I in the Matrix? I just heard a bunch of hissing like cats.
You want me to pee on you, I will. And I don't mean this in a weird sexual way.
Well, how did you mean it?
No.
That was really weird.
All right, yeah, I totally set myself up for that. Great.
where do you get in the Bible, like middle knowledge and these ability? You know, like half of these theodicies, like they're just not in the Bible. So this, I don't know, this like God of philosophy that I don't know, a lot of people talk about around here. It's just not the God of the Bible. The God of the Bible is like very different.
I don't think theology has to be constrained by what's literally said in the text of the Bible.
God, Piper, I couldn't love you more. Honestly. Aga, don't say a damn word about Piper again. Like, there. That was said. It was done. Elliot, I'm sorry, but
I'm responding to Elliot, not Piper.
every time I hear you speak, Elliot, it drives me nuts. It's a contrarian for just stupidity, and I just can't stand it.
That's true.
Okay, so point me to the scripture where it explains how God has middle knowledge.
Look, scripture doesn't use middle knowledge, the term middle knowledge. It's just like an exact word fallacy. Scripture does describe something, theology whose consequence is middle knowledge, God possessing middle knowledge. Specifically, it says God is omniscient, God foreknows all things. Second, it says humans have free choice or free will. So for instance, it says God wants to save everybody, but not everybody's going to be saved, meaning some humans can freely choose not to be saved. Okay, if some humans freely choose not to be saved, they have free will, and God also foreknows all future outcomes. And God has providential control over every future event. What is the entailment of these views? That God has middle knowledge.
If you don't
that's what you wanted.
Take a moment to go to ChatGPT or something that will help educate you, because that makes perfect sense.
That's what you wanted.
No, listen to me, Elliot. That makes perfect sense, because it makes perfect sense to believers and non-believers alike. And the only way that you would not understand that, even Piper, who is not a Christian, Piper could understand this.
Kitty, can you just let them two like hash it out? Like the role of the mod is to kind of take a hands-off approach, if you don't mind.
Fuck yeah.
Thank you.
Okay, so I mean, that's what the book to say, but it doesn't say that. It doesn't say that God has middle knowledge. So can you point me to the scripture that says that God has?
DM, can you mute your mic? Fuck, easy.
So I take middle knowledge as just to be the view that God foreknows counterfactuals, like what humans freely do in certain situations. Okay, so let's just start with two propositions. First one, humans have free will. The biblical passages showing that humans have free will. Specifically, God wants everybody to be saved. Second, not everybody is going to be saved. Okay, so meaning humans have some sort of control over who's going to be saved and who's not going to be saved. That is, they can choose. Okay, second proposition, God foreknows everything. There are biblical passages showing that God foreknows everything. Okay, put the two together. Then God foreknows what humans would freely do in certain situations because he knows who's going to be saved and who's not going to be saved. What is that called? Another way of calling it is just middle knowledge.
Okay, let's try this.
You asked for a scriptural reference.
Can you point me to the scripture that says that God has middle knowledge?
Well, it's from an interpretation.
Oh my God, another exact word fallacy.
I can let the two of you go at it, or I could provide just the scriptural reference.
Quickly, just really quickly, Elliot, are you just asking him, like, can you show, if he could show in the Bible where the concept of middle knowledge is spoken about?
Or better still,
is that what you're asking him, Elliot?
Just give the scripture that you're having a contradictory opinion.
She's asking for scripture. Why would he have the scripture?
Oh.
Well, the reason I'm asking this.
Contrarian. It's in Matthew.
Contrarian. The reason I'm asking this is because I do think that a lot of people they have two different ideas of God. They have like the philosophy God. Maybe you could say that's the God of classical theism or whatever. And then there's the God of the Bible, and the God of the Bible, it seems very different. So, so I want to know, like, which scripture informs us that God has middle knowledge? I don't think you can.
So, just quickly, so like this is from a Jesuit theologian, and it's not like there's not a direct scriptural reference that says that this it's inferred from several scriptures. So there are just ways in which God has answered whether or not someone would be betrayed, where God has known how free agents would operate in different circumstances, and just basically throughout these scriptural references, it's implied that God natural knowledge of what can happen and knowledge of what will happen based off his degree. In between that is a middle knowledge, so it's inferred, but it is inferred by a pretty prominent Jesuit, and people who follow this.
Do you have the scriptural passage?
Molinism. I could give you that if you want. You could go
That'd
to
probably be
Samuel
good.
23. Yeah, 1 Samuel 23, 1-13. Matthew 11:23.
There you go.
1 Corinthians 2:8. Jeremiah 38:17-20.
Dude, are you able to read that off?
If you could just put at least 3 of those in the chat, I'll even pin them.
Yeah, I'll put them in there. So basically, like, and this is just because I did kind of remember this from just research back in the day and everything like that. So I just want to say it is actually coming from a Jesuit theologian, and some people follow him. It's Molinism. I may have pronounced it wrong. I'll put the scriptures in the back channel. But these seem to be the scriptures that he's cited in his take here.
Can somebody read that? Yeah.
Well, maybe I got it wrong because I heard him say 1 Samuel 23, 1-13, and that's like about a battle.
1 Samuel 23. Listen, 1 Samuel 23, 1-13.
Yeah, I got it. I don't see anything about middle knowledge. Just talking about a battle with the Philistines.
Right, so it's inferred. So
okay, well, where is it inferred in there?
David
You
asks
can't do
God
less
if,
the verbal filler and
yes.
because it's gonna go.
So here I'll just put it in the back channel too, because I've got to get back doing what I was doing before chiming in, and once I do have
really
some more time, I'll
your
definitely.
insight. I really do appreciate it.
Here's the. Yeah, I put.
Thanks, man. Now, with the homework done for you, Elliot, what dumb I hate to sound like Piper right now, but what kind of crazy are you going to posit about God and middle knowledge?
Well, I'm not.
Well, I haven't actually.
I just read that for you. Because could come is in verse 11 through 13. It says, "Will the men of Keilah deliver me up into his hand? Will Saul him down as thy servant hath heard? O Lord God of Israel, I beseech thee, tell thy servant." And the Lord said, "He will come down." So he's just basically saying that something's gonna happen. I think that's what he's saying. Then said David, "Will men of Keilah deliver me and my men into the hand of Saul?" And the Lord said, "They will deliver thee up." He's just like making a prediction of like what was going to happen. Is that what he was referring to?
what Christians do. They take stuff that's in the Hebrew Bible. And the Hebrew Bible has this is where all the prophecies are coming from. The original prophecies about who the Messiah will be, and then Christians will take those prophecies in the Hebrew Bible, and they'll like add some second prophetic fulfillment that is completely divorced from the context of what the book actually says. Like Tim pointed out, what was that passage about, Tim?
No. Don't do your point, Elliot. I want you to finish. I want to show you the precise note without any deviation, your concrete, absolute, malleable level
Maybe we should just let them
unethical stupidity to what you're actually saying. So what we're going to do here to show Elliot what he's talking about is let's have him read something from Jeremiah. Jeremiah, 400 years, mind you, before the birth of Jesus.
We can do that, but we're on 1 Samuel. We're just trying to figure out where 1 Samuel comes into play.
Okay, wait.
So one thing I do want to say, I was very clear to the room that this is inferred by a prominent theologian, not like what Christians do, like Elliot said. Different Christians have different levels of intellect and intelligence and interpretive ability of, well, apparently so. I mentioned to you straight up, Elliot, that this came from a Jesuit theologian and not just scripture alone, that it was inferred. It's a concept that's inferred from scripture by a theologian who's a prominent theologian who came concept inferred by scripture, and I provided you the scriptures in which he is inferring this from. I hope that makes
that's
sense
great.
to you.
No, I get that. I just started reading 1 Samuel, and I was like, I'm trying to find the inference, right? Like an inference is something you read, and it provides you with a reason to believe that. And I'm just trying to say, everybody help me.
Katie, can you please back off and let them speak?
Hey, Gray, can you give us a scripture that correlates to their conversation?
We'll let them have the conversation. I don't need to be added to the conversation, neither do you.
Great, dead air. Wonderful, Gray.
So, do you guys want to respond to
Yeah, well,
Good job, Gray.
let them talk.
Wonderful job.
Let them
Wonderful
talk, Kitty.
job, Gray. Now we have nothing.
No, you're going to allow them to talk.
Well, yeah, that's exactly what I did. Dead fucking air. Wonderful job, Gray. Wonderful job.
It's dead air because you're talking now and nobody wants to talk to you.
Well, Elliot, as I read that to you, I mean, I'm kind of agreement with you, Elliot. It's like I'm just not seeing what the inference is to say, therefore is God's middle of knowledge. I mean, people make predictions all the time, like X will happen or Y will happen, right? That's what he's saying, are we going to go to battle? It's like, yeah, you're going to go battle. Are you going to win? Yeah, you're going to win, right? I don't know if that's that big of a... What do you...
So you're arguing if it exists, if there's evidence of it in the Bible, but then so what? Say it is provable from the Bible. So what's what are you trying to imply with no knowledge?
I would say, I personally, if Gray doesn't mind,
stronger ground that the concept on their from the Bible. What Elliot was saying was there's people that argue this philosophical God, but they don't ground it in the Bible. And so he was saying a lot of times when we talk about these concepts that don't seem to be very biblical.
What do you mean by it doesn't seem very biblical? Are we appealing to seemings, or are you appealing to?
Good job, Rico. I like that. Yeah. Thank you. I appreciate that. Pay attention, really.
But
what he's saying, I think he's saying is if you read the Bible, you don't come away having the concepts.
I wasn't finished.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Yeah. I was, Agamemnon brought up the verbatim fallacy, right? Now, my understanding, based on Catholicism, that there are plenty of developments, right? So there are some doctrines, for an example, like the Trinity, right? Which is what you're not going to get verbatim. So it's like, well, show me in the Bible where like the Holy Trinity is. So it's like there is a basis where these things are inferred in the Bible. Then you have, like early church fathers and whatever the case may be commenting on it. But developments, as interpretation expands based on philosophy, whatever the case may be. But
I agree with you. I don't like verbatim fallacies. I think they're stupid.
Yeah.
So, it's like if you ask a Muslim, where's the concept of Tawheed? Where's Tawheed in the Quran? That word doesn't exist, but it's a concept they have, and they've inferred it through their scriptures.
I don't. Also, I just want to say, I don't like the trust me, bro attitude on either side. I get that things need a little bit more explaining, but that's kind of just the way it is, man.
But Rico, that was going to be my whole
I'm just going to say, for the sake of conversation, just to kind of push it forward, can we just kind of suspend this thing for today, I guess, and just do the trust me, bro thing, and just further along and see where we get at.
Okay, if I can just if you don't mind, Regal, my whole premise.
No, Kitty, you're supposed to be modding.
Do this entire debate with 3 scriptures that are
you don't have to do that. Kitty, are you paying attention to what I'm saying? Your role as a mod is to be unbiased and kind of take a hands-off approach. You know what I mean? Keeping people on track is just, don't let them disrupt each other or interrupt. That kind of thing.
Yeah, it's something you shouldn't
also
range schizo.
Well, actually, she makes these rooms
Frankly, I'll
much
put
less
myself
boring.
back down in the audience. I don't mind at all.
Kitty,
I'd
you
like
should
to be a part of the debate.
let the assholes be grumpy assholes, and you continue to make the room better than it was when boring people
Jesus Christ.
entered the room. Well, boring people are boring.
Who is this disgusting white man?
Thanks, dude.
I'm sorry. And where are you guys going with this? If you just, like I said, I don't want to do this, but just trust me, bro. And where you guys going with it? If you don't.
So my question is where is this concept of middle knowledge in the Bible specifically? And I've read a lot of the Bible, and I never read anything in there that clearly defines these 3 categories, this taxonomy of God's knowledge. You have it's natural, middle, and what's the other one? Free knowledge. So, and it's middle knowledge. It's this concept of middle knowledge that is used to support a theodicy against a particular theodicy against the problem of evil. So I thought this was relevant because earlier you guys were talking about ad hocness and what's the other one? Idiosyncratic things. I do worry that you guys do have these 2 separate ideas of God. There's the idea of God from the Bible, that's the Bible God. Then there's this God of philosophy, which is that's Agamemnon's.
Not to add an extra layer to it, and I'm sorry, Regal, without doing just trust me, bro. I would say let's layer in prophecy to that, because I think that is a huge element that those that are less learned in the Bible, that only want to cherry pick certain portions out of the Bible, will completely negate the fact that when Jesus Christ came, he was quoting things that someone at 33 throughout his ministry, even Pharisees, chief priests, and Sadducees all looked at him as though how would he know this? How could he understand Isaiah like he did? Giving prophecies out of Hosea like he did. And that all came to fruition while they were all crying, praise him when he came. So, without throwing in prophecy, I think that it would, you're undergirding yourself, and you're really short-sighting your whole belief and understanding of the New Testament and Old Testament for that.
Okay, can you find me a prophecy in the Hebrew Bible that Jesus fulfilled?
100%.
single-
Psalms 110:1. He is the Son of God. I mean, it makes
Pull
it
it up and
very
read it. Pull it up and read it.
Look, honey, here's the deal, Elliot. Other people will placate to you being stupid, and I don't want to be a mod, honestly, Regal, because I'm a bad mod, and I'm a self-admitted bad mod. But I will not placate to him being stupid. That is not an excuse. If you don't have a Bible, I will mail you one.
If you wanna drop down and come back up and read the verse for him, because if you're the one that's making the claim and you feel like this is proof, then the proof is on you. If you want to take that, go for it.
Okay, if you want me or anyone else to give like even half a shit about what the New Testament says about prophecy, then you first have to demonstrate that Jesus Christ is the Messiah. Okay, and until you can do that, I don't give a shit what the New Testament says about Jesus.
Before we continue, I got a couple things I got to do. I'll be close to my phone, but I need 2 volunteers. I need one.
Be a good mod. Daniel's
Well,
a good mod.
I need one atheist and one Christian, just so it's on a even keel.
Daniel,
Somebody
that's
wants to
why
volunteer.
I think everybody can volunteer.
Make Bob the
Somebody becomes a mod and I'm out. I'm out. Yeah.
Bob, are you there?
What's up?
Can you do me a huge solid? Can you help me mod? But the only thing I am asking here is if you can just take an unbiased approach to the modding thing.
What am I supposed to do when I mod? Am I just gonna like prevent interruptions?
Yeah, just prevent interruptions and over talking, and on occasion, if let people chimp out, but not too much. Everybody, if you're gonna mute everybody, and then just. Does anybody want to volunteer on the Christian side, just so it's just balanced out?
I think Honey Badger is a Christian.
Come on, dude.
Volunteer for what?
I don't need. I just need a Christian to kind of. I'm not a power trip. Everything's evened out.
It doesn't have to be a debate.
Agamemnon, would you like to volunteer?
No, don't give Agamons. Fuck that.
There's already Andrew and Regal. You're good.
Yeah, if I got
my
time to
criticism-
chime in, I will, but I'm multitasking.
I'll just say something else.
I'll tell you
no
what.
Christian-
Hey guys, I'll just place my full confidence in Bob. I'm pretty sure he'll follow my instructions and he'll just take an unbiased approach. So we'll see how that goes.
I got you.
Everybody's already leaving the room, Regal. So
Thanks,
for choice.
Well,
My
you know what, man?
criticism
If they
is,
don't like it, too bad.
Okay, it's fine. So my criticism is, why should when I'm reading the prophecies in the Hebrew Bible, why do I care what the New Testament says about that? No Christian is going to interpret the New Testament from the lens of the Mormon Bible. They just don't give a shit about that. So why should I care about what the New Testament says about prophecies written in the Hebrew Bible about who the Messiah will?
Are you serious?
Yeah, the prophecies are written in Hebrew and they're put in the Hebrew Bible, not the Greek Septuagint or the New Testament or any of that.
No, I understand, but do you think that there is a reason for that? That maybe a certain religion is still waiting for a Messiah and another religion said, this is the Messiah?
Yeah, the problem is when you go and read the prophecies in the Hebrew Bible, it turns out that Jesus didn't fulfill a single one of those, not even one.
That's a matter of contentious debate, and I would say that it's also historical and considerate that there were reasons why these were weaved into the New Testament. So you would have to look at each and every one individually, and then there is for each and every one in academia a study on the historical accuracy of whether or not this was just added in as a literary device or if it actually happened. But the reason for the prophecies being woven into the New Testament is to let everybody know that Jesus is the
Right. Obviously, Christians want Jesus to be the Messiah. Okay, that's kind of the whole point of Christianity. But when you read the prophecies, in the Hebrew Bible, it turns out he didn't fulfill any of those things. And I've only looked at a few of them, but it seems like in each case that I actually looked at, where I compare prophecies in the Hebrew Bible versus the ones that are in the Christian Bible, is that each, there's one about, I think it's in Isaiah 53 is the one that Christians like to point to a lot. But it turns out the entire context of the entire chapter is about Israel. It's about Israel. It's not about Jesus. There's another one about Jesus or the misborn of virgin. But when you go and read that same scripture in the Hebrew Bible, it doesn't say virgin at all. It just says a pregnant young woman. Or there's another one where it says what's the one about a king will be coming into the land riding on a donkey. I mean, anybody who's ridden a donkey has fulfilled part of that prophecy. Literally anybody. But the rest of the prophecy also says that this person that rides in on the donkey will both be a king. And Jesus was never a king in Israel. Not even for 1 minute was he a king who ruled over Israel. So he didn't fulfill that. What's the other one? The other one about that one is that the Messiah is supposed to bring peace to the land. Jesus never did that. So it's just every time I look at these things, Jesus didn't fulfill a single one of these.
Yeah.
Well, I guess that's that.
That's right. We're done.
Yep. Checkmate, Christian.
Wait, Agamemnon, you're not a Christian, are you?
Of course I am. I'm a Catholic.
You're a Catholic. Do you pray?
Yep.
What does that mean? What happens then?
Honey Badger, you're out of questions for the day, dude. You have to make arguments.
You need a timeout, Honey Badger.
Well, I had a long time out. I left the room and came back.
You only
if you're scared, I'll just shut up.
10 questions per day in this room.
Yeah, if you're afraid, I'll just remain quiet.
Well, how come you can never just make an argument?
At the time, I'll have carry on that conversation with.
I think the answer is nothing happens after he prays.
Yeah, when he tells God what to do for him, he just waits and then no.
I just don't think people actually read the book and develop all these philosophical, theological versions of things that don't really tie.
Regal, you broke my heart yesterday, bro. Do what now?
You broke my heart.
What? Boot you out of the room?
Yeah, man, you broke my heart.
All right, bye-bye.
You invite Jason up here. Jason's saying interesting things.
Elliot, are you a biblical scholar? Let's go.
Hello, Elliot.
Yeah, what up, Con?
Hey, what's up? Are you a biblical scholar?
No, I'm not a biblical scholar.
Are you like well studied, or like at least like a an academic of sorts?
Of sorts?
Yeah.
No.
Have you taken?
I would say though
on hermeneutics and biblical history and interpretation. Have you done any of?
No. I think what is fair to say though, I think it is fair to say that I have read more of the Bible than many Christians. I think that's probably pretty.
That seems like an unfalsifiable claim. What are we supposed to do with that information? Hello?
I don't even. Did you hear anything outside of the?
Yeah, I just heard you make an unfalsifiable claim, and I was just wondering, what do we do with that information?
Yeah, why should anybody think that Jesus is the Messiah?
It seems like a separate issue from your claim about reading the Bible more than the average Christian. What was that about? Is what I'm asking you. What was that about? Are you trying to establish some sort of?
I don't think people want to hear about that shit anymore.
Are you trying to establish some sort of superiority? Hello. Okay.
No, he's trying to make a compelling argument that, like, even the case of, like, God's foreknowledge, he's asking, like, where in the Bible are you going to find this? So essentially, he's saying, or claiming at least, now when you go in here and you look at specific things, if you're talking about prophetic things, they don't say or give clarification as to, like, God's foreknowledge. And then he's skeptical about certain prophecies that, like, lay the foundation for, like, the coming Messiah, and he's giving, like, his critique on it. So am I steel manning you correctly, Elliot?
Kinda.
If there's anything I got messed up, if you just give concrete a little bit more, and then I don't know if you want to start a conversation with him or not.
No, I don't really care that much. My point was like that. I think that and Muslims do this shit too. They'll read the book, and they'll draw something from it that it doesn't actually say. They want things, but the Bible does not just, like I use this as my example, the Bible does not talk about God's, like, taxonomy of knowledge. You know, it doesn't say that he has, what is it? There's middle, there's free, and natural. You know, that's not in the Bible anywhere. Nowhere to be found.
I mean, this is kind of like why I was trying to explain to you earlier, like, about this concept of, like, doctrinal development and adhering to, like, liturgy and tradition on the basis of the Catholic Church. So, like, for an example, like, the whole, like, as I gave this example earlier, like, the Holy Trinity is, like, a development of some sort based on, you know, what the prayers are, how they correlate with the New Testament. And then they're having, like, discussions and arguments as to, like, what to compile and canonize in the Bible as a whole. You know, what's considered heresy, what's considered not, on the basis of this or that or the other thing. So, no, you're not going to find, like, this like verbatim thing that you're searching for, essentially, when it comes down to that, because of I would say doctrinal development. I just, like I said, I don't have, like, a, you know, I'm, like, kind of in the middle of doing something right now, so I can't really get overly committed to the conversation.
Yo, did you kick that guy?
Yes, I did.
Have you ever heard of the Stanford Prison Experiment?
Okay, you can go hang out with him too. By the way, if any of you guys want to change the topic or talk about something else, whatever the case is.
Wait, is everyone actually quiet?
Everybody's
Wow.
doing at the moment.
What were you guys talking about that everyone is so quiet?
I don't know. Elliot was kind of bringing up like some issues with God's like foreknowledge. Kitty wanted to kind of debate that, but then she left because I made Bob a mod, but I can't be fucking married to my phone all day. Like I got other things I got to do. I can't sit next to my fucking phone while it's charging. Like I'm almost at the point where I'm just gonna end the fucking room and say, hey, everybody go to Andrew's room. I'll like that's kind of what I'm about to fucking do. You know, then they're getting mad because of the mods that I'm picking, and I'm like, too fucking bad. Like, it's, you know, pick a fucking lane and stay in it.
Yeah, you should make Elliot a mod just to balance while he left. Well, even Piper is quiet.
Well, it seems like everybody was having plenty of fun today. Everybody was getting them.
Yeah, it was fun. Yeah, especially in the beginning. It was a good room. Thank you for hosting.
Yeah, no problem, no problem. It's like
I know it sucks sometimes when people are modded that, when you open up a room and it's like complaining, it sucks, but I think in the end everyone's grateful.
Yeah, no doubt. I think I'm gonna smoke a stogie before I get back to it. Yeah, I don't know. I want everybody to have fun. I want everybody to kind of chimp out a little bit, do a little bit of the blood sport debate, and then, you know, be serious. And, you know, I don't know, dude. This should be fun. It shouldn't be fucking.
Yeah, I agree.
You know, fucking something that's miserable. Honest, that's how a lot of these people in here met me. You know, as being very, very blood sporty there. That's being fucking really.
Everyone is.
It's being a bad Christian.
Wait, Aga, are you a neuroscientist?
No, definitely not.
Okay.
Definitely not.
Why definitely?
Yeah, I work in the janitorial business. Mostly on mop floors.
Why are you laughing, Piper?
The way you said it was just funny. You could have just said I'm a janitor. Like, I work at the janitorial business.
Well, I don't know, man. I'd rather work for myself and clean houses than fucking wipe somebody's ass as a CNA or something.
There's nothing wrong with being a janitor. It's just he said it funny.
Yeah, nothing wrong.
Plus, also, he used to claim to work in applied sciences, so that's also why it's a little, you know, it's a little bit.
Yes, in the science of mopping floors.
Oh, Ape and CM started to accuse me of not being in neuroscience, and so I asked how much of he believes in his own words. And I said, I will bet a lot of money to prove you. And then once they got a little bit of the proof, they backtracked. They were, oh, you cannot pay the $2,000 you bet you're a neuroscientist. Yes, I can. And then CM out. So if you see him, he has to pay me $2,000. Although, like, I will not
Wait, do
go
you have
after.
proof that you're a neuroscientist? Is that what you're
Yeah,
saying?
I do.
Can I see?
I don't really know you.
Oh, okay, but you're willing to give it to some losers on the internet.
No, we had a third person. I agree, they are losers. We have a third person that is like indirectly my colleague. So this person proved it. Like, this person knows my research group. I know his research group. So
Cool. Into like neurosurgery or fucking you gonna be a brain surgeon or you doing psychiatry?
no, yeah, I do surgery in animals, but I switched to computational because I don't like to experiment on animals.
What's your thesis? What do you research? What do you guys research?
I'm not gonna talk more than this. Sorry. This is a large stage, and if I say too much, because it's a very niche topic, you'll be able to find me.
Okay, I guess I have a question for you. Have you heard of subplate neuron?
Sorry, what?
Have you heard of subplate neurons?
No.
Okay.
Oh, what is it? Can you...
It's supposed to be a precursor to the cerebral cortex in human babies. Sorry, human fetuses. It's supposed to be something that's prior to the 23rd weeks. That has the same organization, like the 6-layered cortical structure. Sorry, very similar to the 6-layered cortical structure, except we don't call it a cortex. We call it a subplate.
Oh, okay. No, not really into the development stuff. I used to do biotech before my master's in nanotech. Hey, Keegan. So you're another janitor then.
Yep. The relevance of this question is people often presuppose that fetuses are not conscious prior to the 23rd week.
Yeah, I was here. I agree everything you said. So, like, we will not have an interesting conversation. Whether they are conscious or not, right? I'm just fully against abortion. I don't care if it's life or it's alive. I don't care. Have responsibility and have every action has consequences and you have to cope with it.
I just think even if you take typical presuppositions neuroscientists have, like take global workspace theory or integrated information theory or recursive consciousness theory, these theories, a fetus prior to the 23rd weeks should come. As I mean, we can go into each individual theory, but each individual theory entails the fetus prior to 23 weeks should possess consciousness.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't know why people make this arbitrary cutoff at the 23 week, but I suppose it has, like, they just have their political biases. Like, magically Roe versus Wade cuts off, says you can perform abortions prior to viability.
Yeah.
And magically consciousness is supposed to emerge exactly at that exact moment.
The consciousness emerges exactly at the point of viability.
Yeah, why would consciousness emerge at the point of viability? Go ahead, Piper.
I'm asking, who do you think says that?
Well, it's just a common assumption among people that viability is generally the
I don't think it's a common assumption.
It's generally viability is supposed to be around like 22 to 23 weeks. also magically consciousness is supposed
Yeah,
to
but
merge.
who makes that assumption? Why do you think that's a common assumption?
Who makes the assumption? Okay, just type into
All
Google
right,
when does
so now you're
consciousness
going to
emerge.
give up on justifying that claim. All right, you're a very serious person.
You're not an honest interlocutor. Sorry.
You saying that is fucking hilarious.
Okay, when do you think consciousness emerges?
Why the fuck are you asking me some question to divert attention away from the fact that you couldn't justify your claim?
Okay, I don't want to justify my claims to you.
Yes, because you're a fucking loser.
I heard
You're a fucking loser who can't justify anything you say. You're a dumbass. You're fucking ideologically motivated. You're like a waste of fucking oxygen.
Countdown to Piper crash out.
Yeah, dude.
I don't think insulting you is me crashing out.
Do you live in Hungary?
Yeah.
Are you happy with the change or not so happy?
No, definitely not happy. I'm sort of not an Orban fan, but the guy who came afterwards, Magyar Péter, he's a wife abuser. He beat his own wife. Yeah, he beat his wife with a belt, and then he recorded his own wife, and then used it to blackmail her. He's just a terrible person.
Oh wow! And everyone is cheering for him. That's crazy.
Yeah, he's a complete narcissist, wife beater.
Especially the liberals in Europe.
Yeah, of course it doesn't matter, because he's just politically convenient, and of course they're just going to support whatever candidate's politically expedient for them.
Isn't that what politics is?
Yeah, well, liberals are going to support a wife beater. What a surprise!
No, but what's the difference between supporting any political candidate, right, and supporting them for politically expedient reasons? Are you going to support them for non-expedient reasons?
Presumably, you're going to have moral compunctions against supporting somebody who beats their wife with a belt.
Yeah, but that's not incompatible with supporting politicians for politically
Are you going to crash out again, Piper?
What at all indicates to you that I'm crashing out, you buffoon?
You have, it's just an inductive case. It's
okay, so because I insulted you in the past, then you, when I'm talking completely normally, you go, are you going to crash out? Because, once again, you don't actually have a response to anything I'm saying.
Okay, your crash out is imminent. You already started doing it, right?
More non-substantive fucking garbage from you. Just a waste of oxygen.
The F words, the no lack of impulse control.
Saying the word fuck is not a crash out, you moron. The fake laughter when you're nervous is
It's not a fake laughter. I think you're funny.
No, it's very obvious that it's fake laughter. You're actively forcing the sound to leave your fucking lungs. It's so fucking obvious.
Think it how you will.
Baby, this is a little weird. Come on.
Anyway, Magyar Péter is a terrible person. So anyway, I live in a part of the town, a part of the city where it's ground zero for his supporters. Apparently, they had this huge party, 50,000 people, all night. And I was trying to go to sleep, and there were just people yelling, screaming, smashing wine bottles. I was going to work in the morning, and they were the whole city is just a mess. Bottles everywhere, people randomly running through the street.
Boring and stupid.
Yeah. So. I
about fucking people
having a party quiet before you didn't come up with a topic, so I'm trying to at least.
Yeah, well, come up with something that's listenable, for God's sake.
This is listenable. I was interested. What about
You're interested in Agamemnon whining about a party? I'm not.
Yes.
To be honest with you, so.
As a fellow European, I am.
Well, your IQ is about as room temperature as Agamemnon's.
All right.
Why am I not surprised?
You don't have proof of that.
It doesn't surprise me that Piper would support a wife beater.
You think I support the fucking backyard guy? He's a conservative. God, you're such a fucking idiot. Holy fuck.
You think he's a conservative?
You're like, honestly, like, you're like
Okay,
when
this
the
is
guy
also
when
not
the guy
interesting.
who fucking like voices Patrick the Star dies, like that character on SpongeBob, they should just get you because like your IQ and the IQ of the Star are about at the same level.
All right, can you go on mute now?
No.
Pretty please.
No.
Why? This is what women do to each other.
What's your obsession with me being trans? Like why? Like why?
You're
is
not
that
a trans. You're not. You're just trolling.
Oh, okay. Well, so what's your obsession with that?
I just don't believe you. You're trolling.
No. But like every time I talk, you get like this obsession with me being trans.
Not every time. You're
Literally every
me and
time. Your
Aga's
only
conversation.
response to me ever is to make some comment about me being trans.
Not true.
She's a horrible. Literally, it is true.
Anyway, Aga, what about the bottles?
You have like a weird fetish or something?
Yeah,
Is that
I'm
it?
going to continue talking about the interesting anecdote about the bottles. Yeah, there are plenty of bottles on the roads.
This is interesting.
Yes, it is.
That's
trying
like
to go to work.
extremely sad that you find this interesting.
That
It's like
I almost had a
unbelievably
flat tire.
fucking sad.
Act like a woman.
Imagine it. I almost drove over it, over a broken bottle.
Who cares?
Oh, I'm sorry for
You
that.
do? You're still
I care? No, I certainly don't
It's
care.
sad to see a
welcome to leave.
country that is so well civilized.
No, well, I enjoy filibustering your garbage more than I enjoy leaving.
Okay, though. Now you admit that's what you do. You just filibuster conversations.
No, I filibuster stupid fucking garbage from you. Like, that's not an admission that I, in general, filibuster conversations. That's another difference on your fucking part, you endless fucking monkey.
You either this is what you do. You either crash
This is
out.
this is what you do.
Filibuster conversations.
Yeah, it's not really
what you do.
Or you rage quit.
Fake laughter.
Rage quit.
Right on cue. Fake laughter. Forced chuckle. Right on
Yeah,
cue.
you rage quit. Like you rage quit against Gavin.
Dude, every time you talk to me, you find some point in the conversation to go, I don't even want to talk to you anymore. Like, do you even, like, have a brain stem? Like, well, what is this, dude? Like, the
From
dumbest
somebody
person
who
I
claims
ever
to have
met.
high
Like,
IQ.
like, honestly, I think, like, the intellect of John Lee and Matt Adams, like, individually trounces yours.
That's pretty bad.
Wrong right there.
Hey, Andrew.
Hey, Gray, how?
I'm well. Just like.
Oh no, I just listened to these horrible
Oh.
people. Not Piper, but these two horrible people. Just like
Yeah.
Well, you rather listen to Shane Moss?
no, he's also a horrible person.
Okay, because somebody's in love with him.
See, this is how I know you're a horrible person.
Yeah.
I don't even know why they allow you on stage. I mean, you're that off.
Andrew, guess you know these rooms are, like, cultivated so that horrible people get in, obviously.
Yeah, but the fun one, you know, ones you can have fun with, ones you can like. But this is not even fun. They're just straight up.
No, but it's like most like internet morons are not the kind you can have fun with. So like the ones that you can are like diamonds in the rough, you know. So it's just like whenever you open the room to like, you know, sub room temperature IQ fucking dipshit, there's always going to be a chance that like, or put it this way, the probability that you're going to get a thing that's like just boring and stupid, right, rather than something that's funny is like pretty high.
Okay, projection.
See, like that.
Yeah,
Mhm.
that brain dead. That's
Projection.
oh.
We were talking about the election of Hungary, which is Like
No, you weren't. You're talking about Agamemnon running over glass with his car.
Yes, but why? Yeah, maybe if you have listened.
You should ask yourself that.
Maybe if you have listened, you would understand why.
No, I listened to the entire conversation. Unfortunately, it's still
want to
not
be horrible with her somewhere else, Abby? Because you're
I was here before you, so.
I was here for.
Did Aga run away?
He had probably had things.
Janitorial things. I like whenever he said that. Like he couldn't just say janitor.
Did Piper run away?
Yes, anytime anybody leaves the room for any reason, it's running away.
Yeah, exactly.
Yes.
I planted over 50 cucumber plants today.
Holy cow!
Yeah.
You must fucking love cucumbers. What the heck?
Well, I want some to like grow in my kitchen. Is that weird? But like, I have like this huge window.
Wait, do you pickle? Do you pickle them sometimes?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah. That makes more sense.
Tomato sauce and stuff like that. So I've got basil going. I've got oregano going.
Oh, see,
I've got peppers, tomatoes.
Once you do that, you can't buy it from the store ever again.
No, I generally don't. Like even spaghetti sauces and all that stuff.
Homegrown stuff is just so free.
It is. And there's something really like cathartic and like therapeutic about plants.
It's weird. I grew up around that. I don't have this natural inclination or desire to do it, but my mom, gosh, she did it so much when I was growing up. Yeah, kind of mad that I don't have a desire to do that.
I think it's interesting, like, I think there's a push for it nowadays with the economy being what it is. And
oh, gosh, yeah.
Where people are wanting to have, like, backyard chickens and gardens and stuff. And I think that that's generally, like, a good thing, even though the economy is shit, you know?
I didn't realize.
We should be growing our own
until I lived around them in a house I lived in for about 6 months. I did not realize what actual egg machines those things are. They pop out so many goddamn eggs. I thought it was more like a once a week kind of thing, but they're like every.
Oh yeah, a good layer will lay about 2 eggs a day.
That's crazy.
Yeah, and then if they're like brooding or older, they'll kind of, you'll see them go down to like 1 a day to none.
That's nuts. No, I had a great time in that house. I was actually kind of doing that kind of stuff with the girl I was sharing the house with, a really, really good friend of mine, growing all sorts of stuff. We can't dig ditches when the chickens are around though, because God, they're just they're waiting for you to. Once you get a good trench in, they're just in there, just picking everywhere they can find out, and then they won't get out of the.
Yeah, they'll also like to dig themselves and like nest in there, and then they'll also like they can get out. Like if you dig trenches, like they'll go underneath fences.
Oh yeah.
If you're not careful. After a while.
Yeah, when people say that men and women that are friends that aren't related can't cohabitate, they're completely wrong. Without ended up being romantic,
Yeah, I think you're right about that. I think that if you can't really, I don't know how you could be friends with an ex, though. If it's an ex, like if you've had those sexual like things and you are in a relationship and trying to keep friends, I don't know, like.
Well, I don't think you can necessarily be like regular friends, like you know, seeing each other a lot. But I still think you can be friendly with each.
Yeah, but there's definite boundaries.
Yeah, it's difficult to go back to just casual after you. Oh, listen to look at the text chat. These psychopaths are freaking out because we're having a normal human conversation.
Ecclesiastes is like the definition of like a text bit.
I mean, just as like two humans having a normal conversation, they're just like.
I don't think I've ever really heard Ecclesiastes.
Yeah, because they're a text bitch. They whine in the chat. That's all they do.
Yeah, maybe you should try.
Maybe I should try whining in the chat?
Yeah, stay there.
Why would I try that?
Nobody wants to hear your
Come on,
manly
you gotta
voice.
formulate good comebacks. Okay?
Nobody wants to hear your manly voice.
Blurt out
That's
that
why.
nonsense, you know?
Hey, Piper, no you.
Well, yeah, that's most of what she says back.
She actually sounds like she's a little sad, a little hurt right now.
I'm not sad. I just can't believe like this girl Gray.
I mean, you have to be sad at some
nurses, and
level to like freak
Pat
more
sends her nudes.
Probably as much
Pat
as you
sent her nudes
You have no business
to
talking.
one
You
of
have
the
no
most
business talking
racist.
about that kind of shit.
I have business.
You have no
Yes.
business talking about
Do
that
not
kind of shit.
ever.
Especially
You
when
wanted
it's
to
a
silence
story.
me.
You're a fucking horrible person.
You want to silence me? You want to silence me? I silence you.
You have no business talking about that.
I have business.
You have no business
She
talking about that.
attacks me, and I attack her
You
back.
need to shut the
I
fuck
didn't
up.
attack
You're a
you.
No, I
horrible
don't.
person.
I
You're a
don't.
horrible fucking person.
I am horrible.
Yeah, so shut the fuck up.
And she should shut the fuck up too.
No. She has every right to talk.
Okay, then I have every right to
She's
talk.
not talking about anything about your life.
Are you being a
right?
misogynist?
She's not talking anything personal.
Are you being a misogynist?
No, I'm being a friend, a good friend to another person, and you're a piece of shit.
Why do these like weird fucking schizo
Why are you sending
why do
nudes
these
to a
weird-
racist
why do these
Holocaust
weird
denier?
schizo traditionalists?
Why are you sending nudes while
Like,
being
have this
married?
obsession
Why are you
trying to
sending nudes
forget,
while having children?
I never
social
said
issues? and
Why do you have saggy
manipulate
tits?
What
that they
business
fucking
is
throw.
that of yours, you piece of shit?
Just wondering why do you fake outrage about racism and Holocaust and all that,
Well,
and then
I never sent my nudes
send
to
a nudes?
I
And
never
send a nude. Yes, you did.
never sent.
Yes, you
no.
did. Everyone who's on Discord knows. That's why Andricus has to stick up for you.
No, I'm just sticking up for her because you're a shitty person.
No.
You're a terrible
You
person.
know exactly what I was
You're
talking
terrible.
about when I said shame us.
Well, you can keep me. I don't really care about your opinion.
It's not a lie. Everyone knows it on Discord.
Yeah, see, you're just horrible.
It did happen.
No.
Even if it did, who cares?
That's why they-
Even if it did, who
No,
cares?
then don't fake outrage about racism on Holocaust deniers.
What?
We need
Yeah.
feign outrage.
What the fuck?
Or anti-Semitism.
What's that? Like, what do you mean feign outrage?
Please. You have idea who Seamus
To that
was, and you
racist
sent nudes to him.
No, I never did.
Yes, you did. You're denying it right now. You did. Everyone knows it.
And you have no business.
No, don't say outrage about anti-Semitism and racism when you send
just like
you have no business talking about
I
that.
have business when you fake outrage and wants to cancel me. I will cancel you.
You are.
No, it's cute that she has a fake outrage about racism and anti-Semitism.
of her being a racist.
Yes, I'm gonna keep on going.
Yeah.
No, it's not. I own it.
That you're disagreeing
I'm not
with what
doing
I
fake
said.
outrage. I don't do fake outrage.
Because I'm a racist.
Yeah, I'm not gonna go cry around.
Look at Andrew leaving. Look at Andrew.
I don't care.
Yourself, right? And then you go, no,
Oh, because people have this to do outside of Clubhouse, Andrew.
Look at Andrew leaving in the middle.
That's literally what you just used before. And great, it's very cute. You're going around. Yeah, and you have 2 children you should take care of, and you're like an adult that you literally didn't take care of.
Spew garbage lies.
And
yes, you're gonna push lies about shit that you don't know because you have nothing else.
You fake outrage about racism and anti-Semitism, and then you sent nudes.
Against racism.
You sent nudes to men who are just that.
Imagine like trying to come for somebody because they called you a racist.
I don't care. Yes, I come. Mm-hmm. And I will come.
Imagine being
you are
I'm gonna report at
you are feeding and
so now I have
report me. I don't care. I'll make a new account.
Imagine being that like low level of a fucking like scum on the face of your.
It's very cute that you have fake outrage. It's not garbage lie. Everyone knows about it. That's why they have to stick up for you.
Just actually
they have to stick up for you.
Yeah, this is stupid, man. What you guys get me for Christmas?
Maybe the outrage.
Did you get me anything for Christmas?
Fake.
Maybe Gray will give you a nude.
Oh yeah. Dude, I need some tits.
Well, too bad it's saggy though.
Right now.
Oh,
I like saggy tits.
Maybe be a bit more racist and anti-Semitic. Maybe we'll send you some because she did send somebody else and fake out.
These are garbage lies.
What am I walking into here?
She's mad because I called her out once for being a bigoted racist, and now she's coming after me with garbage lies. She feels attacked. So because I called out her racism, and then now she's spreading garbage lies.
It's not a lie. Everyone on this that she's sending
This is literally called her. Yeah,
I don't care.
I know you don't
what are you
care.
gonna do?
So I know you're.
Then she should stop harassing me. She should stop harassing me. If you tell your friend,
I haven't.
I don't care. She did.
Harass me just by being here.
Oh my gosh! Like she can handle it. Why don't you let us just fight it out? And why do you have to butt in?
Because that's what Fred.
And Piper wants to come in too. Okay. Like Piper is a woman apparently.
Is this like, is this something you want to do, or is this like, do you guys really want to do this?
No, I'd rather Abby just shut up about it.
Dude, they're grown women. They can make up their mind. They're grown adults.
You should not be spreading garbage lies.
I'm not lying. Everyone on this group knows you did this.
No.
Yes. No, that's why your name is Sadness.
I gave myself that name.
No, it's not.
Yeah, no, I did. I gave myself. If you were there and you knew the story, then maybe you wouldn't have these garbage lies to spew out of your mouth. Because you have nothing else, right? Whenever I call you out on your racism, and you were actually being racist, and then you actually say, oh yeah, because I'm a racist person, and then you want to harass me with lies?
What's
that outrage? Yourself
you literally said the N-word in my room.
Why do you have outrage against me for being a self-admitted racist after I called you racist? Why would you?
You have said the N-word in my room. Stop being a fake outrage person.
I've never said the N-word in your room.
Yes, you did.
No, I didn't.
Yes, you did.
No.
Yes, you did.
Where's the recording?
I'm not gonna record people. Why I record people?
Yeah, you wouldn't want to record yourself because you're actually racist.
No, I will never record anyone on this in any room. Why would I do that? See, this only shows your character that you're recording people, and that is kind of low of you.
Why? It's an app.
Because why would I record people without consent?
Can I make a
You
concession here?
automatically assume
Abby,
and
Abby.
have expectation that whenever you get on the
Abby,
internet that
right.
you're possibly being recorded.
I like both of you being here. You both seem to contribute. You have good points to make. Can we try to hash this out?
Yeah, I can hash it out.
All right, thank you. I would definitely appreciate
If she
that.
stops spewing garbage lies and stops being a fucking racist, maybe we can get along. But
the replays are not on, Enricus. If the replays were on, I would have gladly provided her, but the replays weren't on.
But you're saying, how dare you record when so many rooms have?
Andrew gets.
Yeah, but that's a different story.
Let's leave it
That's
alone,
like
dude. Let's not keep it going, dude.
She talked to me. She. I said something.
I'm not gonna record.
I'm getting the concession here. They're both chilling out, dude. Like,
I'm done with this conversation anyway.
Yeah, let's be fucking like grown people. Like,
Right, but it
be beyond that.
we weren't talking about gray anymore. We were talking about a different.
Let's go beyond this. Like, we shouldn't be fighting, dude. We should be having fun with this. It should be fun. We shouldn't be having fun at someone else's expense.
That's half of what happens here.
Who we making fun of? Viper?
Oh, we're not making fun of anybody.
No, about Gray.
Oh. Okay.
Holy shit! Fucking Viper exited center stage left.
Piper pops in and out all the.
Right. Oh. All right. Well, does anybody want to get this party started, or are we good today? What do you guys want to do?
Yeah. So, Andricus, are you saying that the grounding of all being is the universe itself? That sustains itself? And it satiates all states of affair?
Possibly.
Well, what else could it possibly be?
I don't know.
Are you just saying God?
No, that doesn't entail saying God when you say I don't know.
Well, what if it has all the characteristics of being a God?
I mean, that's there again. All the characteristics of being a god. I mean, that's going to be a moving target. How many different sets of criteria do you think there are for what constitutes?
You could just say the sun itself is God.
Why would I say that?
No, I'm not saying anybody could. That could be their criteria. So I'm just.
It just seems like a misapplication. It just seems like a misapplication of them.
Well, why are you so fixed on it just being explained through the Christian God? I mean, are you only saying God could be explained through the Christian God?
I'm not saying that.
I hope you're not saying that.
There's all sorts, like I said, there's all sorts of different conceptions of God. I just don't think using that word to just mean something besides something that has power.
I remember Gray telling me once, and she was being really honest, and she's like, if I had a God, it would be the sun. The sun itself would be a God.
Yeah.
Wait, I never said that.
I believe.
God also seems to entail.
I never said that.
God also seems to entail like some kind of like worship structure or something like that too. So I don't think that's necessary to use that word. Just to say that something is like the reason that existence is, if you're not assigning it all this bunch of other characteristics, I just don't see the reason the point of.
Oh, so it needs a personality?
So it seems like when we say a God, it seems like we're talking about something that we're ascribing with that kind of property.
So if it's a distant God or a very like a Gray again. She's got all these great zingers. She said to me about pantheism.
I mean, if you want to reduce it down,
pantheism, but I've never said anything about the sun.
I mean, if you want to reduce the word God
fine.
down to just meaning the reason for existence, I mean, that could encapsulate a bunch of natural explanations too that don't necessarily entail a bunch of other properties typically associated with the word God. Just the reason for existence wouldn't, mean it's something that needs to be worshipped or something that, has intention or anything like that. So that's why it's weird, because there's this weird dividing point between a bunch of dividing points actually between what people mean when they say the word God. And so it just, I don't know, it just seems too generic of a term, and it seems to have too much baggage, right, from more sophisticated, complicated concepts than just like something that's the reason for existence. So I don't know. It just seems like a different word should be used, or that word shouldn't be applied.
Well, naturalism doesn't answer those questions either. So
I'm not
sure
saying
why you're
naturalism. I'm
expecting.
not saying naturalism is like an exhaustive explanation, right?
Oh, okay. So then you could be okay with the God not having a personality, or maybe a really boring personality.
I just don't care to use the word God because it's just got too much stigma attached to it.
No, but I'm saying when I use the word God, he has to have a sense. What does he have to have? He has to have a being. He has to be a person.
Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm asking you, because if I said God is just a mechanism,
typically that's what it has meant for so many different concepts. So it seems like when you start reducing it down and down and down and down and down to get rid of those, so you can just describe something that's the reason for existence at that point, it just doesn't really have any meaning, really any deep meaning anymore to it. I don't know, it just seems like a misapplication of a word that's been used in such a different way for so.
What do you mean for such a long time? We've only been around for like 50 years.
Yeah. My life is the encapsulation of the time period that humans have used the word God. Yeah. I mean, I even said before, dude, Megatron, that I'm a Barth. If it came down to it, that there was a being, right, that was powerful and smart, that created everything, but it didn't really have any of the other attributes. Like, it wasn't like holy and righteous and didn't have all these intentions and behavioral demands and a penal system, an eternal penal system and all that kind of stuff. It was just like a thing that made things. I might still have questions for it and say, why did you do it this way or whatever, but it just doesn't seems inconsequential. A naturalistic explanation versus that, just, I don't know. It just doesn't really have much weight.
Yeah, you wouldn't be interested in speaking to somebody that says the sun is their God.
It just seems, it just seems weird.
Like a God.
Uh-huh.
Like a God.
And what?
Gives life.
I think it gives energy and element for life, but I don't think it's the actual thing that cause.
Gives us light.
Yeah, of course.
Gives us guidance.
Gives us what?
Guidance.
Diamonds?
Guidance.
I'm sorry, I'm not understanding what you're saying.
Guidance, like it guides us.
Diamonds. Like
no,
diamonds. What the?
Not diamonds. No. It takes a long time to
Sun diamond.
Like we could see, we could, do things. We're not gonna do things at night when the animals are out.
Are you interested in people using the word God, no matter what they're describing about the origins of life, origins of the universe? Because you want to keep the conversation kind of pointed back towards this traditional use of the word God, so you can kind of say, maybe you actually do believe this. I mean, what's the interest in keeping the word God used when people actually mean something completely?
Well, because I talk to Jews and Muslims and stuff, and we have a different understanding with the God of Abraham.
Yeah,
even though we're keeping in that framework.
There's a lot of similarities between those.
Even though we're staying in that framework, if someone brings a different framework up, I'm sure we'd all have questions for the person. I would say, I'm not so sure about you.
What do you mean?
What kind of conversation an atheist would have when somebody says that the sun is their God?
I just asked you what you meant by that. So what do you mean I wouldn't have a question?
Would you? Would you have questions? Let's say I believe. Let's say I believe this.
Weird thing you do, Barth. This is a weird thing. I asked a question like, "Would you have questions?" And I asked a question.
Man, that you don't like to argue with someone who doesn't have a God, where the omni properties put in play, where we can give like morality questions and stuff like that.
So I mean, that's a version of God that's can be interesting to talk about. But I mean, there's plenty of other God models. I mean, the other what I'm saying is that it seems that as far as like human interaction, how humans act in the world, behave, socially, what they how they interact politically, seems to be more and more affected the more codified, deeply codified the God concept gets. So if somebody just has like a kind of a real deistic or something simpler than that, it just doesn't seem to have much bearing on the rest of life. Or except maybe they can translate that as like we're from the same source, so I should treat you the same.
The rules and norms that you appeal to as an atheist, I could just appeal them to the God that I believe in.
Well, you can appeal it to a number of different gods.
Well, yeah, my God could just be the sun, and the way you understand morality and the way things fall into place, I'll just say, yeah, God didn't really leave rules, and he just left it up to us, right?
Yeah, that's kind of a deism concept, yeah.
Well, not deism, because I'm not saying anything scientific just yet.
That's not scientific.
I'm just looking at what I observe.
It's a model of God. It's kind of a laissez-faire God, kind of a hands-off God.
Yeah, but they use like science and stuff, right? The deism, don't they use science?
Not that I'm aware of, not just to have.
Well, if they're going to say the universe is God,
I mean,
that's pantheism.
I don't think deists say that the universe is God.
Yeah, the universe is God.
I don't think that's deism. I don't think that's
deism.
And then you effed off, right?
No, that's not
it's
deism.
An external entity. Deism still points to some kind of an external entity.
That's like
all right. So he created the universe. All right. So he created the universe, and then he just effed off.
Or he's just sitting back, munching on chips, watching the whole thing, not really involved.
He's just not involved.
Yeah.
So whether if he died, or he's not coming back, or he's just watching.
Yeah, there wouldn't really be any distinction between those two.
Yeah. So how is that different from the model of atheism? How far is that?
I kind of made that point a little while ago. It's really not. So it just seems inconsequential if you have that kind of a belief. I don't really have a problem with people that have beliefs in those kind of gods. It still doesn't compel me to believe that kind of a God actually exists. But those kind of people it doesn't seem to affect how they interact with the world in the same way that a Christian or a Islamic God or anything like that, which you're getting more deep into like a whole like a complete worldview kind of thing with behavioral prescriptions and punishments for
Okay.
And that's why we spend more time talking about those particular gods, because those gods seem to have a lot more import onto how humans behave. And whenever people start saying the things, well, you don't ever talk about the other gods a lot. If you think so, it's like, well, there's very few. I mean, there's other religions in the United States. I mean, you got Baha'i, you've got all the subversion, weird versions. But the one that seems to most heavily influence the greatest part of our population is definitely some variation of Christianity. So I think that's why, and even in a lot of the modern Western world, that's the case. So I think that's why that's the one we end up talking about most. Islam is affecting us too, but I just find Islam so fucking boring. boring. Just it's on a level of ridiculousness that's so far beyond Christianity. I just don't even find it something worth talking.
I think it's because they say things like three gods, or and then like they never prove it, and then it just gets into some sort of we don't even know what they're talking about. And I understand sometimes it does get really ridiculous, because even for an atheist, they understand the Christian model. So it does get a little exhaustive.
Yeah. If I think that would change if somehow some version of Sharia somehow, for whatever crazy fluke, started establishing itself in some community on a broad scale and spread or whatever, then I think we'd definitely be talking about it a lot more. But right now it just doesn't have social impact to make us really consider it.
I think locally they have some kind of Sharia.
Yeah, like neighborhood, like neighborhood based stuff.
Like that, yeah. But as far as anything bigger than that, I'm not so sure. I think they need a caliphate or something like that. Who knows?
Yeah, well, the American systems that are in place just wouldn't allow that. I think I think America is still pretty tolerant as far as allowing cultures to have some kind of self-governing to a certain extent in that way, but they're not going to. They're not going to let an entire city or a state get.
Yeah, everything is research and development for assimilation. Assimilate. This is the model. Yeah. That's just they have to accept that if they move to the United States.
Yeah.
So I mean, them being were they up in Detroit?
Dearborn. That's one of the big places.
Yeah. Let them.
I mean, they've been there for quite a while now, and you heard there were some stories that circulated a few years back about there being some conflicts, but I don't really hear about that.
Some white boy going out there and
causing a ruckus at the street festival.
Yeah, which is unnecessary to do.
Right.
A little embarrassing.
Yeah,
I guess it goes both ways, right? They do it for the media. The hype.
Media runs. News media runs off of sensationalism and
bonsai.
So what was the way it was described once to me?
Drawing.
Humans naturally have an instinct to want to look at train wrecks, just how we're wired, so we can avoid those things. And the media is not unfamiliar with that. That's why you just see so much negative information in the.
Oh yeah, we love those.
Yep. And you have one little segment at the end, a little happy, the world is a nice place, and it's like one little story tucked in at the end of an hour-long broadcast about how the world is falling.
Do some pruning. Pretty soon, the candles. Oh, look, my candles already started.
I have a question.
Sure.
What would your all stop be on, like somebody like myself, that if I don't believe the Earth is sphere, think it's flat, and that I think that. Hold on. And then I think that thermonuclear weapons aren't a real thing because I've never seen them with my own eyes.
Well, I mean, you want to be careful with statements like that. I mean, you can count the fact.
Yeah,
that
but
I'm answering you.
Yeah.
You can hold the fact that you haven't seen something in your eyes as a reason among reasons to believe that it doesn't exist, but you can't say in virtue of that one, I think it doesn't exist, because that would just be bad reason.
That it would, wouldn't it? It would make me panic.
Yeah.
Okay.
It'd be an appeal.
That's Barthology's position, actually, not mine.
Oh, is it?
Thank you. I appreciate that. Thank you.
Does it? No, wait. What is the argument? What is the argument?
I can't fucking say that the Earth is fucking round because I've never fucking seen it. And I'm like, you can go get on the Blue Origin, and he's like, and I was like, what are you?
thermonuclear weapons don't exist, and he's like, oh, I've never fucking seen one. I seen an atom bomb, but
he's trolling.
No. He's doubled and tripled down on it.
That's what you don't know. Have you known Barth for a while?
Yeah, I've known Barth for like 5 years.
Yeah, he's a retard. He's a fully committed troll. He's
a complete utter idiot. Ask. Go ahead, ask him.
Oh, I've known Barth for a long time. I know the game.
Barth, do you believe that thermonuclear weapons are a real thing? Come on, Barth. You gotta go hide in the closet because your wife's gonna yell at you now?
I mean, he does have a lot of...
dude, it's funny when he goes in the closet or the bathroom and he's like whispering, he's like, fuck all you motherfuckers. I fucking hate you cocksuckers. Cocksuckers.
Yeah, nuclear words. I mean, I don't think we have them like all lined up ready to go. Like,
yeah, you didn't believe they were real.
Yeah, I don't believe many of them are actually built and ready to go.
No. You said any of them. You said you don't believe that they.
Yeah, I don't think there's many countries that actually have them.
No, that's not your position. Your position, I made sure to get clarification. You believe that they don't exist. Was that accurate, Bart?
Well, I hope nobody else does either. So we're just pointing nothing at each other.
Yeah.
Do I think that they actually exist? I know I'm like a bit agnostic about this. I don't think they actually exist. Because even if we had a bomb, right? And I've looked at this, and let's just say it hit Manhattan, and it was 10 times what we hit on Hiroshima. So all of Manhattan would be flattened, right? And anything on the outskirts would burn up. And it would probably knock out most of the surrounding areas for like 30 miles, 20 miles. But then...
And all that work you've
been
doing for the last
it.
10, 20 years.
That's it. It's not going to take out huge sections like you guys are thinking. Like, it's not as big as you guys think it is. Is it worth them spending that much to sit on the shelf?
The point is not.
I don't think it's worth it.
The point is not necessarily the blast radius. The point is what happens with nuclear fallout, how it affects everybody for a long time after that.
Wait. So how much do you think the radiation of that?
I'd have to look at. I don't know the
That's
number.
what I'm trying to ask you.
Like
That's what I mean. Like these people just make stuff up about these things.
Well, you can just look at what happened in Hiroshima and Nagasaki. If you look at, you could just exponentially round that up. If they did. If they predict a blast happens in the city and then they look at weather patterns, okay, this is going to be how the fallout. They can literally draw a path of radiation death from that initial blast point, and it's going to extend for a very long. It's going to extend for very long.
A lot of people do this stuff, like they watch Star Trek, like atheists.
Wait,
Star Trek and they think because Star Trek has stuff that's.
Bart, don't do that. You're going to trigger me. Don't make the second word track. Don't make the second word track.
It's track. It's track.
It's Trek.
No, it's Trek.
Oh my God.
He's found my weakness.
Oh my God, chicken's so good. All right, good. I gotta eat, guys.
Yeah, you do that, bud. Star Trek.
So, hi guys. I was in the room. I've been in the room for about 10-15 minutes or so. And I wanted to come up because somebody said Islam was boring or something like that.
Yeah, I did.
Born in what way?
Boring in that it doesn't really have any serious impact in my personal life or in much of my extended community or much of the country.
Truth.
Yeah, that true. That too. It just doesn't have any compelling things that it says that give me pause, that make me go like, that could possibly be true. I mean, it borderlines on. I mean, Christianity is not different in a lot of ways, but Islam seems to have a higher ratio of things that are just absolutely ridiculous within its narrative. So I just don't even.
Wait, you don't believe that the sun sets in a muddy spring of water?
No. I don't believe sperm comes out the middle of your back either.
Yeah, well, between the ribs and the back.
It doesn't actually say. There's no verse stating that sperm comes from the back.
It does. It says between the male gushes forth the fluid that creates the baby, and it says it comes between the rib and the backbone. And then it says for the woman, it's behind the breastplate.
No, it's referring to the human being that comes between the loins and the backbone. It's the canal. That's what it's referring to.
No, it says the fluid gushing.
No, it doesn't. It extrudes, or it comes forth.
Yeah, the man's
fluid.
Yeah, it says.
It doesn't say the man's fluid.
It does. Go read it again.
No, if you read the verses in context, which I've done, especially if you read it in Arabic.
So you don't. Okay, wait. Is this one of these you don't trust your scholars to transliterate it properly? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, I go for the Arabic, and the Arabic says.
Okay. So the scholars that put all the parentheses and have 40, 50 years worth of scholarly training and stuff like that. They don't know what they're talking about, but some guy in Clubhouse actually knows what it really says.
I just go by the Arabic. The verse itself doesn't.
Revert too.
Can I finish, please?
Yeah, you're a revert.
No, I'm not.
Crazy. Yeah, you are.
The verse okay, whatever. The verse itself does not mention the human being or the sperm.
It's a fluid. It's a man's fluid.
No, it doesn't. It doesn't.
You want to bring it up?
And the context shows that it's referring to the human being. If you read the preceding and subsequent verses, it's talking about the human being.
No, it's talking about the fluid gushing forward from between the ribs and the backbone. I've literally read it like 100 times. You read it like 3 times. What you're talking about because you're a reaver.
I'm not a reaver. I'm a born Muslim.
You want to open up Surah 86, 5 and 7?
All right, what's that verse, Rich? What'd you say it was?
Oh, yeah, Surah 86, ayah 6 and 7. He is created of a spouting water that comes out from between the loins and the chest bone. This is talking about the woman.
Okay, so let's just read the verses from the beginning, right? So verse 1. In the name of Allah, the gracious.
So you're saying this verse is fucking retarded?
Rich, you gotta let him talk.
No.
Oh, go ahead, Barth. Yeah.
Okay, yeah, thanks.
Flat Earth.
By the heaven and the morning star, and what should make you know what the morning star is? It is the star of piercing brightness. Then he goes on to say, there is no, but has a guardian over it. So now verse 5, let man consider of what he is created. He is created of gush fluid. He emerges from between the loins and the breastbones. Surely Allah has the power to bring him, that is the human being, back to life. It's not referring to the sperm coming back.
No, what's the gushing fluid?
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
The gushing,
okay.
No.
What's a gushing fluid? It's semen. No, like your best way to actually go. Listen. Your best way to argue this is to say that it's referring to the prostrate. I mean, if you said prostrate, that's even wrong. But that'd be like your best argument.
So he emerges forth from between the loins and the breastbone. Surely Allah has the power to bring him, the human being, back to life.
The other argument is that when
Can I finish the verses? Can I finish the verses? Are you afraid to listen to the verses? Surely Allah has the power to bring him, a human being, back to life. On the day when the secret shall be disclosed, and he shall have no strength and no helper. So the point is that the context, when it's using the pronoun he or it is referring to the masculine pronoun. And in yakhruju, which is the Arabic verse which starts off the sentence of the verse that you are disputing, that he goes back to the human being, not to the gushing fluid.
So would we determine the gushing fluid as semen or the saline produced in the prostrate? Maybe it's the testes that are up in the cavity. That maybe that's what it's talking about.
No, it's talking about the human being, the fetus.
No, it's talking about the gushing fluid decretes the human being.
Yeah,
the baby's not a gushing fluid. I mean, the semen is, or maybe the saline.
I'm gonna move on. I'm gonna put him in the audience for a little bit. We'll bring him back up. That's a really bad argument. They care less where they think the semen comes from.
So the context is talking about the human being in the previous and subsequent verses. And so, although I know there are some Muslims who say, yeah, we can also talk about the semen, and it's referring to the semen as well, that's a possibility that can be considered, given the fact that we're talking about the usage of pronouns. The issue is which pronoun, what the pronoun is referring back to. Now, conceivably, because it's a masculine pronoun, he or it can refer to the semen, but the context shows that it does not. That's the point I make.
It sounds like it's talking about water breaking when a baby is born, is what it sounds like. It's not.
No, because it's that he is created of gushing fluid.
Right. Well, I mean,
So
that's the amniotic fluid is what the baby is developing in the entire time, and that's gushing out right before birth.
No. But the seminal fluid makes it very strange.
But anyway, it's so inconsequential.
Okay. But the point I'm getting at is verse 7 does not say the seminal fluid or the gushing fluid emerges forth from between the loins and the breastbone. It's a pronoun that is used. It's actually a pronoun within the verb. In Arabic, you have that, and it's referring to, it can't be, it is it or he, it masculine or he. And I believe it's referring to the human being.
I mean, we know how human biology works. I mean, if they didn't say it, and this is the problem with scripture, even with Christian scripture, they just don't seem to be able to say things in a way, right, where you don't have to have. I mean, you have to have all these different interpretations of it. It's one of the things that bugs me most about whole quote unquote holy texts is all the possible interpretations, right? I mean, you got hadiths on the Islamic side. You've got major divisions in Christianity based on these interpretations on the Christian side. I mean, it just bothers me that supposedly these absolute truth holy texts couldn't be done in such a way that, you know, you're going to have that problem. I don't know.
Usually a bit of reading subsequent and preceding and subsequent verses helps to understand.
Well, yeah, I mean, everybody's going to use that in defense of their particular position of interpretation. I mean, that's somebody else that disagrees with you about what it says is going to say the same thing and how they reach their conclusion.
Yeah, but the gentleman who I didn't really want lowered, just listening, but that's not my call. But in any case, the point is that he was insisting, at least to start off with, that the verse itself is talking about the gushing fluid emerging from between the loins and the breastbones. Then he joined the two verses together, 6 and 7, to make the point. But he didn't look at this.
It's a very strange way to word that. That's a very odd way to describe human biology. And especially if you're going to point to it as something that indicates that special knowledge was had by these people that wrote this. And they write about human, biological generation, biology in that way. That's bizarre. I mean, it just seems like they really didn't have a strong idea about what. Which I think is like what we were talking about earlier. These books are, especially in the Islam, they like to point to the scientific accuracy of so much of what's written in there. And then when you delve into something like that and say, okay, that's really not that accurate and doesn't make a whole lot of sense. And it's like, okay, well, that's not really usable as proof that of divine.
And that's your opinion, that's fine. You're entitled to it, as I am to.
Yeah, sure. Yeah. And ultimately, that's all we're left with, which is a real, real big problem when you're asserting absolute truth of a holy text. Huge epistemic issue that really can't be circumvented. And causes, I think, the deepest problems for religion.
Yeah, I invited Rich back up, but I'd love to know how this thing with like he's saying that we have nuclear weapons. Like,
wait, why?
Is it like 2 or 3 keys? Is it like have to be 3 people that turn the key and then put the code, and you have to stick your you just have to stick your foot in, and you have to stick your foot out.
Your microphone sound
you have to stick and shake it up.
You sound like Galaxy Bender right now. He does sound like Galaxy Bender.
Oh man, that's a name I haven't heard in a while.
Oh,
Holy cow!
He's under Mikhail.
Wait, what? Mikhail's Galaxy.
Shut your fucking goofy ass mouth.
Galaxy Bender was way weirder in the beginning when I met him. So if that's Mikhail, he's chilled way out from this when I first met him.
Well, there's 2 of them. He's doxing him.
We're in the process of evolution. Are you guys creationists or evolutionists?
Yeah, I do. It's a mixed bag.
I'm a.
Oh, hey, Hendrikus, have you ever read? You got your phone or no?
Yeah, I'm on my phone.
Okay, open up Sunan Abi Dawud, 4717.
Hold on a second.
It's beautiful. This is one that, like, it really hits my heart. It's in the chat.
So I am both. I believe in creation through evolution.
Oh, we're going to talk about burying newborn babies.
Now, Rich, we're only doing one hadith. That's it. Just this is the only one. This is the last one.
What the hell
This
is that
it.
verse talking about?
Yeah, and it says, and for the woman who buries alive her newborn baby, the mother and the baby both go to Jahannam. They both go to hell.
this is not authentic.
Yeah, it is.
Which hadith?
Yeah, I'm grading it.
That Quran?
I'm grading it right now.
What's a grade? Grade Sahih.
No, the grade is not Sahih.
Al-Albani.
That's
Don't say it's Sahih. No, it's
Sahih.
No, it's not. It literally graded Sahih. Al-Albani.
How many hadiths are there? Like the really accepted, the widely accepted.
Hundreds of thousands.
Oh, there's thousands.
No, yeah, they're like, dude, there's one that says you can have sex with a donkey and still be clean to make.
I said only one. I said only one hadith. That's
I'm not
it.
reading
That's
it verbatim.
All right, but that's it. That's it.
So
It's
are
just about the one that you
divisions
brought up.
within Islam based on hadiths like there are in Christianity based on interpretation? Are there like multiple subdivisions within it?
Yeah.
Besides Sunni and
So the chain, the Sahih label is by narrator, so the chain has to be solid. The content of the hadith still has to be examined in light.
You're thinking of matchup.
And if it doesn't match up with the Quran, you throw out that Sahih. Oh, Enriquez, if it doesn't match up, with the Quran, you got the.
Albino had something to say. Hold on a second.
Like well, they're gonna do like legal interpretations. Like those are called medheads, I think.
And how many of those are?
I think there's 5 main ones. There might be a few more.
5 different schools.
So they suffer from the same issue that Christianity.
Anybody who's read anything has that same issue.
Yeah, but we're talking about something a little different when we're talking about this.
This is what I mean, Andrew. If I let Rich go off, he'll just be rattling these things off like one after the other, after the other, after the other.
I've heard that one before.
Yeah, he's just going to keep doing that. So there's no need for that.
Stuff.
There's no need for all that because he doesn't believe in any of this stuff.
If it's one of the really highly accepted hadiths.
He's reading it out of context, man.
What?
He's reading these things out of context. He doesn't know what he's talking about.
So there'd be a reason the baby would go to hell because of the mother bear?
I have no idea what that story pertains to. Like, he's just randomly reading the story.
Anyway.
Yeah.
But Albino, I think holy texts are in a little bit of a different category versus whether you're disagreeing about interpretations of a fictional, a known work of fiction or something, right? That's going to be, the import's a little different. So if you're dealing with holy text where people are ascribing absolute truth to them, right? That's gonna. You would think that all the division of interpretation is a much greater problem for that kind of a text than it is for a scientific paper or something.
I don't think so, but I see why you think that.
Oh, Hendrik, this is not a hadith, so Mark can't say anything. It's actually from a different book.
Huh.
It's Al-Tabari, and Al-Tabari says, and Allah forces the angels to penetrate the donkeys at night so they become weak and submissive so they can ride them into battle in the morning.
I mean, I'm sure you can get pretty freaking obscure.
You see what I'm saying? Like, so, Andrew, just listen. If there's a Muslim up here attacking Christianity, right, then it's legitimate to say, like, the stuff that he's saying, right, as a response. But there's no need for it. There's none of that going on. Like, there doesn't need for that to have that much aggression. You get what I'm trying to say, Andrew?
I guess.
It's better conversations to be had.
I would think if you're going to bring up something that a book about the Quran, about Islam says, you would need to pick, like, one of the highly accepted ones than getting really obscure and finding a quote about what it's... And it seems like that was a... I have limited knowledge of the distribution of...
I'm not trusting what that guy says. First of all,
he gave me a link. He has a link. He put a link up for it.
Oh, okay. All right. And where does this? How does this story start? Because we're just getting it at the climax. What's up with this? Like these YouTube shorts that we're getting of this.
I don't have a hard time believing that Islam contains the same kind of crazy, especially in the Old Testament of Christianity. I don't have a hard time believing that it has crazy statements like that. I don't have a hard time believing it at all. It doesn't seem outlandish to me. The Bible's got plenty of those too. So, but what's weird? The only issue I might have had is I don't know how accepted what he quoted is as some kind of authoritative thing within Islam.
Well, I can tell you, it's not certainly in my school of thought. It's not. These kind of wacky hadiths are not accepted. If they're consistent with the Quran, then one would accept them. Even if it is labeled Sahih according to the chain, the content still has to be examined in light of the Quran. Even if it is in Bukhari, not in a pure book, even if it is in Bukhari, if it is not consistent with the Quran, we don't accept it.
Right. But even the ones that are accepted, we're still going to find some pretty wacky stuff in there. Just like.
Well, the Bible is the Christian scripture, and the Quran is the Muslim scripture. Other books are secondary, or in fact tertiary to the Quran.
Consider Christians and Jews people of the book, and they observe the Old and New Testament to some degree or another?
Say it again. I missed the first part of what you said.
I said, don't Muslims view or consider and call Christians and Jews people of the book, and they observe the Old and the New Testament to some degree or another?
There is some kind of cross-pollination. I mean, they think that the Bible is part of God's revelation to an extent. I don't know if they all agree on that.
They observe all the prophets of the Old and the New Testament.
Right. So yeah, I don't think there's as deep. I don't think all Muslims accept there's as deep a divide between Islam sacred texts and Christian sacred.
Because I would consider the extension of the Old and New Testament, and it kind of has modifications to the New Testament.
Now, Christians aren't going to accept that for sure.
Yeah, we talked about that, Jeff. I'm
talking about from a Muslim perspective.
From a Muslim perspective, they're taking out a huge portion.
They're going to deny the divinity of Christ, all that kind of stuff.
And the Old Testament. They're just taking it right out. So.
Right. That's why I said they have provisions for the new.
No. The Old and the New. Huge portions. Right. They have different narratives in the Old Testament. They don't have the same stories. Noah's Ark is not the same. Abraham and Isaac is not the same. It's Abraham and Ishmael. They have a whole different. They're completely modified. So, Sodom and Gomorrah, not the same. Any story that they have that's similar, it's exactly that. It's similar, but it's completely different. Characters, the way it takes place, all kinds of stuff. And clearly it's not Yahweh.
I think they try to. I think they do. I do hear Muslims paying a lot of lip service though to Christian scriptures because I think
they have to.
Yeah, well, and I think they want to foment some kind of bridge between the two because they are based on this initial idea of a similar God that branched off at one point between Judaism and Islam.
Yeah, that's fine, right? You can say the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob,
right, or
something like that, right? But that's not gonna. That doesn't. You understand, Jeff, that's completely different because Jesus is the one that brought the children of Israel out of Egypt. Jesus is the one that is in the Old Testament, so that they're not going to go for that.
So you believe Jesus revealed the Old Testament? Everything in it?
The New Testament says Jesus is the one that released the children of Israel out of Egypt. Jesus is the one that struck people dead in the Old Testament.
Wait, who did Jesus strike dead in the Old Testament? Wait. Oh, my bad. The Old Testament. I'm sorry. I was like, I don't think he did that in the New Testament when he was on. I don't think he's.
No, not. But a lot of people just have a misconception of who Jesus is, because in the New Testament, it's quite clear that Jesus was present in the Old Testament.
I mean, if you're a Trinitarian, you would have to.
Well, even if you just believe the Bible.
Which verse?
What's that? Islam?
Which verse says that Jesus?
Oh,
here we go.
Yeah. No, it's good. It's good for people to know this. So, hold on here.
Well, you guys are just going to go off on illustrating the point I was making earlier, which I'm very.
Well, no, this isn't going to be going off on. I mean, first of all, this isn't a Christian versus a Christian. This is going to be.
No, I mean, it's
your point.
It's still going to be interpretation and opinion.
No, because he's not going to take no, it's not going. No, I'll tell you why. It's not going to be an interpretation. He's just going to reject this. So
because he doesn't agree with the.
No, he's going to say that this is corruption. This isn't from God. This isn't even going to be allegedly a holy text on his perspective. There's a difference between two people who acknowledge the same text as holy versus somebody who thinks it's not holy at all.
Also, there's a difference between people that are interpreting a text. There's a difference.
Well, that's a separate point.
That's the point I was making.
I know, but that's not what's getting ready to be illustrated.
All right,
what's getting ready to be.
All right.
Well,
you come from the standpoint of you have the truth.
No, Andrew, listen to what I'm saying, okay? You're saying that if it comes from God, the disagreement on that text is some kind of red flag from God.
Yeah.
And I'm saying, I hear you on that. I understand your concern. I think problems, but we could talk about that. But I'm saying this isn't an instance of that, because what I'm getting ready to show him is that the New Testament says that Jesus was in the Old Testament doing stuff and killing people, right? But he doesn't accept not the interpretation, he doesn't accept the actual text. So that's the difference between what you said and what is about to happen. Hopefully you can see a distinction.
I honestly, if you really wanted to get into it, we could show how there really isn't a distinction.
No. We shouldn't have to spend much time on this. How is it not a distinction?
Because,
the point is,
because anytime you read a text, what are you doing?
Yeah, you interpret everything.
That's right.
Not even just reading.
That's right.
Not even just reading. You interpret everything that comes to your eyes.
Right.
Everything. Okay, and.
So he's interpreting it as not.
Yeah, but that's not. But no,
not being.
Hey, I'm gonna start interrupting like Andrew.
No.
Hey, what's up?
I'm gonna.
Hey, what's up, guys?
I'm gonna move you down in a second.
No.
I'm moving you down. All right.
Oh, you just shot your shot too soon, man.
Yeah, just be quiet, honey. So the point is that it is not a matter of interpretation. Here's why, Andricus. He can agree with the interpretation.
The way you said that. Be quiet, honey.
Yeah. he can agree with the interpretation. That's not the issue. He's going to say it's corrupted. It is not the text of God. Do you understand that, Andricus? Do you see how that's different?
Mm-hmm. Because of how he reads it, and he doesn't see how it matches up with the
correct.
Yeah.
Which is two different things.
Oh.
Because what you were saying is people reading the same text come to different interpretations. I'm sure Islamo is going to understand what I'm about to read, that it says what I'm saying that it says.
I just have a couple levels out of bird's eye view than you do on this, and it's okay.
Well, no, it's not a matter.
Go ahead and continue your discussion.
Well, no, I
don't want to wear this out.
No, it's not a matter of wearing it out. I don't think there's anything that's going to make sense. You can say these are the same. So I want you to explain it to me.
They're both holy texts. They're both being interpreted by the readers.
They're both. Well, no, because we're reading one text, and he disagrees on it being a holy text.
Yeah.
He's only going to accept it. Okay, and
you can also disagree. You can also disagree with what is.
Yeah, he
part
could.
Part of it that he. I don't think they disagree. I don't think they would say that the entire text is not inspired.
That's not what we were saying. So what you were saying that when two people read
Andrew, seriously, Andrew, I don't want to get this deep into this because this turns into a pedantic thing about. And this is seriously fueled by thinking that one text is actually more pertinent than the other because it is the truth. And that's some motivation for this discussion. I think it'd be more interesting right now if you went with Islam.
Wait. So when I was about to read text, you're all, here we go. Those are two very different things, and I don't know why you're not acknowledging that. You're just kind of papering over.
I don't know why you're so upset that I would have a
because you're not tracking
about it. Yes, I am, but it's okay.
Okay, so your point. Okay, you can do it one more time. Hopefully, you'll have a response rather than just saying let's move on or it's pedantic or any of that. Okay, you said two people reading the same text come to different interpretations, and if it is a holy text, that's problematic. I understand that point. Let's put that on one plate. Okay, let's keep it right there. The point that's about to be made.
No. Okay, I see the misunderstanding. If it is purported to be a holy text, I'm not saying that it is.
No, Andicus. Both people think that one text is holy, okay? They read it, come to different interpretations.
And you're saying the fact that they come to different interpretations and it is purported to be holy is a problem. That's what you're saying.
That is a issue, yeah.
Yeah, that was the issue that you said. Now, I am willing to acknowledge that. Let's put that on one plate, okay? What's about to happen is I'm going to read a text that Islamo mostly will not disagree with my interpretation. What he will say is that it is not in... That's what's about to happen, referring to a difference in interpretation on the same text that we both purport to be holy. That's not what's about to happen. Do you understand what I just said?
Oh, you're mad.
I'm not mad. I'm not mad. I'm just, you're either being purposely ignorant on this or you're just trying to like paper over. I don't know what you're doing.
The point was actually, if we drilled down, Andrew, we could still show how we could still show that interpreting these texts is still happening, even if one doesn't accept it as true. And it's going to still be problematic for the text. It doesn't. But Andrew, seriously,
that's not the point.
Okay, I know, God, you get so.
No, because I expect you to be saying something that you're willing to stick to if you're going to double down on it, such that you can actually make sense of what you said. And since I'm telling you that's not what's happening, and I'm giving you the clear reason as to why.
Okay, Andrew, you want me to say it? Even if the person doesn't believe the text is true, right? The text being purported as a holy text, and the person is interpreting it right in such a way that disagrees with another person. That is still problematic for the text being.
He's not going to interpret it differently. That's what I just told you.
Yes, he is. He's interpreting it as it not being from God.
No, he's not.
I don't know how you're missing this.
I'm not missing any point. I'll stay on this till the cows come home. You're wrong. Okay? The point is that if I read it, he will agree with the interpretation. That's not the point.
Wait. What aspect of the scripture? Because if the interpretation is just about a story that it's pointing to, he's still going to disagree via interpretation that it's from God.
No, this is insane. Andricus, look, I don't think Islamo is so... I've talked to Islamo before. I actually have some respect for Islamo. I don't think he is so motivated and so dishonest to the point where when it says Jesus died on the cross and rose from the dead, that he's going to say that doesn't mean Jesus died on the cross and rose from the dead. That would be pretty stupid. And it's not a matter of interpretation. You understand that?
Yeah, well, everything's interpretation when it comes to text.
Oh my gosh, brother.
Could I just ask something real quick, Andrew?
Andricus, you're being like, come
on. Even though you agree with me on the point that interpretation.
No, I don't agree with you on that. I don't agree with that. I don't agree with
Andrew. You're being.
I said
this is how I asked you because
no, it's not you're saying something.
I'm trying to respond.
This is okay. I'm gonna move you down, Gray. You do the weird stuff.
Can I ask a question?
What's that?
Why is the expectation that it would be perfectly clear text? I don't think that's.
I agree. Well, I agree with you, Caleb, that the interpretation. Well, you and I will both find some agreement on that there won't be an issue saying just even if you were to assume that it was divine, directly given by God, people interpreting it different doesn't bear down on the fact that it doesn't take away from the fact. Well,
that's what I'm saying. I'm trying to understand where the question comes from, right? Why is the expectation that you couldn't have different interpretations if it's from God? It's an infinite being. Why wouldn't the meanings of the text that come from an infinite being also be multiple?
I agree.
If we drill down on what you think about the text and what a Christian like Andrew thinks about the text, I don't think
we don't. Of course, we don't. We're not. What? Okay.
No, even the absolute truth of it, you guys are not gonna.
What are you talking about?
I can play the traditional role of Orthodox Jew and tell you what that is.
Right.
But you're right. Judaism tolerates, even through the divinity of the text, it tolerates different interpretations.
And I agree with that too, Caleb. Actually, that's a very fair point. It's the case that, Andricus, that God may have a different thing to express to somebody through his text. And so obviously, It doesn't have to. There needs to be some conceptual skeletal framework that does have overlap in the minds of all the people who read it. There is some truth to that, but it isn't the case that any particular text or anything that somebody learns at another time needs to be identical to somebody else's interpretation of it at that time. God could use that for purposes for that person at that time. So that's not a problem. And
if you don't think there's consequence for misinterpretation, then we're probably missing. We're probably talking past each other. If you are a person that thinks there is consequence for misinterpretation, you have no justification.
But Andrew, which side of this debate are you on? Are you on the you can't have multiple and it still be divine? Like, do you think that
Andrew, is Andrew your teacher and a learned elder who can teach you what words mean? Isn't this fascism? Pass it around the mob.
There's consequence for having an incorrect interpretation.
Well, you said there is. You just said there is.
What are you saying?
You just said but you need to talk about but you got to talk about the different genres of the text. I mean, a wrong interpretation of law, a wrong interpretation of narrative detail, a wrong interpretation of poetic detail. I mean, you got to be specific here about what interpreted means.
Yeah, what kind of import is it going to have?
I cannot say it any simpler. If people are going to say to you, you are going to face a severe consequence if you don't have the correct interpretation of this text, right?
Who says that?
Hey, that's
who said that? Oh my God!
All right, bro. So look, Caleb just gave a very valid point, right? That needs to be also talked about. If I misinterpret the Song of Solomon about some kind of fantasy or some kind of sexual, experience or romantic interaction between.
Hold on, listen. No. And because now what you're doing is you make a statement. You just make a broad statement. Then I show you a counter example. You go, well, you don't need to show counter examples. No, I'm not showing counter examples. My point is there's plenty. No, that's not pedantic, bro. That's not pedantic. You're literally getting down to words.
Let me ask you this, Andrew.
Well, do you
think there's severe consequence for misinterpreting?
Yes, at times there can be.
Yeah, so fuck off with all this. What it's been doing.
That's not an F-off thing, Andrew Kiss. That's not an F-off thing because the point is, it's not scripture simplicator, okay? It is to be
literally just agree.
No, it is not scripture simplicator. It is going to be certain concepts within scripture are going to be crucial. And I would be arguing those will be clear and people will be able to understand those.
The ones that are relevant and matter, people will have agreement on those.
Oh, well, that's obviously not true either, right? It all relies on interpretive reading tradition. That's what meaning of the text means. But that's the
because you and I are going to have a departure on hermeneutics and obviously what's involved in interpretation from your perspective versus mine.
All I'm saying is that any act of reading, regardless of what kind of reading it is,
involves interpretation.
It is an interpretive act by the very nature, definitionally.
Oh, I agree.
Definitionally.
And I'll be honest with that too.
I love all these Christian text terms.
Not only that, I took it up further. Interpretation is going to even be, you dial it back and you interpret all sense data that comes into your mind. Anything you see and hear, you're interpreting.
Yes, yes, that's right. There is no access. There is no epistemic access to the mind of the author.
The mind of the author. So people that say things, I don't agree with that only insofar as people that say, and if you want to say it's not like direct access, I mean, insofar as.
No direct access.
Well, I mean, insofar as we're talking about God and he's not giving us direct access to his mind, then that's fine.
Andrew is a clown. He comes here to get high in Jesus debates to get his dopamine. But he spent his life in well-being. He accomplishes nothing running his
people
mouth.
say things like, well, you don't know my mind. You can't read my mind. Well,
people reveal their mind by their actions and the things that they say and the things that they express, right? So,
and the first thing that we do, is throw it around our minds.
Yeah.
What did we think? What did we think we hear? What do we think that means? Is it totally on my side, activity.
I agree. But I don't think that. But my point is, I don't think that reduces us to pure subjectivity. So
I'm not saying it reduces. No, I'm not saying that either. It's just that none of these issues entail that the text is not divine.
He knows
I agree.
nothing.
I agree with that 100%. I think you and I can find agreement on that. So, Andrew Kiss, you just to be clear, we just now have been talking about differences of interpretation on it potentially that we both find to be divine. What's about to happen with Islamo is that, and I just wish you would just instead of saying, well, there's 3 layers and 40
Well, you
tests
haven't
going
struck
on, and I'm
deep.
in 10,000
Andrew
eagle
is
eye
shallow.
view, and there's something else going
He
on
doesn't
that
deal with him.
makes sense of what I
He
said.
knows
No,
nothing.
this is just not what you said.
The no thing.
This isn't going to be a matter of different
He's
interpretation
a
on
low
the
IQ
same text.
literalist.
Islam
There
is
is
going
no
to reject it. He's
mysticism
going to
in
say
him.
this is not divinely inspired. It's been corrupted. It's not from God.
Okay, that's going to be his view. It has
Yeah,
to be.
I wish you guys would continue because I think we've already reached.
Okay, well, you're just saying, is that your way of not? That's your way of just not accepting what I'm
No,
saying?
because you already agreed with me, so you can move on.
I don't agree with you.
Okay, fine. You did.
If I agree with you, you mean I agree your point is actually what's about to happen? No, because that's what you said. And it's
Well,
not
I struck a nerve deeper than that, which is why you went kind of.
That's a separate point, and I agreed, and we just talked about it. That's a separate point that I agree that is a point to make and talk about. Not that I agree with the conclusion, but it is something that I can agree is worth talking about, which is what Caleb and I were just talking about with you. But that's a separate point than saying, hey, I'm getting ready to read
Islamo been waiting very patiently.
No, Islamo's listening too, and I think
No, Islamo is actually sent the text. He's ready to. He wishes he could continue.
Wait, Islamo said what?
He was waiting to continue. He really wanted
Did he say? Did he at any point express some sort of let's keep going and read the text, like he wasn't enjoying the conversation?
You're not reading the text. I am. He wants to.
And because you're killing me,
No,
bro.
dude. Dude, you want me to go back? I've read them in passing, but if you want me to go back and literally read every text where he said he wanted to continue with you, I mean, if you're going to say I'm being dishonest,
You're telling me, and you're telling me,
he has said 2 or 3 things in chat that he would like to continue, and I was trying.
Is that in? Oh, I'm just going to ask you, Islamo. Did you express anything in chat? Because the way Andrew Kiss is making is like.
On with it because it's
No, I'm not saying it paid.
Okay.
Dude, you are
Come on, bro. Don't
bad
do that.
faith
I don't care.
sometimes.
Yes, Islam.
I said he was really like toying with you. I didn't say he was mad.
Okay, and I didn't say
I just
now you straw man what I said about what you said.
Everybody heard me say that.
I didn't say that. You straw man what I said. Hold on, Andrew, I didn't say he was mad. I didn't say you said he was mad. I'm saying that.
Now you're
my point is,
Andrew,
brother, it's gonna be like a vice grip. It's not gonna happen. Okay.
See, this is
Andrew's just
This is
a little pool of water that way. Not much there.
You can say it's a problem. Huge.
And I think that's why people like coming in here, because once you get locked in on something that's so obviously been laid out, and we agree or disagree or whatever, the fact that you can't let go is amazing.
No, you're just
so
saying.
I'm releasing you to talk to.
Yeah, it's not a matter of releasing me. So you claiming that people don't want to come in here for this reason, that's a very stupid point, because that just means that you're not like.
Oh my God! You misheard what I said.
I'll move you down, Greg.
I said just why people come in here to
Let me
listen
explain
to you.
why that's stupid.
I don't know why.
Because it has nothing to do with it has nothing to do with anything other than just the fact that you said some things.
Oh my gosh, dude.
And I'm trying to address. I'm trying to address those. I'm trying to address
This is
those.
honest. It's like a comedy show. Stupid clowns.
Acquiescing to the fact that you said some stuff that was not correct, and I'm trying to point that out. You're trying to throw a bunch of smoke on it, and then just say, "Let's move forward." That's what you're trying to do. And I don't like that.
I did not throw any smoke on
You did. You said the thing about Islamo's waiting to
disagree. I am freeing you to talk to Islam.
For freeing me. I don't. Thank you for freeing me.
I don't want to get you too mad because you're getting.
I'm not mad, bro. Come on. I'm telling you that you're saying stuff that's wrong. And I'm trying to, dude.
I'm just trying to get you to carefully think about what I just said, what you just said, and let's come to some agreement there. But instead of you doing that, when you know that I'm saying something that's valid, you're trying to throw smoke out. You're trying to say Islamo is waiting. He's ready.
Yeah.
Who cares?
Yeah.
He hasn't showed any displeasure. I mean, not who cares about the fact that he wants to do that. I don't think Islamo.
What?
I don't. Listen,
And this
bro.
is the other thing.
We're trying to. Andrew,
When you get ramped up like this, you make up.
I'm not speaking.
What's going on?
What was the
in your
statement
mind.
that you made about it?
Nobody thinks is going on.
Andrew,
Everybody
calm down, Andrew.
knows that Islam is
Moved you
expressed
down,
talk.
moved. If you want to say something, Gray, I'll move you down next. Okay, so Andricus, listen. I just repeated your statement about Islam.
And he's been
You either said, no,
That's
we're
what I said.
no,
That's exactly what I said.
You either said he's waiting.
Yes.
To read. You either said he's to read the text or he's ready to. You
What
saw.
the fuck?
You
Why
said
would you
that.
even think
you
that would
said
be
that.
an important distinction? He's
Listen,
ready to talk to you.
Yeah, great.
Andrew, I want you to be able to repeat back what
Yeah, I don't care. It doesn't matter.
Islamo has been waiting to talk to you,
and I
he
heard
wants
you.
to talk
What's
to you.
the relevance
What
of you
is
saying-
the issue with
What is the relevance of... Hey, Andricus, come on, bro.
No,
What-
you dude.
No,
You
because you're
keep
not being...
repeating back things that I did not say.
Brother, listen. We're going to be here for 4 hours because I will not leave this point. I'm telling you, I will not leave this point until you tell me that you understand that what you're saying here doesn't make sense unless you can explain it in a way that will, which I don't think you can. You said that he is ready to read the text, okay? Why are
I repeated what I said, and you just said something different again.
Andricus, ready?
I don't know what's.
Andricus, do you want to say ready or willing? I don't care which one you want.
I said, can you, Andrew? I swear, I'll say.
I'm not gonna do this, bro. I'm not gonna do this. Just say what it is. Just say what it is. Just say what it is.
Don't. I'll say it one more time. He's ready to talk to you, and he wants to talk to you about what you guys were going to talk about.
He's ready.
I
want to.
repeated
ready.
that
Want to. How's that different? How is that different
now.
How
and
is
you
that
keep
different?
saying he's ready to read the text, which I didn't say.
How is
I said
that
he
different?
wants to talk to you.
How is that
ready
different?
to talk to you.
How is that different? How is that different?
He's ready to talk to you?
Yeah, how's that different than me getting ready to read a text, which is what he's ready for? How is that different? How is that different? How is that different?
You are just
okay, and why?
Completely rabid right now.
It's
hilarious. I want to give the full.
I bet you do. 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 And I don't too. So that's. So now I'm asking you. So now I'm asking you.
Now you don't want to talk to Islam?
Now I'm asking. I don't care. No, bro, it's not gonna work. Now I'm asking you. Why the fish did you tell me any of that about him? Why are you telling me that?
Because he wants to talk to you, and
Got it. I knew that 20 minutes ago. Thanks. Got it.
And I'm going to let it go. I'm going to let it go back to I am ceding my time back
kind of you, Andricus. That's so benevolent of you to cede your time. So
Thank you. I agree.
You're such a benevolent. Oh, that's so benevolent, brother. Well, guess what? Me as a moderator, ding, ding, ding. I'm giving you some more time, Andricus. You just got more time.
You giving me more time doesn't mean I have to take it.
Oh, you don't have to take it, but I mean,
right. So you can sit there and just talk.
But it's so
precious. I won't respond
anymore
because I'm
hold on.
Just ask for the man.
Andricus, it's so precious just because you're ceding the time over. You know, I want to add some more. I want to give you some more of that precious time so you can speak too. Andricus, can you tell me why you told me that he's ready? Can you tell me that? Why did you tell me? I'll tell you why.
I take my time.
I'll tell you why. You didn't want to have the conversation we were having because I'm telling you what you said didn't make sense. What you said is that people have different interpretations of holy text, and that's a problem. Hey, don't give me X's.
I cede my time.
That hurts my karma. You saying that there's disagreement between holy texts, that's somehow a problem for a divine authorship, right? And I'm saying I hear that point, and we can discuss it, which we already did briefly with Caleb, right? Some agreement between Caleb and myself. And I think you understood that. But that's different than saying, I'm getting ready to read a text that to Islamo is the equivalent of Harry Potter. Now, he's not going to be rude and say that, but of course it's not going to be real. Accept it. He's not going to accept it. Not the interpretation of the text. He's not going to accept the text wholesale. Understand? Okay. So don't say things like that. That's what's happening when it's not. That's not what's about to happen.
I cede my.
Thank you. You've said that like 4 times. Can you say it one more time?
Thank you. Okay. All right. because you did that.
Let's pick this because there is a deeper point I want to make about that. But I think he's been very patient.
Well, it's not a matter of that, brother. Don't. Andricus, I won't allow you to leave that as though I didn't clearly show there's a difference between what you said and then what you claimed was about to happen, right? Trying to make those identical.
In the way you framed it, it could be interpreted that way. Sure.
That is like that's a masterful smoke bomb going on there.
Thank you. It's not. Yeah. There's a deeper point there, but I would rather have you go after. I would not go after. I'd rather have.
Yeah, you have a deeper point there that's somehow not going to ever come to fruition.
Oh no, it's always
yeah. How about this? I want to hear what the deeper point is. I'm going to give you even time to construct it. Okay, so you can create this thing that's going to make sense of. Remember the distinction that I laid out. Two people reading the same text that they don't agree is holy, okay? Versus two people reading the same text, having different interpretations on one. They
holy do powerless against interpretation.
No. So just remember, I want you to sit here and think about this, and you have all the time to construct it.
Holy text has no power against interpretation.
That's just a further claim. What?
Yeah.
Now you're saying something.
Well, I'm making a bit of a dig. What I'm saying is. Yeah, this text that is the word of God. Is powerless against human.
Okay, that's the same point.
Whether it's agreed upon or.
Oh, now you're saying it's. But now the point you're making is if they have the same interpretation, it's just a powerless.
No,
text.
what I'm saying is that if a person doesn't believe, right, the text is not from God.
If they.
Right, that text does not have the power a person's reading.
No one's putting that forward. Who are you? What straw man are you attacking? No one thinks that no one thinks that.
Wait. Do you think there's a limit to the power?
Yes, because it has to do with the.
Because what does that even mean? What does that even mean? Power to the word of God. What does that even mean?
Well, that's a great question because this is something, right? Fronted by most of Christianity, most religions. Judaism is different in that way, but like the Christianity, Islam, they will put forward the absolute power of the word of God.
What does that mean? What does that mean? Power.
Yeah, and he said absolute, and he's trying to.
The power to communicate the truth of God.
So let me ask you this: so why did the early church fathers and the early councils disagree about the meaning of God's word?
Exactly.
No, that's against you, Andricus.
That's against you. Why did they disagree?
How could the word of God be disagreed?
They weren't purporting.
Because that's the nature of reading.
We're talking about communication directly from God, correct?
Not directly to my head. It's communication from God in human form.
That's right.
And because it's in human form, it's subject to human
Right. So you're not an infallible. So I may not even have a disagreement with you, Caleb. If you're not an infallible.
No, that's not the point.
Absolutely
yes, it is. Yes, it absolutely is.
I don't believe the Bible is inerrant. I'm not a literalist.
But you could,
though. The Bible speaks in one voice.
You could, though. You could, though, Andricus, because your point doesn't. Dude, you think that the Bible or any
keep uncovering more layers, dude.
No, none of the layers here, and we're uncovering the false assumptions or the things that don't make sense underneath them. Okay, so the layers that you're trying to uncover. You're trying to say that a text, you made this claim, it should have absolute power if it's right? It shouldn't be limited. That's a crazy thing to say.
If nobody thinks within the confines.
Nobody thinks the word of God
within the confines of what we're talking about.
No, I am.
We're talking about this communication from God, right? And there are consequences for misinterpreting this communication from
God. What are the consequences? What are the consequences?
You cannot escape.
What are the consequences?
Oh my God!
That's not even going back to the interpretation point.
Dude, listen.
Oh my God.
You're talking about the words from God Himself, inspired. However you want to say they were communicated, right? And again, Caleb and I may not have an issue here because he's not going to be purporting. We may not have the same issue. But if you're going to, there are very right conditionals that I'm establishing into this.
But you're not explaining the conditions.
I don't have an issue with you. I don't think you and I have.
It's not. I know, but I still think that you're. Let me just clarify this one thing,
sure,
okay?
Sure.
You're trying to show
you're up the hook, Andrew, by the way.
You're trying to show that the Bible is not from God because of the multiple interpretations. In other words, you're not taking a position that it is.
I am saying that it is not reasonable.
It can't be.
It's not reasonable to take it seriously as the word of God because of the interpretation problem, right? And the interpretation problem is going to give severely different versions of what it is you're supposed to not get wrong, right? What? So if that is the case, right? There's going to be some entailments with that. Right?
What is get wrong?
Calvinists don't have a problem with necessarily some of those entailments, and they don't care how many people get it wrong.
Wait, but what is get wrong?
What do you don't delve too much into. Oh, fuck.
Do you know what I mean? Like, what is
sorry
it
about
mean
that, guys.
I'm
sorry. I had a phone call come through right at that moment. I'm so sorry.
Right, like it says, like, don't do any work on the Sabbath, but it doesn't explain what that is.
Right. Well, what I'm talking about is mostly about soteriology, which you don't get it. You don't get into soteriology really. So that's not really an issue that you really deal with much, or at all in Judaism. So it's going to definitely land.
You don't think
squarely.
Judaism has its own tradition of soteriology?
Not like Christianity. No.
We have a parallel tradition of those issues.
Not really, because I don't think you guys believe people go to hell for the same reasons that Christians do, right?
We have our own system and ideas.
Okay, so if you have a similar system of soteriology where you can get in trouble, in severe eternal trouble.
No.
That's the issue. That's the issue I'm talking about.
Hold on. I
don't understand how this is being.
I think you're strawmanning the Christian position.
Whoa,
I think you're strawmanning the Christian position.
Tell me how I'm doing that.
Yeah. I've never heard a Christian say that because of a wrong interpretation, I'm going to hell.
Have you never met a Calvinist? Have you never met a Reformed theology Christian?
Like Calvinists don't think that the interpretation matters. It's all about the elect. It's already predetermined.
Gosh. I don't know who you're talking to, because that's crazy. Because they absolutely do think that.
Look, you're missing steps, I think, in your argument. Let me help you out. Mm-hmm. I think you want to say something like this. If you have the wrong interpretation, that means you might have a wrong theology, which means you might have a wrong ritual, which means you might have a wrong behavior. Is that
correct?
Right? I see. Okay. How do you know that the interpretation
is important, especially for Reform, but even some versions of Catholicism think it's really important.
What's the test? What's your test to whether it is a wrong interpretation or not?
Wait. What's my test for what?
Well, if you didn't interrupt, you'd hear the whole question.
Well, I'm just giving you guys what you've been giving me the whole time. That's fine.
What is it? Yeah, but if you interrupt and then you're like, what's your question?
The test for what? The test for what?
What is the test for knowing if the interpretation is right or not? What's the test?
That is the issue.
Well, but there is, so you're saying there is no test?
There's not a test that will allow you to land on any kind of a reasonable enough conclusion to determine that you've arrived at the truth.
Right. That's because the truth is less important than authority.
What?
In all of these traditions, okay, the what is the truth is told to you by the authoritative interpreters of the text.
That's one version of how you reach it. It's not the only one.
It's always the one.
No, it is not. Do you know what Sola Scriptura is?
Sola Scriptura is an interpretive method.
Right. No, Sola Scriptura is... Well, yeah, okay, correct. There is no other arbiter except for the councils that landed on the particular canonization of Scripture.
That's right, and their interpretations, that's right, and their dogmas and doctrines around their selection of that interpretation.
Right. But you're still. I don't see how you're avoiding. I don't see how you're avoiding. You. I mean, you just literally beautifully laid out the problem. I don't see how you can avoid it.
I don't think it's because I don't think it's a problem because I can appeal.
And if you don't, you and I don't have a disagreement.
Right. I don't. But I would still say that the text is from God in some sense.
Right, but I think this is a charitable view of what this is a charitable view of what you're saying, Caleb. I think that because of the way that you view Scripture, you're charitably or unintentionally overlaying that on what Christians do, and it's not the same.
That's fair. I'm sure it's not the same, right? I'm trying to be as descriptive as possible.
No, totally, and I appreciate that. I appreciate that.
Right, I'm trying to be more of an anthropologist. I'm trying to be more of an anthropologist here, Andricus.
He's saying something. He's not saying, Andricus, you're kind of doing some weird kind of gaslighty stuff. It's kind of weird. Caleb,
that's what Christians say whenever
it's not a matter of
topics up. It's fine.
Look, Caleb and I can have different hermeneutics, different ways of interpreting. We have different views of inspiration. That's fine. Caleb is saying that even if it were inspired by God, and you had even a high view of inspiration, disagreement necessarily an issue, and we can talk about that, right? And you're just kind of saying, well, the only reason Caleb can say that,
as a universalist, you and I, Andrew, actually at some point, even though you kind of been changing that, and I don't exactly know what your view is, you and I might not have that strong of a disagreement because you believe it's going to all be resolved in the end somehow.
Well, it's still going to matter. No, I mean, it's still going to matter. But
that's where we have to figure. That's where we would have the rub. That's where you say it matters.
Yeah, but we're trying to stay on this interpretive point, right? And because you're just talking about a doctrinal issue because you're saying, well,
that is an interpretive doctrine. Is an interpretive issue.
No, because you're saying.
Oh my God!
Yes. I'm going to explain to you why, Andricus. Listen, the import of a particular text being interpreted wrong has less import. Has less impact on somebody if it's true that universalism is the case. Okay?
Didn't I just fucking say that like 30 seconds ago?
No, bro. No.
See, I don't think you have a greater.
I wish this was recorded.
Do you remember what I said?
I wish this was recorded.
I said if you are a universalist and the truth, like a form where it's all resolved for everybody in the end, we might not have an issue. Right?
No.
Right. But for both of you, but listen, for both of you, right? Given that we've identified the interpretation problem, right? Andricus, you have to do a little bit more work to say why that is a problem for the divinity of the text. You haven't gotten there yet. You haven't done it.
No, he hasn't. It's absolutely
You have not done it.
Absolutely right.
Okay. Maybe that is where maybe you could be right. That's an area I got to do work. But what I can say, it is a problem for asserting a version of that as true that you will be in contention with if you don't accept it.
Okay, so Andricus, people assert different interpretations. So what?
Yeah. So Andricus, I'll tell you one thing. Listen, I'll tell you one thing. I'll tell you what these guys are not saying. No, Andricus, pay attention. I'll tell you what these guys are not saying.
Okay.
And what they're not saying is click on the link on the top, right, and go to 841. This is the catechism, right?
This is Catholicism. This would illustrate my point greatly.
Yes, thank you. So go to 841, please. 841.
What do you mean by? Oh, it's an actual number of.
Yeah, it's number.
Okay.
Go to 841, and I guarantee you, this is not what they're saying. But go ahead.
Okay, is this from Vatican II or is it like old?
Vatican II.
Okay. The Church's relationship with the Muslims. Hold on, let me blow this up. This is really small text. The plan of salvation also includes those who acknowledge the Creator in the first place, amongst whom are the Muslims, then profess to hold the faith in Abraham. Together with us, they adore the one merciful God, mankind's judge on the last day.
Now, what do you think?
That's definitely Vatican.
What do you think these two, because I don't know their position, what do you think? Do you think they're going to have a problem with this? Or do you think they're going to go with this?
I don't know if you'd have to ask them. I don't think Caleb.
Oh, just give me your runner-up, whatever it is.
I don't. To be honest, as a universalist, I think Andrew's probably much more in line with Vatican II
then he is not. Caleb said something that I completely was not aware of, that there is some kind of soteriology, some kind of salvific system within Judaism, which I was always told there wasn't. But he probably has.
I mean, we'd have to like go into it to see what it is, but there is a judgment, there is a weighing of deeds. It's not heaven and hell, but there is conversation around those topics.
Okay.
What does this sound like? What kind of message do you think the Catholic Church is by putting out this?
I mean,
message?
it's pretty close to universal.
You don't think this is sending mixed messages, or?
Well, it's not quite universalism, because it's still saying that a belief in a creator God is necessary. And I think universalism doesn't say that it says that everybody's going to be together in the end. There might be some extra processes you have to go through, yada, 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 whatever. But in the end analysis, everybody's going to be with God is the universalist point. And that's not what that's saying.
So it sounds like we're both striving to believe in the God of Abraham, and they have their way and we have ours, right?
Well, that's what the Vatican II said.
We worship the one merciful God.
Yeah, that's what the Vatican II said.
Yeah. But that we're almost there. Because that's what we're saying with the Jews also.
Right, but see,
we have the same.
This is not really taking away from my initial point that I'm trying to make.
That's what I'm saying. I'm trying to hone in on what you, because I couldn't understand what you were trying to say to Andrew. Andrew. I mean.
Oh, well, Andrew and I were having a couple of different contentions, but the main one I'm talking about is if you're going to say there's a requirement, right, for what you have to do to not be with God for eternity, and that's going to be subject to the interpretation problem. How can you?
What is the interpretation problem along with this text? How are we going to have an interpretation problem?
Do you not know what the interpretation problem is?
No. And what I just read to you, and you said it's universalism.
Based on their interpretation of Scripture and whatever the Whatever.
So they're allowed to have it then, correct? Just like I'm allowed to have it. Just like the Jews are allowed to have it.
I'm not saying you can't have your opinion. I don't know how that's...
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So we're saying we're going towards the same place.
Another view is all you're doing, which is fine. But it doesn't distract from my initial point. And the initial point...
Well, you said you were going... That I brought you back to your initial point. Can you go over that?
Well, you said... The Vatican II still states that they believe in God, which is not the same as universalism. But again, we are still talking about interpretations of the same text, the same narrative. And it leads to these wildly different conclusions, right? And if you're going to say that a person is subject to severe penalties for landing on the wrong interpretation, right? In the face that all these interpretations are there, they're well supported, probably going to be more, they haven't lessened. So if that's the case, you say that scripture is actually authoritative and actually divine, unless you also attach other conditionals, like that God doesn't care about how many people end up with him, he only wants a few people with him. You're going to have to attach a bunch of other conditionals to try to support
a bunch. You just ordains those that understand are going to be the ones that should be saved.
Yeah, that's an interpretation.
Now what?
I'll tell you what it is. It's another interpretation.
That is one presupposition.
Yeah.
You come to say what that.
Andrew?
No. Hold on, brother. If somebody understands that unlocks everything you just said. It doesn't matter. None of what you just said.
We've actually had this discussion before, and your bone that you dug your teeth into is like, it's not my view. It's not my view.
Actually, that's you not knowing where we're at in this conversation right now.
No, I do know. I know exactly where we're at. You just don't.
I'm gonna explain this to you, Andrew, because I don't know if you're drinking, but you're
okay, Andrew. There are times when you are justified to say that. Absolutely, this is not.
Okay, so you're just starting to reason very poorly.
No.
So
I'm saying
I was screaming,
completely broken.
well, let's see if that's the case. Maybe we can get some third-party interjection or assessment, and we can see what's true here. You're bringing up an occurrence Or I was yelling at Sully. It meant to take, like you're just trying to refer to something because you think that's going to be some sort of jab. In some sense, hold on, buddy. Yeah.
That was an argument
It's not,
we had. That was you and me.
No. It's not my view. Was what I was yelling at Sully.
No, you yelled at me in another.
No, I didn't yell. You're confused. You're confused.
No, I'm not.
You are confused.
We're talking about the interpretation, these salvific soteriology positions, and I said, well, that's your view, and you said it's not mine.
The only time that I have ever yelled, it's not my view.
Okay, we're going to disagree.
Was to Sully. No, it's not a matter of memory. Now, you and I talked about interpretation because you used to say there's all these different doors. And because there's all these different doors, that's a problem. And we went through that, and we finally got to the end of that. And then there was agreement, and I thought you abandoned that. Now you're back.
Abandoned what line of reasoning?
The line of reasoning that the interpretation. Yes, the line of reasoning. Why would I abandon that? Because I just explained why. Did you not hear why?
Why? Why would I abandon? Wait, hold on. No, I'm going to clarify. Why would I abandon that multiple interpretations for a sacred text is problematic just because somebody else's interpretation says it's not?
I'm saying because why would I? And I'll try to repeat it, and hopefully you can maybe attach onto what I said. What I said is that you and I had this conversation, and you said there's all these doors, and because there's all these doors that you can go through, it's appropriate because you will end up in hell. Final door if you don't go through the right doors.
According to several interpretations. Yeah.
According to your interpretation that you're presupposing bringing to the table.
Okay, Andrew, that level of dishonesty, I would not even expect.
How is that dishonest?
I would not even expect from you.
How is that dishonest?
You think that there are not soteriological systems that say that?
Yeah, if you accept those, if that's an interpretation you bring to the table.
That's the entire issue.
That's not the entire issue, brother. That's not the entire issue. That's not the entire issue.
No!
That's not the entire issue.
They're there, Andrew. Do you fucking understand that? It's not that I accept them, it's that they're even there.
No, that's stupid.
Why is that stupid?
It's unbelievably stupid. I can say that if you don't own 3 toads, you're going to go to hell. And the Bible doesn't teach you that you should own 3 toads.
You're in conversation again. You're going to give me another.
What are you doing, dude?
What I'm doing is showing how it's unreasonable for anybody to place expectations on a human to pick one of these fucking interpretations to avoid eternal punishment when they cannot be reasonably supported to the point of excluding.
You need to go now.
Okay, do you recognize there's a difference between the 3 texts?
Do you understand what the fuck?
Can you answer? No, what's our
You have been misrepresenting all night. I want you to repeat.
I want to take anybody who's been listening.
You have misquoted everything I said tonight.
Hold on, here's what I'm going to do. Just because I don't like it.
I am not going to continue with you.
I got you. I'm not going to do the gaslighty stuff, Greg. I'm going to boot you down unless you can defend what you just said. By giving him an emoji, giving him the 100% like you support what he's saying.
Come on, Andrew.
No. I'm tired of the troll stuff. So I'm going to move you down, Greg, unless you can go ahead and explain why it is you think that what he's saying makes sense. Because I don't even think you're tracking the discussion we're at. Go ahead. Greg?
If you move me down, I'm still gonna emote.
That's fine. Well, no, I mean, that's fine.
Is that really pissing you off?
You can do it. No. I want you to recap. I want you to steel man what I'm saying and tell me where we're at in this dispute right now for you to be.
I don't know. There's just too many interpretations for me to understand.
So you're just gonna make a broad statement. There's too many interpretations, and that's gonna give a thumbs up to him. You don't even understand the conversation. I think that it's stupid when people do that. When people are having a discussion and somebody puts an emoji, a thumbs up, and all that, right? Unless you're just outright trolling, which really...
I'm not the only person that gave him a thumbs up.
Yeah, I know. You have another idiot named Honey Badger. You have another idiot named Honey Badger, okay? I'm asking you, why are you giving him a thumbs up? You don't track the conversation.
Okay? I think you're misrepresenting what he's saying, and then you're also giving more interpretations, which actually adds to his point.
Hey, Greg, I'm not going to do this. You're gonna tell me right now, or you're gonna admit you weren't tracking, and you're just thumbs upping just because you want to give him. All right. So if you don't want to be part of the
we're going to start getting a little more serious about this. Honey Badger and Gray, you guys don't want to be part of the rooms. Just keep doing that stuff. Keep doing that. I'm okay with some trolling. That's fine. If I can interpret that you're trolling, that's fine. But when you do stuff like this that has like no value, nobody finds it funny. I think it's stupid beyond all get out, because Andricus and I are trying to have a serious conversation here, okay? And I'm trying to come to some conclusion or some resolution. And you're sitting there gaslighting him, thinking he's saying something that's correct, and making other people think, oh, maybe there is something to that. It's foolish, and I despise it. So don't do that. Andricus, you are saying that there are different doors, and those doors are going to lead you to hell. And so the doors should be clear. They should be clearly marked, so you know what you're going through and what you're going into. And I said that I thought, or you and I came to a agreement that you did not need to take that position, that was somehow an issue, okay? Because you are coming to the table with some presuppositions. You are saying, well, if you come to the table with this idea of eternal conscious torment, if you misinterpret Scripture, well, that's a massive problem because people misinterpret Scripture. Well, you are already bringing the presupposition of eternal conscious torment. Now, I do agree there's a large body of Christians who've held that historically. It's been the predominant view, eternal conscious torment, as their view of hell. But how you get there is going to be different. People are going to have different views. And the duration, when you talk about annihilationism or universalism, even though these are minority views or less held to. I mean, annihilationism is the next best one as far as the adherence, and then the least held one is going to be universalism. Even though there's all these different views of hell, the overlap of fundamentals is enormous. It's enormous. People believe, regardless of your denomination, there's going to be massive, enormous overlap. You believe in God. God created the universe, created the earth. You believe that man is either directly or that God is involved with the creation of man. You believe that man are sinners. You believe there's a guy named Jesus who died on a cross for your sins and rose from the dead bodily. You believe there's going to be a judgment for your sin, and you are going to be sent to one of two places. That's a pretty broad, overlapping belief among people of many denominations. There's not going to be much discrepancy on what I just said. That's going to be pretty well universal. Okay? Now, there will be some aberrant denominations, quote unquote, that claim to be Christian, whatever. But that's showing you that if God is behind the text, which P.S. he is, but if God is behind the text, he's doing a pretty bang-up job on getting people to understand the fundamentals. Because it's not like God is taking you out on a technicality. Nobody who understands the text and understands what we're talking about here is going to be like saying, well, God's just going to be like, well, you just didn't assent to this particular proposition just right. No, it's a heart posture issue. It's a submission issue. It's a sincere issue. It's not about, oh, I didn't get this part. I didn't have this part of the text committed to my mind, so therefore I'm discredited. Now, if you have a disposition that you want the truth, you want God, if he's there, that you're open to that, God can save you. You don't need to assent to all these different propositions. You can be saved if you're open. So saying
an interpretation.
I'm telling
you, and I'm going to say it again because I asked you very reasonably, and actually in good faith, you should have repeated what I said. Where you decided to attack Gray instead. So I'm going to say right now, I'll say it again. If you have multiple models of soteriology, and you cannot reasonably exclude all but the one correct one, you cannot reasonably demand a human.
And I just answered that.
You cannot reasonably demand
I just answered that. I just answered that. Soteriology is how you get saved. Soteriology is going to be just broadly, it's how you're saved. Okay? And the point is that Christ is the one that's doing the saving. He did it on the cross. Now, how you get there, saying that you must assent to propositions, you must have the correct views, you must have all these different views correct, or you're not going to be saved. I think most people who are Christians
if you press them on these issues, they can tell you and will, because it's just true.
Andrew, I swear, I gave you a huge run this, and you just say the damn thing.
Hold on,
You're saying the same thing. Can I point out to you what the
Andricus, I swear, bro, this is frustrating because you're not tracking. You're not tracking. What did I just say? What did I just say? What did I just say? You want to talk about expounding and
I always so quickly.
Hey, Andricus.
And you just
can you steel man what I said?
End up saying the same. Everybody go ahead. You're gonna say the same thing.
Can you steel man what I said? Can you
steel
man what I said?
Yeah, you presented a version that says.
No, that's not a version.
You presented that there's different criteria that you could publish.
Not a version. Not a version. Wrong right up.
You said that you could believe any number of these different things and still be saved. Is what you said.
Yeah, it's not a version. Yeah. The point is, even people within these denominations
but even then,
know that God can save you.
Then you're still making a demand that certain things must be believed, and if not exclude the other models of soteriology that say that is wrong, then none of you can reasonably demand that people believe in any of it.
I'm saying that the assent doesn't have to be there. I'm saying God can save you if you just say, yeah, I want to be saved. That's what I'm telling you. And I'm saying people who are Christians, if you ask them about this, if you talk about the fundamentals, they believe in a God who is typically going to have
We will be hunted by the black belt.
power or be omnipotent in some way.
Another view, Andrew.
No, it's not presenting another view. Quit saying that. You're wrong. Quit saying that. That is not what I'm saying. I'm telling you it is going to be nearly universal. Andricus, you're talking about people within Christianity. Please quit saying stuff that's stupid. People within Christianity believe in this figure called God. Do you understand that?
Do you think
Can you
that they all
understand that?
think that this exclusively
Can you understand that? Can you understand that?
Hey, Andrew, let's make this simple. What do you think is the criteria to be?
Andricus. Right, which JCC is harkening back to what actually occurred. Which he's harkening back to what actually occurred was me yelling at Sully, telling him it's not.
You yelled at me too.
So wasn't that about whether or not you had talking with God or something?
Yeah, it had nothing to do with what Andrew was saying, which is what him and I were talking about before. I wasn't yelling at him. It's not a view. But anyway, that's fine. He says that I did, but that I didn't. But whatever. Anyway, Andricus, my point to you is this, okay?
Can we take a poll? I'd really be curious.
Yeah, we can take a poll. We can take a poll, but you're just there's been massive confusion upon confusion. Now I'm telling you that people can be saved because God can save them. Now, if they believe the scripture, which they typically are going to believe scripture, if they have a concept of God, getting down to the specifics of the soteriology, there is going to be some differences on what it means to be saved. Okay, there are going to be differences on that, but the overall point, which is something that there's going to be massive overlap on, is that God has the power to save you, and that there's this thing called the Holy Spirit. Most people that are within Christendom, regardless of denomination, are going to agree that there's a Holy Spirit. The functions of the Holy Spirit, like what the Holy Spirit does today, if there's still gifts of healing and speaking in tongues and all those things, they are going to differ on that. I agree. But what they aren't going to differ on is that Holy Spirit is to lead you to truth. So the whole point is, and I think I could get almost any Christian you could provide from almost any denomination to agree with this, is that their disposition is open to the truth and they want God to show them the truth, they will come to know God. Okay? That's what I'm saying. Okay. So I'm saying there is a fundamental, there is a more broad opening there.
And that's what's funny about that?
Hold on, real quick. The bottleneck is not at assenting to a particular doctrinal proposition.
That's
not the bottleneck. I just demonstrated why I don't think that that's the case. Now, if you have a refutation, by all means, but don't say that that's just a view.
I don't have to refute. Why do you think I would? Wait,
because
Andrew,
it goes like
Andrew,
this.
Andrew.
Because it goes like this.
Andrew, somebody.
Because it goes like this.
If you want to have a terrible discussion, we can do it, but you've been just going crazy.
Hold on, bro. I'm going to say one more thing.
It goes like this. Belief in God, cool, lots of overlap. Belief God is leading you to truth and open to it. Okay?
That's your criteria for salvation?
No, I'm not even saying that saves you. I'm saying
What
that is
saves you?
something.
Wait.
I'm
Are
saying,
you willing to
no,
say
I want you to track what I'm saying.
you're not
I want you
willing
to track what I'm saying. I want you to track what I'm saying.
You're not. Dude,
I want you to track what I'm
multiple different things and still be saved. About you can have different.
Yep,
you can
you can
adhere
have multiple
to.
different
You can have people adhering to multiple different versions of soteriology.
Yep, you can be a Muslim.
Are you going to let me respond or not? Are you able to let me respond or not? Andrew, if you're not able to let me respond,
no, because you're not.
You know what you should do instead of helping organize even more chaos?
One more thing, you need to let me finish it.
You shut the fuck up. Call your CPD superintendent and take action. Restore law and order. Protect property and citizens. If not, you have blood on your incontinent little hands. Parents, grandmas violence happen. He knows you aren't responsible.
He's flying a C5. He's got a big cargo, and he's got
a big dump. He's got pamphlets. He's got to get out there. All right.
Okay. So, Andricus.
Me?
The broad belief in God.
You?
And your dedication and sincerity towards God. Seeking God. You'll find God.
That is a view of how you find God.
If someone invites
you keep saying this, Andricus.
How? Oh, okay.
That is a great question. When I give you a response.
How do you Andrew, here you again. Here you go again. You're not able to let me respond. You are unable to listen to a response.
You are unbelievably frustrated.
You are unable to listen to a response.
No, I heard your response. I heard your response.
How can you possibly say?
You said that is a view and you muted your mic.
How can you possibly say that what you just said is not in agreement with many other versions of soteriology? How can you be honest and say that? No, what are you doing?
What are you doing?
No, what are you? How
can you be
so dishonest about all the models of soteriology that are out there?
Gee whiz,
Why are you so dishonest about? Why are you so dishonest?
Because I'm saying people that affirm all those soteriologies will also affirm what I'm saying.
No, they will not.
Then you're just being stupid.
No.
Okay? Because you're not listening. Because you're not listening to me. Hey, Andricus, stop. Andricus, stop.
Right now.
Andricus, I'm gonna make it real clear. Yeah, I'm gonna make it real clear. Yeah, he's gonna have to. He's gonna have to.
If he's gonna have Matt Yester in here, do you think?
Yeah, and I'm gonna tell you why. I'm gonna tell you why.
Soteriology. I love the crash out of the fool. Just ask Matt Walsh.
What do you mean?
I love crash out of having him like that on the show.
You've said it the entire time, and you've been crashing out.
I don't care about any of that stuff. I don't care. I don't care. I do not care. I do not care.
Multiple
This is what I'm telling you.
that are not in agreement with each other. And somehow you delude yourself to believe that there are not multiple models of soteriology. Somehow you delude yourself to think it's not the case. I don't know how you got there.
Stop saying stupid stuff.
I don't know how you got there.
I beg you.
How did you get there? I'm curious how you got there.
Okay, stop talking.
I'm curious how you got to the point where you think if Van Til came in here, he would agree with you.
Stop. Andricus.
If Van Til, if Bonson,
you're just being so ridiculously.
How you think
you're being purposely obtuse instead of listening to what I'm telling you. You're being purposely obtuse. Don't do that.
I'm not, dude. You tell me where I'm being obtuse.
Don't do that.
No.
Got the fish out.
You just pointed out that I've been stupid. You
yeah,
pointed out
I'm trying to. I'm trying to, but you won't shut the fish up. Yeah, but I'm trying to, but you won't shut the fish up. But I'm trying to, but you won't shut the fish up.
You've been trying to and haven't been able to.
I'm gonna start playing music, dude. Just stop talking.
Please. No, please.
Is it the case? Andricus, stop. You're like drinking something. You're being belligerent.
No.
Then just stop.
Remember how you're a dog with a bone earlier? I'm the dog with a bone now. I have got my teeth locked into the problem.
Okay, that's fine. No, you're not locked in. You're completely off the problem.
Welcome to the Andricus
JCC, stop. I've already repeated this multiple times, and you're not getting it because you keep going back to soteriology, which is down the line. Which is down the line.
What your claim is that everybody in Christianity agrees with soteriology. That's your claim.
Stop talking.
I need you to demonstrate that everybody agrees about soteriology.
Andricus, stop talking. Go ahead. Andricus. Say Andricus. Andricus. I'm not gonna have the conversation with you. You don't stop this. Knock it off. I'm trying to explain something to you. Soteriology is down the line. That is not what I'm talking about.
You're doing some very stupid thing where you're not listening to me.
Oh, no.
And then you're responding to a straw man. I'm telling you that if you believe in God, if you believe that there is a God, and you believe that that God wants to, you want that God. You want to know that God.
We're just going to put a parenthesis on this. This is a model of soteriology. You are describing.
It's not a model of soteriology. So
Yes,
quit
it
saying
is.
that. No, it is saying that. Goofy.
How is it
The
not?
model of soteriology is no. The model of soteriology, which is what I already said, and I'm going to quit repeating myself because you're not freaking listening.
Neurotic soteriologist.
Saved.
That's right.
That's not what I'm talking about right now.
Yes, it is.
No, it isn't.
Then you've been talking about something different than we've been talking about.
No, because you're not listening and following the chain of reasoning because you're too busy just talking about straw men.
No.
Yeah.
I've been talking. No.
Yeah.
We've been talking this entire time.
No.
How
Because
you
you're not
avoid
listening.
it to
Because you're not listening.
right?
Because you're not listening.
Have a model that says something different.
So retarded.
That somebody, dude. Okay, can you, Andrew? If you can't answer this one question, I don't know how we're going to get. Do you agree that there are disparate models of soteriology?
I've already answered that. Yes. Please stop saying retardation. Stop saying retardation.
Then what are you arguing for?
Please, I beg you.
Another model of soteriology.
Bro, I don't know if you need to drink some water or what. I can't do this at all. I'm making it as clear as day. Ready? There is soteriology among different denominations. Got it. Put a pin in it. We don't need to talk about that again because that's not what I'm fishing
So
for.
if you present one that's out of alignment with those, how is that not a different model?
You're not listening. I'm talking about soteriology. What are you not listening to?
Does knowing God save you?
Knowing God through Christ is what's going to save you. But that's not what I'm talking about. But that's not what I'm talking about. Okay?
That's what we've been talking about this
entire
year.
No, it's not.
You know why we've been talking about that?
You remember why we got on this point?
Yes.
The reason we got on this point. Hold on. I'm going to remind you because I'm so freaking frustrated with the bullfish you're doing. Listen to me, bros. Please stop talking. The reason we got onto this point is because we were talking about differences in interpretation. And you think there's all these different doors, and right because I didn't make it clear for you to understand. That's what we got on this point for.
That's correct.
Yes, that is correct. And I was responding to that by saying you need to zoom out further than going to soteriology because that's down the line. The bottleneck
Andrew would never
is
make
not
any
at
God's army. He would be
soteriology.
driven up
That's
because
what
he
I'm
can't
telling
shut
you.
the fuck
And you're not
up.
listening.
If you're stuck on the word and all you mean
No,
is
it's not the word, it's what it means, and I know what you're saying. I know what you're saying. It's not a matter of semantics. I just stuck on the word.
We're talking about what saves you.
Yeah, what saves you is Jesus Christ. That's what saves you. But we're not talking about that right now.
That's the entire crux of what we've been talking about.
The objection that you have is that a holy text inspired by God would do better at getting people through that door of salvation if it were really inspired by God. And since you have all these differences in interpretation, it doesn't make sense to say it's inspired by God. That is your point. Because I can still have a fishing conversation. Following. I'm telling you there's something completely different going on. I'm saying you zoom out from there. There's nothing that is not bottlenecked at soteriology.
That's a different model. No. We're abandoning the word soteriology because you're
I'm saying
you're talking about what?
No, it's not we're abandoning. It's not we're abandoning. I'm providing you a response to your objection.
To what?
But because you're obsessed with calling it a view, you want to say, well, that's just another form of soteriology. I'm not saying that. I'm not talking about soteriology.
Yes,
What are you doing?
You've been talking about nothing else.
No, I have not been talking about nothing else.
Yes, that's the
I'm
entire
not
subject matter.
nothing else. I'm saying that knowing that Christ saves you is something that God can lead you to. Okay? God can lead you to that. Okay? So that's a separate point than that Christ you or how he saved you. That's soteriology. Not talking about that.
Yes, you have been. Because the ultimate goal,
the ultimate goal,
yeah, the ultimate goal,
which means
the
I can find under my yeah, the
you
ultimate
are
goal
telling,
is to
you
be
are telling
saved. The
somebody,
ultimate goal is to be
you are
saved and go to
telling
heaven,
somebody
right?
a method, you are telling somebody a path by which to reach rightness with God.
This is so
Correct.
stupid. I don't have to tell anybody that. That's my point. Doesn't involve telling anybody anything.
If you
Doesn't
can't
involve
tell me
telling
how I'm
anybody
wrong in that,
Doesn't involve telling anybody anything. It doesn't
then
involve.
you're lying.
It
Because
doesn't
we have been talking
involve
about this
telling
the
anybody
entire
anything.
time. You have a methodology for reaching rightness with God.
I might
to the
start
point
kicking. Who is it? Gray? Yeah, I might kick you out, Gray. So
Buddy,
you keep doing
come
that.
on, dude.
I might kick you out. No, it's not.
People
Come on.
could be
It's not. Come
asking
on.
me to hold
Not
wood
come on.
back here.
It's not. Come on. The reason I'm doing that is because the only
people
people
are
who are going to be the only people, Floaters and all the others, the only people that are going to be Down syndromed enough to thumbs up you right now are going to be Gray and potentially Honey Badger.
Well, that's
okay? Because you
people
can't
agree
still
with
man
you.
me. You don't want to wrap the
You're upset
conversation.
that people agree
You
with
don't want to. Okay, Albedo, you're lucky. You're lucky. I love you. You
need to like that.
Yeah, you
Andrew, really, this has been powerful. Can we take a look at I need a break. I need a break. I need a break. I need a break.
That was gold.
That was very good.
Andricus,
I need a break.
You need a break. And I
You need a break.
I would beg you to drink some water. And
I'm pretty sure if I
did you both need water?
You both need water. I would have gotten removed from the room by
I think you're right, Piper. It would be very difficult.
You're justified to make that assumption at times, but you're not justified this time.
Andricus, well, that's fine. I'm glad you're acknowledging that can be justified.
It can be, but not right.
But my point, of course it can be. You should hear, yes. You should hear some of our
Stupid people get angry. Angry, stupid people are angry because they're stupid. And this angry all the time.
No, I mean, as far as unfortunate because this isn't recorded, but I would advise, I would encourage you to go back and listen. If it was
there's no replays on here.
There is not. But the whole thing is you keep on soteriology, which I am specifically giving
Let's put a pin in that for now, buddy, because we're going to go around and around again.
Be a gentleman and a scholar, Andricus, and give me the last word. How's that?
I don't know if I should, because you've been stomping on me the entire conversation, so I don't know if I don't know if I feel good about my letting you do.
Okay. All right.
You have 4x talked to him, Andrew, to be fair.
Oh yeah, no, I know at 4x talked to him because it's turned into just completely losing track of where we're at in the conversation, which is exceptionally frustrating. But I'm going to say just one more time, and if you want to say something that's fault, that's fine. I'm giving you a objection I'm giving you a refutation to your objection to the problem of interpretation. Okay, I'm giving you
okay, that's
a
fine.
refutation
Good.
of that.
Fine work.
Okay.
Good. Very good.
So that's what I was trying to do. I wasn't trying to just.
Very good, Andrew.
I wasn't just trying to.
Good.
Very good.
Exactly. That's a very Roger-esque. I wasn't just trying to provide you a different view or a different soteriology. I'm saying that among those with differing soteriologies, they're going to agree with what I just said. That's why what you're saying doesn't work. Okay? Did you hear what I just said?
Yep, and you're wrong.
Okay, well, you can't show that I'm wrong.
You want me to go grab 5 people, bring them in here, show them how wrong?
Grab? Yes, I do.
You want me to go find Matt Slick and drag him in here?
Yes, I do.
You want me to go find,
Yes, I
want me to go find Andy?
Yes, I do.
Hey, Andrew, do you remember when I was in?
Yes,
remember how long I was in?
I do.
Now, yes, I do. This is what you've been doing. This is what Charles was talking about.
Yes, I do. Because you just said you want me to go do this, and I do want you to go do it.
Hey, I'll grab the entire reform.
Go grab the entire everybody.
Go get all the Calvinists. Go get the
Yes,
Calvinists.
they do. Yes, they do. Clearly has a TDL.
As numbskulled out as they are, I will do the same line of questioning with them, and it'll also apply. So yep, go grab the Calvinists.
No, it will not. They will
Yep,
not.
you go.
And Andrew, while we have them, we can do the LFW.
No, that was
I'm just kidding.
Actually, that was a great.
Yeah.
Okay, we're gonna let some.
I do want to say though, Andrew, with the whole React thing, I mean, people do that to everybody here all the time on all sides of an issue.
No. You're not around enough, and I know that there's some motivation there, some bias.
If you look at the transcript of this convo, YouTube, you will both Ralph would help slightly with this and live.
Let me explain to you. There's total tracking errors on Gray's behalf. There's tracking errors on Honey's behalf. But yet, because they're so anti-Christian, they're so anti-any that is going to be defending the faith, more Honey Badger than Gray, just to be clear. But both of them are bad. They don't track a conversation, but yet they'll put thumbs up and, X the other person. They'll do that over and over again. And it's just, it gets kind of old because at some point they start gaslighting people.
Wait, but you don't think the Christians do that to atheists in here?
I didn't see any Christians. Well, first of all, Christians do that, so I'm not going to say Christians don't do that. But I don't think that we have an equivalent of a honey badger. Honey badger just literally just speaks feces, like how baby defecates in a diaper.
No, we don't have to get into all that. I'm just saying.
I am going to get into it real quick. So we don't have any Christians that are in the chat who are spewing feces constantly and on everyone of a particular faith, right? In that way.
Acts like that all the time.
Hold on. What's that?
You said there's no Christians like that.
I said no Christians like that. No. I said there are Christians like that. I said we don't in our rooms.
When he got Agamemnon acts like that all the time. He was doing.
I don't think Agamemnon. Now listen,
we just have a difference of opinion then.
Well, no, hold on. I do Agamemnon definitely does his trolling, where he usually does it in voice. He'll usually say, "Oh yeah, exactly." He loves doing that. Okay, I fully acknowledge that, and I think that he is gaslighting because he does that for people that are saying stuff that's usually wrong, and he usually does it in a way that, if you realize, like when he was saying that about Gavin and things like that, I don't think Aga really believes that, right? He's doing that. I don't think he actually is going to try because
what about Crimsonite?
He was laughing, and Crimsonite as well. Crimsonite. I think Crimsonite actually likes Gavin, but I think he realizes because if you realize there's some tails here, and this is why you gotta see this, Tim. And this word, Tim.
Okay.
When Crimsonite says stuff in the chat, it'll be like, Andrew, are you ready to give up your universalism your libertarian free will coupled with your universalism? Have you submitted to the beast of the compatibilism that Jason belongs to, or whatever, right? And he'll just say things like that over and over again, and it's clear that he doesn't actually think, because first of all, he believes in libertarian free will, and he did think there was a tension between my universalism and libertarian free will, but ultimately, I think that's been cleared up. But he still likes to say stuff.
No, actually, it was funny. Last night we were talking about my. He wanted me to run that line against you specifically.
No, of course, because he likes to have that discussion. Roger, there you are, brother. I need to get your Discord, buddy. So
no, I'm just saying with the React stuff. I just don't think it's that.
No. Well, because you're not. But yeah, because you're not on. Now you're. Well, we can get to that point next. But I'm just making a broader point that the people who do that don't track it at all.
You'll have to steal man's argument.
Trying to say that what they're saying is authentic. They genuinely mean that they're giving this person a thumbs up and stuff like that. Ask them to steal man, and they can't. And then they'll just say something very vague, very stupid, like normal. And that's something I'm just getting kind of tired of. So just keep in mind, a lot of people have asked for them to be excised, right, out of the room, pretty strongly, right? I'm trying to do that. I want them to be
Andrew,
part of the
this
room.
is the steel man, and he is tired.
Particularly when you're the one receiving end of it, because I get this constantly from Honey Badger and from Gray, right? And it's just, what? What'd you say?
So I mean, you got to keep that in mind too when you.
Your mic's cutting out.
You're also the person in power. You're the person in because you're roboting.
Okay, fix your mic, bub. As far as being in a position of power, Charles, you're enough, dude. I'm the one that is actually fighting, typically, for them to be part of the room. Greg couldn't come into this room for a very long time. Timothy was he blocked her. Okay, didn't want her in here, and she was asking me to help her get in the room. I wanted her to be able to be in the room. I have fought for both of those people to be in the room. Sully has said that Honey Badger is just garbage. He doesn't contribute anything to these conversations. He shouldn't be here. He should be kicked out of the room. And I haven't done that. I haven't blocked him out. Many people have said Honey Badger shouldn't be in the room. Okay? But I'm not doing that. So it's not me of my power or my badge. That's not true. I have fought for a lot of people that I don't like, that I do not.
I'll give you. I'll give you that. I agree with you 100%. I back you.
Sorry. Can you hear me better? Can you hear me better now?
Yeah,
I do back you, Andrew, on that. I mean, you don't kick Honey out. You endure him as long as he wants to.
Dude, nobody else.
So I'll give you that. You know,
Yeah,
I just don't think you do that with Aga when he's in the chat and he's like spamming the chat and saying
Andrew is a
crap about
pussy.
people and being
So
an asshole.
tough, he's a steel man.
No, I have that.
And going like, oh, I gotta leave, and he leaves and makes a good comment.
Well, let me just say this. I think I've gone further than any of the other side. First of all, Aga is not doing the level of what Honey Badger's doing. He's just not. But it is bad. Aga's doing bad. But I've talked to Aga about that. And I can almost guarantee you, Tim, that most people, oh, it's okay what Honey Badger and Grey Wolf are doing, or they say, you know, we can acknowledge that they're doing that sometime or whatever. They haven't said anything to him. They don't go to him and say, hey, you need to stop doing that. You need to stop acting that way. They don't do that. So it's just, I kind of.
Andrew has no point. His show is pointless. He just can't stop talking about people.
Going on here.
He has no
like people
topic.
want to complain about Aga, which I agree. Are you ready? I'm saying it right here. Aga is definitely rage baiting people. He's definitely saying stuff that's like gaslighting to certain people, right? Particularly, I mean, the ones that know that he's doing that. You know, you can tell.
He can't stop talking about. He can't even Piper jabs at Piper. Can't stop doing that.
Yeah, those two are going to be like blood feud. Like,
well, I know, but I mean, it's not like I don't think Piper particularly starts it. You know.
I mean, independent of whether I started, I did recently say, because I got I wanted to see if I could make conversations with him less tedious. So I basically said, hey, look, we don't have to do anything. I'm sorry for whatever I did that offended you in the past. And he said, okay, yeah, I'm sorry too. We can, we can stop continuously going at each other. The very next conversation I had with him, literally right after that, he immediately started, doing
I'll tell you what. So. See, Piper, and I appreciate you saying that. Look, I'm willing to jump on that bandwagon, dude. I'll talk to Aga, and I'll say it openly and privately. You know, I'm fine with that because I think that we should do that. I think that's a matter of integrity, and so I'm fine if I'm being oblivious. But
I love that I can film people wasting all the time, talk gossip.
A little bit, obviously, because
no topic clowns.
Right, I'm getting and you're on the receiving end, Piper. So it's very
It's like a high school cafeteria where we just debate
the thing about
joke
Aga,
about
the thing that's difficult with him.
Really quick, Agent. Can I just, because I wanted to steel man you for the longest. I just wanted to get in here because I gotta go inside my house.
Love that I can fucking
with Andricus. So what, Andricus, you realize at the beginning when he said this to you, and he said, if we invite a Muslim on stage, he's going to say he doesn't believe that what we have has been revealed by God. It's different than what a Jew and us are going to do because we share the same text. So it's not soteriology, whatever it is. It's not that. Well, maybe that's what that. I just want to let you know that's where he was trying to explain to you how different it is. Did you understand that part? I just wanted to know.
That's not where we ended up sitting on for the last hour.
Well, it's not
but do you think that's soteriology? By saying that one person saying that the text doesn't exist.
You can't disagree on that, Bart. There's no way you can disagree on that. What I said there is just a constant.
I'm just. No, you pushed it to there.
Oh,
let's go back to the original. Because I've been waiting for this lull so that I could explain to you what he was saying. He's saying they don't share the text with us. They reiterate the stories in their book, and they're saying that's the standard. It's
He
not
wasn't
the
talking
same
about
conversation.
Muslims. He was talking about different Christians.
Yeah.
No.
Yeah,
The
because he changed it
conversation
to
that
that.
you're having was about Christian soteria.
Yes, because you changed it. The initial conversation was to what Searcher when he was in the room. That's what it was originally about.
Well, my initial
you do understand that difference, right? You can have the soteriology conversation with him about Christianity all you want. That's fine.
Well,
These times they
initial
more than
point
atheists
is
every day. And I believe more and more in science and technology, not these brain
No, if the one person is saying they don't share the text, how am I going to do soteriology on someone that's not reading the same text?
No. My point of if you have anyone claiming, right, that according to the text they have an interpretation that leads to you being on the right side of God, and within that same belief system, there's multiple other ones that are disparate.
Alright, so I'm going to give up. Tim,
Able to be reasonable. They're all able to be reasonably supported, and you can't reasonably exclude one from the other. Then there's no reasonable demand that you can place.
Sounds like two people are agreeing on the text there.
Here
Tim,
we go again.
can you
Disparate
try to?
soteriologists.
Because I'm going to stop. I gave my effort there, Andrew. I tried, but he's not budging. So Tim, if you want to, maybe you can get through to him.
I wasn't here for all the backstory part of like what you guys were talking about, so I don't know if I can help much. The only thing I'll say is that it is true that Muslims, like, they make criticisms. They begin to make an internal critique and then they make an external critique. They flip back and forth between external and external, and so they're very difficult to talk to because they'll say something like, Jesus prostrated to God, and you'll say, okay, where is that at? And you'll say in the Bible, and they say, okay, so you're making a critique, you're accepting the Bible on its terms. I said, no, only when it agrees with what we think is it what it says, only when it agrees with our scripture, which is kind of like a weird thing to do, right?
An external. I mean, if you're granting for the sake of arguing that this is what the book says, that doesn't mean you're accepting that what it says is true.
I know, but what they'll say is like, here's the reason why Jesus was a Muslim. Jesus was a Muslim because he prostrated, right? And then in the very next verse it said he prostrated Father. Father. No. You say, well, okay, well then why are you accepting verse 1 and you're not accepting verse 2?
Possibly then make a case that the Bible itself is internally consistent with itself.
Right. They certainly can, but the way that they make that case, I don't know if you're aware of this, is they make the case to say it's good as long as it agrees with the Quran. And
Personally, I like the heavenly outcome of the Muslim soteriology of polyversions.
Appeal to some independent like, for instance, if you and I would say, well, you and I could say, well, I think this part of Mark or Luke and John incorrect because we have different gospel manuscripts, and those manuscripts are very different from each other. They don't agree with each other. We could say something like that, right? But if I were to say, like, hey, every single man we have of John on this particular verse said or something really close to that.
Andricus, what happened? Is this the new
You would be
Andricus?
arguing and saying, well, that's not correct. I don't have any reason to think that that's correct, right? But the Muslim says, well, it's wrong because the Quran doesn't agree with the Quran. The Quran says that God is not the Father. Right? So anywhere in the Bible it says God is the Father, it's just wrong.
Thanks for letting me roast the shit out of you,
My
Andrew.
ultimate point would spawn this whole.
Sure. I wasn't here, so I'm happy you don't want to hear.
No, it's okay. It's all good. My entire point is that it's unreasonable to place a belief, demand, or obligation on a human when you cannot reasonably exclude all these different models from each other. When you cannot reasonably dilute down to one correct model that you're supposed to believe in order to be right with God. If you cannot reasonably exclude, then there's no way you can justify putting it in.
What is reasonable?
Unreasonable demands because of model exclusion and dilution of soteriologists.
If they're all reasonable.
Wait. Do you think they're all reasonable?
Yeah, I do strongly argue for
Andrew, I'm going to ask you. Tim, let me ask us one question.
We're on the same page, Andrew.
Yeah, because I think this is really,
we are.
Yeah, I think this is really a sign of integrity here. So I'm gonna check this out, Andricus.
I'm convinced Andricus is brain broken as well.
Judaism, Christianity, and Islam all have equal evidence for them.
They are all able to make very strong. Hey, screw you! Shut the fuck up, Andrew. You've been doing this the entire time. Shut
Let him finish. Let him get it out. Let him get it out, Andrew.
Jesus.
Let him get it out.
No, this should.
Dude,
let him get it out,
Andrew. You have been.
No, don't do that.
This is why.
Go ahead.
Why? No, I'm good. I'm good. You don't want to
hear. Andrewcus, I want to hear. Will you do it? Will you do it for my sake?
Sick of that.
Will you do it for my sake? Andrewcus, will you do it for me? And I want to hear
Is this a gamer?
Will I do it for Timmy?
No.
What I'm saying is, they can all reasonably support their position.
Is this a gay bar?
Scripture, through philosophy, through deductive arguments, they all make super reasonable cases to where you cannot exclude one from the other. You cannot any of them.
Is this a gay bar?
And so therefore, if that is the case, it is not reasonable to put a demand to pick one or be fucked.
Yeah, I'm glad you said that. I think that is a retarded thing to say, because obviously there's some things that are just patently. I mean, it just shouldn't even be a concern.
Is that your interpretation of the problem?
Yeah, brother, you're just trying to make it more diluted so you can make it seem like a problem. I'm telling you that anybody that has two brain cells rubbed together should be able to look at.
Yeah, why should we engage
that? It doesn't matter. If you can't see that, listen to what I'm telling you. No, listen to what I'm telling you. If you can't see that there is a fundamental difference between these certain faith traditions, and you can go outside of the Abrahamic faiths, look at other stuff too. Look at different traditions that have cropped up, whether it be Mormonism or you look at Scientology. If you're trying to say that these are all on the same, they all have the same rational warrant, that's retarded. There obviously there's distinctions. You can call out an enormous amount of belief systems. You just look at
You
the
can
stuff that's being
call
said.
them all out.
No, no. See, and then that's why I knew you weren't gonna. So I asked you a question. What of the three Abrahamic faiths are you really gonna say that the philosophical justification, and then you use the text, which is weird because obviously the text, people can have different interpretations on the text. That's fine, and they can try to argue for their respective doctrine within the text. But that's not necessarily going to be the marker of whether you're rationally warranted more or less on that tradition, to hold it or not. That's not really the issue.
I'm not surprised you would say that about it.
I'm talking about. Look, I'm saying that.
I like how you like how I like.
Take the Quran, take that deed.
I like how you like how I like as we listen to Andrew's truth.
The traditional concept of what it means to be a Muslim, what it means to be a Christian, what it means to be a Jew, and do you think that the
I like how you like how I like as we listen to Andrew.
Is identical?
I would say that I personally, right, don't adhere to any of them because I think they're.
I know that.
Oh my god, dude. Oh my god.
Yeah, because I wish you were just answering questions.
Andrew should be lobotomized.
Okay, are you ready?
I'm done talking to you, man. Your point's already been made, dude. I already won.
Here's the answer. Here's the answer.
You're just
Here's the answer. You're not gonna like it. You're not gonna like
every
it.
time I'm about to
tell you
come
the
up with a
answer.
rational. You freak the.
I know. Yeah. Because you're not actually answering.
No, I'm done.
Here's the answer.
Because I already won.
That's fine. Here's the answer. Christianity. That's the one.
Yeah, great.
Now,
Your interpretation.
believe it or not, I don't care. You can say I'm biased. You can do all you want. Because you can take the facts surrounding.
Now you're going to go through the entire litany of why it's more.
I thought you were done talking. I'm telling you that you can take the three traditions and you can look at them. And it should be, I think, and obviously there's going to be some bias there, but I think that a rational, reasonable person, objectively, should be able to look at.
And there are a lot of rational, reasonable people.
Stop. I think you should be able to take the philosophical underpinnings and look at what has been done in the traditions of each and see which one really
Andrew, because you were perpetuating this. Andrew said he wants the last word because he's insecure and his clubhouse credibility is on display.
To reality more than the others, and you can tell which one should be more rationally warranted. That's what I'm saying. And I think many people who you respect, who are atheists, would agree. And I think
Andrew, because you were perpetuating. Andrew said he wants the last word because he's insecure his clubhouse credibility is on
An atheist is going to agree that Christianity is more reasonable in every respect.
I don't know what every respect means. It means on a whole, it is more rationally warranted. That's what I'm telling you. And you can say whatever you want to try to make it where they're all the same. Scientology and Buddhism and Jainism and Sikhism and everything else, put it all in one bucket and just say they're all equal. And that can make you feel better.
I don't think I said that. I don't think.
No. You tried to make the Abrahamic phase. You tried to make the Abrahamic.
But what I'm saying is, if you have enough disparity even within them.
Okay, let's try one more time.
You still can't. No, dude. This is actually the point. This is the point that it all started. This is the point that it all started.
I don't care about the disparity.
I get you.
I don't care about the disparity in them. I don't care about the disparity.
You cannot have a conversation.
I don't care about the disparity in them.
I get you.
Because you're not staying on the point. Because you're not staying on the point.
Runway. And you continue to make the wrong points.
No, I didn't make the wrong point. I didn't make the wrong point. I said taken as a whole, what it means to be a Muslim, what it means to be a Christian, what it means to be a Jew, which one is more rationally warranted? Which one is more rationally warranted?
No, dude.
Thank you.
Let's say you had two soteriologies to pick from. Two. And you could not reasonably exclude them from the other. You couldn't reasonably even remove one from consideration as being true. You couldn't do it. They're able to support their positions. You've got way more than that even within Christianity. If that is the case, which we can demonstrate by the number of people that actually hold to them and can argue for them, because you know that Matt Slick would come in here and tell you you're going to hell because of your view. If that is the case, how is it reasonable to tell a human to believe any one of them to the point of their fate is determined by it? How is that?
Sorry, buddy.
Yeah, I know. I listen to you, and you don't fucking listen to me.
No, I wasn't listening to you because you're not listening. Because you can't steel man. That's fine. You can be done. You're not steel manning what I'm saying. You're not listening to what I'm saying. You didn't hear what I said.
Right. Sure, I'm not.
Hey, what did I say?
You said you're not listening to.
No, before that. I said paying attention. So it's fine. But when you're ready to actually. I'm just saying.
I already won the fight.
No, I got. The reason I got sidetracked is somebody who I actually respect, Jose, is down there saying that that's poor work. So Jose, just so you understand, I mean, I hate to do this because it feels kind of cringy, but I just don't like this kind of pushback. So people you do respect, people who you think are high intelligence, are going to agree with what I just said. So you can say, oh, that's poor work, but this trend, because there's this, and I get it. Look, I understand the desire to make them all equivalent, to make it all the same.
I'm not even really worried about that.
You didn't want to talk. Well, then make them all the same, put them in the same bucket, and then just say, none of them are warranted. That's not my question.
Equivalency soteriologists, logical fallacy.
Because there are going to be ones that have more merit.
Wait a minute.
Ones? Yes.
Then the ICE police arrest you and the cops.
Any one that has any more merit than the others. No. Obviously, there's going to be some differences in merit between all of them.
So unless you're a universalist,
It is astonishing to me that you aren't listening to me. It's like you're trying hard not. I'm saying that there is a difference between rational warrant between Christianity and other faiths, right? Because Christianity is on top, okay? At least between the three Abrahamic religions. And then among them, like between Judaism and Islam and all other faith traditions. Is there rational warrant between Christianity to tell people what they should believe? And I'm telling you, I'm literally responding to the thing that you just said, which is a straw man of what I'm saying. Because you're not listening.
Yeah, you're running off now because we had the discussion about Christianity and you didn't like that one.
Even though you admitted directly, you admitted directly that there are multiple versions of soteriology. You admitted it, and yet somehow you still think that you have a different view of soteriology is not different than the other ones. This is what I don't understand. I know. I got you. I don't understand. Okay, I got you. And if all of those may be reasonably supported by the proponents of them, right? Do you think that everybody that is able to argue for a position different from yours is unreasonable?
This policy, and I kind of wanted to look at his trajectory.
Sometimes
sort of get here. Who is
everybody?
And
I just said sometimes. So it's going to depend on the person.
He never lies.
I'm not going to be able to do a blanket. No. What you're saying, that's just a weird question. Do I think they're unreasonable?
He never lies. The man tells the truth, and he works hard for the city. If he were mayor, he would be elected.
If you think there are people that are able to reasonably argue for a soteriological position that is different than yours, then my case wins.
No, because I already responded to you. It's not about soteriology, and you weren't listening. And you didn't listen to that, so I don't want to go back to that conversation.
No, we're done. I already won.
Okay, that's fine. We're done. Well, that's fine. Okay, so please don't respond anymore.
Retardology, soteriology.
Is that Christianity? No, that's fine.
No.
That's fine. Do not talk directly to this. Do not talk directly.
Beautiful.
Yes, you are. Okay. No. There was somebody who said, and I'm not going to name who it is, that there is, like, he's trying to put it forward like I'm saying, oh, it's just Christianity, and then all these other traditions are identical. No, I'm saying there's a rational warrant difference between Christianity versus the other two Abrahamic faiths. Okay, that's specifically the scope of what I was saying. And then
Retardology, soteriology.
Tradition compared to other religions, I'm saying they're going to differ as well, because I'm not naive enough or motivated enough to say something like Christianity is the only one that has any merit above the others, that none of those have merit above the other ones within that group. Of course there are. There's going to be a hierarchy. It's going to be insane to say that they're all equal. It's insane. It's not what I'm saying. I'm just saying in the three, that Christianity is going to shine above the other two.
Which version of Christianity?
Just Christian. Andricus.
Dude, don't do it. Don't admit to what you admitted to earlier and then back off of it. Don't do it.
The version thing is stupid. Because I said traditional Christianity, take your pick, I don't care. Traditional Islam, the core tenets, of a particular faith, whatever it makes, whatever the criteria it is to be called a Christian, I don't care how you define that, as long as it's somewhat orthodox, whatever it is to be an Orthodox Muslim, whatever it is to be an Orthodox Jew, you compare the different traditions and you say, which one has more rational warrant? And I'm saying Christianity shines. Now, there are plenty of people who you respect intellectually, your peers, your atheist peers, who will agree with what I just said. But if you want to give pushback, by all means do so. It's fine. What's up? Is that Blessed? Blessed, come up here, bro.
So, Andrew, who's the one who says that they are going to pick Christianity over all the other?
I'm not going to say it. I'm not going to say it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why not? I'm curious.
Well, they can speak up because I think some of them are here. But yeah, anybody, and actually I polled the room the other day with that, and several people spoke.
I'm definitely going to say that, so.
Yeah,
well, I would lean towards Megatron saying yes, Andrew saying yes.
Well, of course, Christians. I'm saying people who are atheists. Yeah, people who are atheists.
Oh, what you're saying? Okay, so when you're asking atheists, are you asking them which religion makes more?
Yeah, so here's how I put it.
I'm going to ask an atheist. What do you think about Christianity?
Yeah, let me frame it like this, and Daniel can answer too. I'd like to hear Daniel. If I put a gun to your head, any of you atheists, and say, you must take one of these three faiths, Judaism, Christianity, or Islam, which one will you take?
Spinning a roulette.
Since you with the gun, we obviously have to choose Christianity, right? Because you got to cut your head.
Yeah. Thank you, Deepak. Thank you.
I don't know about
we got Christianity.
What'd you say, Daniel?
I mean, it's got to be Christianity. Just it's like it's like ubiquitous within history. At least there's some historical, basis.
That's how you do it.
For the stories.
Spinning a roulette wheel, bro.
Piper, you're not helping. Chris,
I would say Christianity, but the reasons are not for that you think, right? There are other like social reasons, what I'm familiar with. The sample size, there's a problem with it because if you ask like atheists that used to be Muslims, they would just probably just say maybe go back to that. To something like that,
Well, So my point, and just to be clear, the criteria is going to be rational warrant, not like that. I mean, you could say this maybe that you could say that it's rationally warranted due to its pragmatic effects or something like that. But that's not.
No, I wasn't even saying pragmatic, right? You would think it's rational, but you're biased because that's what you're used to. You grew up in the West, so.
I'm not saying for me. I'm not saying for me.
No, not for you. I'm saying for the you there is an atheist.
Oh yeah, so for atheists, we are not in the West.
He's probably likely to rank Christianity on top of the three of them.
Yeah, I'm trying to more be about people who understood the cases that is given, right? So all of the facts that are brought to bear, whether it be about Muhammad and his life and the revelation of the dictation of the Quran and what's involved there, and maybe the life of Muhammad, the things that have been pretty well established. Same thing with Jesus and his disciples and the death, burial, and actual resurrection of Jesus.
John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago, where Chicago, where Chicago. Vote.com. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Land Fire. Vote.com.
Andrew, you saying may God help liberate you. Some you. Schmuck, I'm gonna go listen to music and do right through a family teacher and Andrew wasted time. 2 hours to the fire.
John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago. Vote.com. John Kitover. The Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous in going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, where Chicago. Vote.com. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2020. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and willing to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Go.com. John. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2020. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. .com. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Mayorhood.com. Kitover. Mayorhood.com. Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. He ventures drawing the road Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Mayorhood.com. John Kitover. Mayorhood.com. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 1227. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to live in Chicago for Chicago, Chicago, Mayor.
Baby. Take you to Target. You got it, baby. I'll take you to Target. You got it, baby. I'll take you to Target. Chanel. Oh, eBay, baby. Oh, Chinatown.
John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor Clint, pretty tenant. John is intelligent, creative, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to Chicago for Chicago, Mayor for come. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor Clint, pretty tenant. John is intelligent.
I have a fat, more precious gift. Take it to Target, baby. No, baby. I want to go to Chanel.
John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago, Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago, Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor. Vote for come. John, get over for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago. Mayor, vote for come. John, get over for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, Chicago. Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago.
John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2020. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor. Vote for call. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor. Vote for call. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 saying John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 saying John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2020 son. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for calm. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. Shaking hands on the walkie, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover, for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city, never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover, for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shot. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on Winter Street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his feet. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover, for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the lovers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city, never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover, for Chicago Mayor, for Chicagoans, taking back our shot. Oh yeah! This is our city, not a headline on a screen. This is our city, every promise, every dream is gonna liberate Chicago, street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice, we don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover, for Chicago Mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor, from the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover, on Milwaukee. Listen more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago is taking back our joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his faces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you know him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For Chicago and he's taking back our shot. This is our city, not a headline on the street. This is our city, every promise, every dream is gonna break Chicago street by street, door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. For every neighbor on every block.
The police are on alert. The mayor is posting on IG he's okay with the chaos. Deploy the police preventatively. Block the train, stop the bus, arrest chaos agents. Don't be woke. Protect citizens and property. WLS 80.
Waiting for too long for a leader who will call this city home. He walks our streets, knows our names, he feels our hurt, he carries our flame, intelligent mind, courageous heart. This is where the future starts. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. He's joyfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago is here. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Everyone, every worker, every dreamer and leader. He's the leader, motivator, creator, and caretaker for the John New Frontier. On the corner stoop, in the crowded street.
with us as we go all out and possibly do crazy stuff in the entire world. Now, True Diner and Milwaukee. We started off strong with the foodie tortilla Alfredo with a fried burrata wonton, their gnocchi chicken vodka parm with another fried burrata wonton, and their birria brunch quesadilla packed with blue birria, scrambled eggs, cheese, tater tots, served with lots of consomme. Onto their stuffed volcano sandwiches. This first one had rigatoni chicken vodka, 2 mozzarella sticks, vodka sauce, parmesan, melted cheese, more vodka sauce, more parmesan, served with even more vodka sauce. Don't mind if we do. They're also serving out this chicken veggie Alfredo stuffed volcano sandwich, topped with more mozzarella sticks, Alfredo sauce, parmesan, melted mozzarella, more Alfredo sauce, parmesan.
Having a well or something like that, so they wouldn't have to pay rocket tax or like fire department.
It's English though, right? And based on clubhouse standards, he's actually highly evolved.
For a long time, these people never paid fucking property tax or anything like that.
Read by mayoral candidate John Kitover.
This sounds good.
Every time I walk, every time.
Picture the schools with the heat on in January. Picture the clinics on the block so ordinary. No one waiting for somebody else to care. Job says the future
still the country because she's a booty fat trailer. Doggone Organized Flood the country, teach the world rivers a lesson. Thinking about it, first headed, smash them until the brain freezes from the shape. With a metal pole. and crushes heaven. He smashes the burning pieces untrue. The low IQ world becomes. Pistol and kill it. Alright, cool. Terrorism town. Go back, terrorism town. Beautiful. Where's the ass?
Welcome to the TMZ podcast. I'm Devin here with Courtney as usual. I would say now. It's like the new usual.
It is.
Nosy, you gotta hold still in order to get a drink. Doesn't look so good. Poor guy's drying out. Oh, look at you, Ralphie. Realizing there's a promise after that. Hey, look, our first customer. What are you doing? Only selling the finest farm raised salmon in the county, that's all. Yeah, they're all free range. No nets, no cages. They can go wherever they want. Plus, we have smoked salmon. This is a golf course. What's your thing? Yeah, we're trying to save an orphanage. Look, are you here to buy fish or are you just kicking the tires? Good job. Cock back over. I'll crack you, you. The 5-0, scram. You can.
Hold still. Nosy, you gotta hold still. Why would you? Nosy, you gotta hold still. Why would you go back somewhere where you hold?
Hi, Kirby. Hi, Kirby. It should be lobotomized.
What's that, Matt? What are you saying?
I think it's what's going on with that?
Oh shit! You know what? I must have gotten. I must have unjoined the club again.
Shame on you.
Well, hang on a minute. Hang on, off.
He'll be back. There we go.
There we go. So, I think what's going on right now is Trump is either delaying or he's done with hitting the bombing the infrastructure. Strait of Hormuz is going to either end the war or it's going to, like I said, it's going to be. So I think we're in this thing for a little while right I think the end, not the end game, but I think part of the end result's going to be is the infrastructure, is to hit the infrastructure, and obviously he doesn't want to do that, and I wouldn't want to do that either. But that's if Iran, after all of the negotiations, and if we've done everything we can and everything else, if they are stubborn enough to not want to do the deal, then that gives us no choice. So it's going to be worse before it gets better. But hopefully this new blockade does the trick. But we'll see. We'll have to see. In fact, they're going to be meeting in Islamabad again. I don't know exactly when, but I know it's definitely coming. So.
Well, and there's something to be said, Father. And I recognize that Matt wants to be inclusive and have other voices, but I'm team taking out the infrastructure if that's what's going to open up the strait. So, I mean, as an American, in listening to a lot of the bitching and the moaning from people that are there, and I'm watching the gas prices go up, and Americans not being able to get to where they need to go because prices are going up because they got that strait closed. They need to do whatever means necessary as our president, to have that strait open back up. And unfortunately, people who want to resist and want to advocate for them to continue to resist, it's in conflict with our aims as Americans now. So, I mean, and this is why I'm really not interested in hearing the emotional piece and all the excuses. What is going to be done is going to be done, whether they like it or not. And at this this point, I'm really not interested in their opinions because that strait is going to open. We are going to either do this the easy way or we are going to do it the hard way. And I'm really not interested in listening to the emotional piece and all the bullshit, behind, complaining and bitching and moaning and convention about
The mayor smashing grabs of ATMs for MJ number 1. Strategically deploy the police and request neighborhood support to smash the smashers and gun them all down if need be. For day 1. Vote up Brandon now. Vote
to the election. I'm gonna be beating the fucking drum for my E4 Mafia JD fucking fans. Come on, 28 JD fans. So
JD fans too. I think you should definitely take over the band. I agree. I mean, I think that we, I was researching this, and I remember this pretty well too. But 2011 alone had national gas prices in America averaging $4 a gallon. The people that were bitching then, with his green initiatives that made gas prices higher back in 2011. We're not talking about 5 years ago. We're fucking talking about over 10 years ago. I mean, it's fucking crazy, man. So I don't know. Yes. People need to calm down. We need to get what's done, but I think that like I say, Obama and Biden, when they were taking the tax credits of the drilling companies and taking away the permits and making it more expensive, people weren't saying nothing. When people, when the left makes gas prices more expensive in the name of what do you call it? Climate change.
It only took 20 years to get the police on the trains after thousands of victims and new more victims every day. And federal funding is at risk for government there to play the law and justice.
And trying to maintain our primary currency status against China. These big heads want to complain and bitch. We need to get the job done. And I think Trump is doing really well at it, But he's also exposing some of our allies that literally cannot come and defend our interests, let alone their own interests, It's just crazy, man. So.
Hold on 1 second. Are you supposed to be the president of Egypt?
Yes.
Am I correct?
Well, how did you figure out something like that? It's an idea, but I'm working on it now, but it's an idea.
Okay, it's an idea. All right, that's up.
Yeah.
All right, so what would you like to share with us today? What would you like to share with us?
Well, first, I'm a citizen in Virginia. I'm an American. I'm a citizen in Virginia. I'm thinking the decision to go to this war was not a wise one. But we already in it, so we have to deal with it.
You can also
it's gotten to a very difficult
jog around the block.
position. It's not as easy as
do
someone
push-ups.
might think. Iran is a very hard-headed
and not look at cell
country. We
phone
already saw it in the war of
all day.
Iran, Iraq.
Great idea, work out. You can also jog around the block and do push-ups and squats and not look at cell phone all day.
Easy. What are the options for us now? Nuclear, if you look at the disadvantage, you are saying if you use the nuclear against a country that doesn't have nuclear, that would be, that gives legitimacy to the world to use it, which is going to represent a danger to
That was there before we started the conflict. I'm calling the conflict because our Congress is not careful. That is the right thing. Conflict, okay? That's one of the things I want to make. Number one, okay? This is my question to you, which is very important, okay? The Congress that was there, they were bent on getting the nuclear war in. Is that correct?
That's I'm not sure of. Is it a propaganda?
this war by Israel? That we have the right to know because.
Okay, so hold on. I just feel the same. You said you.
Your voice is cutting out.
Hello, moderators. This is Alistair. Put me in your queue. Thank you.
Yeah.
Edward, you should probably try to use Clubhouse on the Wi-Fi, not your cell phone. FYI.
Thank you. Appreciate the insight. There is nothing God. Oh my goodness. Okay, so going back to the question. Okay, would we think that taking out a regime that was on the process of trying to say they weren't, that they were trying to get a
The spiritual guide of Molinos. History of philosophy. The story.
The mall must be run by Democrats. He knows you're not responsible for it, so what's wrong?
The investigation continues into the shooting where police are telling us is that doing all with the gun, shot three men from a distance and then simply ran away. Of course, the motive for the attack is still unknown. Now, it happened just before 3 o'clock this morning here in 2900 block of West Spring Park Road. Authorities say that's when 3 men stood outside of a restaurant. The investigation continues into the shooting. The police are telling us is that a woman armed with a gun shot 3 men from a distance and then simply ran away. Of course, the motive of the attack is still unknown. Now, it happened just before 3 o'clock this morning.
It's over party, after party, we can all go. What else? The fuck is it on the list?
Beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Ye King has been said. The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary applications, so that in no case will your time have been wasted, that you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon.
John Kitover. The Chicago Bear transportation. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago where Chicago Bear
What was Eisenhower's second in command? Trying to think of his name. I was going to say that's Bradley. No, I'm sorry. Like,
John Kitover for Chicago Bear 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago where Chicago Go.com. John.
Logically and rationally. Oh, look who it is. Let's pause and see if I like it. And you're welcome, even though you keep kicking me. How are you even in here? Did I not have you blocked?
John Kitover for Chicago Bear 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago wins.
Accuse me of posting a catfish video on my, not catfish, a thirst trap video on my Instagram. It's like I was just trying to embrace my new, like, normal. I'm just trying to be facetious and fun, and I posted a video of myself. He's like, I'll do this catfish trap. Okay. I'll see more videos in New York. Yeah, like, that's me at my worst. Thank you, Meister. Actually, no, it's because of the scar. But anyways, I want to continue what I was saying.
You have a scar? That's my Pepe impersonation.
John Kitover for sure has something wrong with.
Yeah, I'm here to roast you. I've got an addiction to roasting people. Is that a problem?
Thank you. Because sometimes think he's normal.
You legitimately?
It's horrible.
Is it projection?
I mean, you got something wrong with it for sure.
For 100%. But, you know, it doesn't matter. It doesn't mean I can't. I got a constitutional law behind me. It says I can roast you. It says I can roast you in the Constitution. It's my freedom of speech to make fun of you.
And sometimes he's empathetic. But
sometimes I just like to read a book and I'm sick of your bullshit.
I thought it was, but no, it's
Oh, I thought that was rich.
Damn it, what was I saying? Oh, goodness.
You had no point, so you can't remember what you were talking about.
Goodness, what was I saying?
You're saying you have no point. You can't remember what you were talking about.
Something about logic exercise that your friend.
Oh, yeah. So this, yes. My friend, her name is Sineadu.
Sineadu?
She was so good at reasoning with me rationally and logically, and like instead of just saying, okay, you're fine, there's nothing wrong with you, blah blah blah, she would just reason with why. She'd be like, even if you did injure it, like the body will like bounce back and it'll do this and it'll she just like walked me step by step, and because of that I was able to be like, okay, cool, instead of like now, like even with my like scar, if I'm like talking to my family about it, I just get gaslit. But if she was here, like I know like she would like reason with me in the best way, and I really appreciate that. My point
is this a room about your Scarface?
No. The thing is, my point is the things that we are calling irrational, I don't think are really irrational. Like the things that you're saying about the numbers, I don't think that, like you're like, yeah, I acknowledge it as irrational, but I think we just look for meaning in numbers, and you built some significance about those numbers from your own like upbringing, so you connected it to that.
That could be correct.
Is that what you think Pepe sounds like?
It's not what I think Pepe sounds like. It's actually what Pepe sounds like when he talks. That could be true.
I didn't hear that.
Oh, just listen closely next time when Pepe runs a room like he does almost every night, and every big room becomes the Pepe room. I can't believe it. But now Steve Appel, he's got the power beams, so Pepe's here talking to a woman, the second most exciting thing on Clubhouse. Dad, he's gonna kick me, Dad, no!
Such an idiot, dude.
It's like, I'm done with her. I'm done with her.
I am done with you. If I have to hear you talk about your Scarface another time, Scarface, I mean, jeez, what's my problem? Why the fuck would I sit here and listen to you talk about your fucking Scarface all day long? I got better things to do than sit here and listen to you talk about your fucking Scarface all day long, Scarface. Ooh, Rick busting out the N-word now that she's getting called out on her bullshit.
I don't know, I just feel like nigger is such a powerful word where you don't have to yell, and it's like...
Ooh, wow. Very classy of you. I'm sure some guy that wants to date you will find that so attractive.
I mean, I'm used to a good tone.
Go ahead, say it louder, say it prouder.
I think it's a fitting word.
It's fitting for you, because that's what you are. Because you do realize you are your words, right?
Most people, when they speak, they project, and some people are mindful of not projecting and actually are accurate in what they're saying, aren't projecting.
If you say so, N-word. If you say so. If that's your projection, N-word, well then, I guess that must be true, N-word. But I don't think you can even tell me the difference between a fact and an opinion, N-word.
Basic 5th grade.
Go ahead, try N-word. Let's see if you can... Let's hear that response. Come on, go ahead.
Do you usually kick him, Pepe, or do you like entertain him? I modded you so you can...
I mean...
Oh, you modded your goon so he can kick me to do your dirty work, N-word?
Because he just rubs rooms, but like I'm obviously not like...
Pepe, she's saying she modded you to do her dirty work because she's an N-word, and that's what N-words do.
I know, I was...
No, I didn't. I didn't want to give the option to do that because you were attacking him too. If I want to kick you, I'll kick you.
Oh, I see. You'll kick me if you want to kick me. No, I mean, I'm not attacking Pepe. I'm imitating Pepe. There's a difference there.
I'm not attacking Pepe. I'm imitating Pepe.
You hear me just saying I sound just like him? He confirmed my impersonation is just like him.
Let's read that. I'm impersonating you.
Oh, you're going to read a book then today? N-word?
I mean, I personally don't like... I don't really get offended that easily. Shit. He probably thinks he can get under my skin, though. That's the funny part.
No, I can't get under your skin. There's no getting under somebody without any skin in the game. You're an anonymous fucking online schmucko, and like you're on one app. You're just a one platform trick pony. And I mean, if Jay Breska actually gave a shit about this app anymore, he'd probably just report you all the time. But Jay Breska got his own problems. He ain't got time to be here to fuck with Dr. Bigby.
Well, I don't have a platform on here. I don't.
I'm not saying you have a platform. I'm saying like there are rooms where they just your ego, your sound, your voice just creates like an echo, and you know there's big rooms out there, not like the old super rooms, but these Matt Cool Trump rooms. Wow, these Jew hate rooms that you put on. Wow.
Oh wow.
It's true, he's an anti-Semite just like you, N-word. People like you use the N-word all the time because you're low IQ and you think it sounds powerful because you got no other power words because you're just an N-word. An N-word projector.
I'm allowed to say nigger.
Oh, you're allowed to say whatever you want, N-word. It's just that you're a low-class piece of trash.
Okay. If saying nigger means I'm a nigger, and you say I'm a low class piece of trash, then I guess that means you're a low class piece of trash.
Oh, you mean I'm projecting my low-class trash onto your trash, N-word? All right, if you say so. Is that how it works? Scarface. Can't we talk about my scar again? I talk about it every day, 10 times a day, 100 times a day. Why are you getting so upset when I talk about my scar? Just I'm injured. I was so beautiful. I was a supermodel. I was Miss Kentucky. Everyone wanted me in my burqa.
You did ask me to do Miss Kentucky, and I was in my early 20s. I was right.
They finally kicked. They finally kicked. Back to the music, baby. Was Miss Kentucky?
So he's trying to ask me to be monsters. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2022. John is a joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and committed to delivering Chicago for Chicago John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Barefoot.com. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. John Kitover. Barefoot.com. Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Religious, kind, deliberate. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Barefoot.com. John Kitover. Barefoot.com. John Kitover for Chicagoans. John is intelligent, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, kind. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago for Chicagoans. Mayorboss.com.
John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. Courageous and going to deliver Chicago for Chicago. Chicago Mayor. John Kitover Kitover for Chicago, Mayor Clem clearly said it. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, Mayor for Con. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor clearly said it. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, Mayor for Con. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor clearly said it. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, for Con.
John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago, Mayor, vote. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago, Mayor, vote for Come. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for Come. John Kitover for Chicago.
Chicago mayor, one week's money saved. John is intelligent, Reed is joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago mayor, vote for Kong. slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it snows. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is taking back our shot. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kittle for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block, for the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero he walks. John Kittle for Chicago mayor, for Chicago is gone. Take your shot. He walks our streets, he knows our names, he feels our hurt, he carries our flame, intelligent mind, courageous heart. Where the future starts. John Kittle for Chicago mayor. Raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. Hey, joyfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago, for Chicago is here. John Kittle for Chicago mayor. Every wall, every Chicagoans, John Kitover for Chicago mayor. On the corner by the L stop, he listens close to the nurse, the kid, the man with two jobs and hope. John says, we build this here, we don't just talk. With steady hands and a clear-eyed walk. He's intelligent, creative, joyful and strong. Courage in his step when the road runs long. For the bus riders, the bike club, the whole downtown. He's coming with a plan, gonna turn it around. Not for the few, not for the all black home games. For Chicagoans first, that's the word, that's the name. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. Chicago, choose your side. Vote for John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. Lift this city high. Vote for Vote Southside sunrise, lake wind blows. Every corner got a story you know. We've been hurting, we've been holding our breath. Now we're ready, running out of regret. I see faces on the red line, tired eyes, dreams in the alleys, reaching for the sky. We need somebody who will stay when it's rough. Smart, brave, staying alive. He's walking every block, every bridge, every train, listening, learning, feeling the pain. No more voices getting lost in the crowd. He's the echo turning into a shout. Hand in hand, we're writing new plans. This is our home. This is our change.
master, one competent to correct him and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in. That master he must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience. As in the beginning, so at the end, we here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Thus let the work be accomplished duly. Yeah, be accomplished duly. Careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. To discover the fundamental harmony of his very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course written record as the only possible check upon errors derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Informed of the circumstances.
The spiritual guide of Molinos. History of philosophy. The story will not at first be clear to you, but at least they have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted. That you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a bit of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and worth contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon. The Ye King has been said. The object of most of the foregoing practices will not at first be clear to you, but at least I will deny it. They have trained you in determination, accuracy, introspection, and many other qualities which are valuable to all men in their ordinary avocations, so that in no case will your time have been wasted, that you may gain some insight into the nature of the great work which lies beyond these elementary trifles. However, we should mention that an intelligent person may gather more than a hint of its nature from the following books, which are to be taken as serious and learned contributions to the study of nature, though not necessarily to be implicitly relied upon.
going to liberate Chicago for Chicago Title. .com. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2020 said, John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and joiner. .com. John. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2021. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and .com. Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. John Kitover, airgood.com. Is it part of Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to win at Chicago for Chicago, Chicago, Mayor. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to win at Chicago for Chicago, Chicago, Mayor. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to win at Chicago for Chicago, Chicago, John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor Clint, pretty John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, Mayor. For John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor Clint, crazy John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, Mayor. For John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor Clint, crazy John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going for liberate. Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago, Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago, Mayor, vote for come. Chicago mayor votes for come. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago. Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago, Chicago. Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago. Mayor, vote for come.
John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago Mayor, vote for come. John Kitover for Chicago, Mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicago and Chicago Mayor, vote for come. Chicago mayor, vote for Carl. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago mayor, vote for Carl. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2026. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago mayor, vote for Carl. John Kitover for Chicago mayor 2027. John is intelligent, creative, joyful, reliable, strong, courageous, and going to liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Chicago mayor, vote for Carl. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got the twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to labor. From the lakefront to Cicerone walls. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicagoans. Take it back, our shot. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him when it storms. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every form. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the lovers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicerone walls. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicagoans. Take it back, our shot. Oh yeah! This is our city, not a headline on a screen. This is our city, every promise, every dream. He's gonna liberate Chicago, street by street and door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, he's faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicerone walls. John Kitover for Chicago mayor, for Chicagoans. take your shot. On the corner by the blue line, flyers in a cardboard box. He's shaking hands on Milwaukee, listening more than he talks. Intelligent and steady, got that twinkle in his eye. Created in the details, you can see it when he smiles. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, man. For Chicago, and it's taking back our shot. Joyful in a hard time, laughing on a winter street. Snow slush on his laces, but there's fire in his speech. Reliable as sunrise, you can call him his face. Courage in his backbone, standing up to every fall. John Kitover for Chicago, baby. For every neighbor on every block. For the mothers, for the workers, for the dreamers who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, baby. For Chicago, taking back our shot. This is our city, not a hell on the street. This is our city, every promise, every dream is gonna liberate Chicago, street by street, door by door. One clear voice, one true choice. We don't have to settle anymore. John Kitover for Chicago, mayor. For every neighbor on every block. For the elders, for the students, for the builders who love this city and never stop. He's strong, he's brave, faithful to the labor. From the lakefront to Cicero, he walks. John Kitover for Chicago, mayor. For Chicago, it's gonna take your shot. From the lakefront wind to the western line, every worn out block, every dusty sign, we've been holding on, waiting far too long for a leader who will call this city home. He walks our streets, he knows our names, he feels our hurt, he carries our flame, intelligent mind, courageous heart. This is where the future starts. streets our song. We've been waiting so long. Now the skyline shouts from the lake to the tracks. We choose our future. We're taking it back. John Kitover for Chicago mayor. Raise your voice, make it loud, make it clear. Joyfully strong, he's a builder, not a player. Liberate Chicago for Chicago and John Kitover for Chicago mayor. On the corner by the L stop, he listens close to the nurse, the kid, the man with 2 jobs and hope. John says, we build this here, we don't just talk. With steady hands and a clear-eyed walk. He's intelligent, creative, joyful and strong. Courage in his step when the road runs long. For the bus riders, the bike club, the whole downtown. He's coming with a plan, gonna turn it around. Not for the few, not for the all backbone games. For Chicago wins first. That's the word, that's the name. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. Chicago, choose your side. Vote for John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. Lift this city high. Vote for From the lakefront wind to the crowded school halls, he hears every crack in the paint on these walls. Rent too high, wages thin, streets left bare. He shows up early, stays right there. Reliable when the night gets rough. He don't flinch, he don't bluff. He's got courage for the hard calls, hard for the grind. Created enough to change what we left behind. This city made us, and he knows why. It belongs to the people with the fire in their eyes. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. Chicago, choose your star. Picture the schools with the heat on in January. Picture the clinics open, the blocks ordinary. No more waiting for somebody else to care. John says the future starts right here, right here. John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. Chicago, choose your side. Vote for John Kitover for Chicago Mayor 2027. Lift this city high. Vote for Southside sunrise, lake wind blows. Every corner got a story it knows. We've been hurting, we've been holding our breath. Now we're ready, running out of regret. I see faces on the red line, tired eyes, dreams in the alleys, reaching for the sky. We need somebody who will stay when it's rough. Smart, brave, stay in John Kitover for Chicago, man, lift us higher, take us there. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night, reliable, courageous, standing tall, forgiving the people. He's walking every block, every bridge, every train, listening, learning, feeling the pain. No more voices getting lost in the crowd. He's the echo turning into a shout. Hand in hand, we're writing new plans. This is our home. This is our change. John Kitover for Chicago, man, lift higher, take us there. Intelligent, creative, yeah, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night, reliable, courageous, standing tall for the people. Chicago, Chicago, man, Chicago, Chicago, man. This is your song. Every day the hood sing along. From the lakefront to the outside yards, with a heartbeat, with a star. John Kitover, Chicago, man, is higher. Take us there. Intelligent, creative, he's ready to fight. Joyful in the daylight, strong through the night, reliable, courageous, standing tall for Chicagoans, gonna liberate Chicago for Chicagoans. Careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. The pupil should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very, very works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him. Nor should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person. Let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in. That master, he must rely entirely upon himself and credit nothing whatever but that which lies within his own knowledge and experience. As in the beginning, so at the end, we here insist upon the vital importance of the written record as the only possible check upon error derived from the various qualities of the experimenter. Thus let the work be accomplished duly.
careful study of these books will enable the pupil to speak in the language of his master and facilitate communications with him. Should endeavor to discover the fundamental harmony of these very varied works. For this purpose, he will find it best to study the most extreme divergencies side by side. He may at any time that he wishes apply for examination in this course of reading. During the whole of this elementary study and practice, he will do wisely to seek out and attach himself to a master, one competent to correct him and advise him more. Should he be discouraged by the difficulty of finding such a person, let him further remember that he must in no wise rely upon or believe in that master. He must rely entirely upon himself and claim nothing wherever that which lies within his own knowledge and experience as in the beginning. So at the end, we hear insist upon the vital importance of a written record as the only possible check upon errors derived from the various qualities of the experimenter.
The book of the sacred spiritual guide of Molinos. History of philosophy. The sword.
legend. He is a legend. Farewell. So now, you gotta go. Should have made peace sooner. Support Palestine? Support terrorism?
So, what's the big plan? Sandbag me with the Elkin virus? Jesus Christ, William, you've got a viper's nest in there. I heard about it. Of course, but seeing it for myself. I'm discussing, of course, but it's all that. No, that is devotion.
Question. So, when Iraq was getting over Iran at that time, so U.S. and Israel missile to Iran. Why? And Iran had a chance to beat Iraq and put them back, push them back. So, the answer for me is peace. Israel doesn't want to see any strong country be much stronger than Israel in Middle East, which Iran is. Be honest, Iran is the strongest country in Middle East. Can fight with Israel. Israel is there just because of we are watching them. They are having their, their back. Trump saved their ass. Netanyahu is nothing without U.S. and they are saving their country by dollars that we are paying for gas and fuel here, which we did it in Ukraine. How Ukraine? This is super scary. Russia is attacking to some country. It's super scary. But Ukraine still is fighting back. How? Because of Europe? Of course Europe support them, but nobody.
Okay, so listen, hold on.
You got the answer. You got the answer.
No. I don't have the answer. But I don't have the answer. But let me finish. Let me just share this because I do have to go. My wife had dinner now. But I do want to share this with you. I appreciate the exchange. I really do. And thank you for having a kind understanding. It's us going back and forth. You're crying.
Buddy, I want to tell you this before. Are you in U.S.?
Yes, I'm in California.
I was praying. Okay, you are in my lovely state, so I'm in Utah. So I want to tell you this. I was praying when U.S. is sending Navy and carriers over there, and Ayatollah afraid and come and say, okay, let's do the fucking deal. Because I did know if the war happened, will happen what we're seeing now.
Yes.
Because it's really difficult to fight with the nation. They believe if you kill them, they will go to the heaven. Doesn't matter if they are guilty or what. That's why even Trump came to media and said, those motherfucker Iranian never stop, because he was promising we will finish this war in 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks. This never will finish. Because you cannot push them, man. Iran is different country.
And who started this fire? Israel. And God bless America. I hope one day Trump kick Bibi's ass, say, hey, shut up, stay there. We don't want to fight with Iran because there is a big money in Iran for US.
So,
And I'd rather US take over that money than Russia and China, buddy.
Okay, hold on. Could you do me a favor? Could you turn your pink ticket in? And everyone else on the stage, please turn your pink ticket in so you can join the house itself here. And Matt, I appreciate you. Matt,
Edward, that was good, right?
No, I appreciate
I want to come and see you. You have no idea. I just saw you. I wanted to go to see the Iranian page, you know. We are in US and talking about, in Canada, talking about what's happening in Iran. So, and accidentally I saw you guys. But I just want to tell you this. I support America. This is crazy.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
America.
But guess what? I'm Iranian.
Yes. USA. USA.
Could you mute for a second, please?
Yes. Yes, my brother.
Thanks. Just mute. Thanks. So, Matt, I just want to thank you for allowing me to be a mod. I was just trying to have some fun in here with you. But I appreciate you giving me the opportunity. And everyone else, thank you for your patience and kindness. I just want to be able to hear people speak. And that's all. And Nick, but I was...
Thanks for modding and holding up the space quite a bit there. It was a different kind of room. I kind of just wanted
you flying from space, brother. That was a great journey, brother. Let me give you a reward. You just really did a great job. You know, my apologize, lo siento, senor, what are your pronouns? And I just want to apologize, bro. You really did.
Shut up, man, you fucking nigger.
Oh, I'm from South America. I'm French, Irish, man. I'm like, I ain't one of them motherfuckers. You know, I ain't come from Africa now. Shit, I was already coming through here, partner. Shit, I'll sneak up and hit you in the back of your head. Watch your mouth. Watch your mouth. Newport, never eat wet pussy on a rainy Tuesday. Thank God it ain't raining in Silk. Go Trump. That boy got all them ships coming here. We the baddest, raddest, man, can't nobody fuck with us. Man, we can't be fucked with. Fuck you. And anybody feels something different, fuck you too. Man, them motherfuckers, we gonna have cruise ships coming here buying over, man, gas price gonna be $1.29 for us always. And that's a bad mamma jamma. You know what your little girl koala bear said? Don't. And you know what Trump said? I'm the shit out them motherfuckers.
Is that a Newport menthol beer in your pizza out the movie?
No, that's not beer. Never eat wet pussy on a rainy Tuesday. Today is sunshine.
I goddamn heard it all now, my friend.
I feel but like Bunny, you do like it to go home then. And if a person wanna come down here in these woods, I'ma hunt them down like a deer with no eyes. You know what that is, huh? I have no idea why you came on down here with that bullshit.
Well, I just wanted to say something about the Iran war. Put me in the PTR, please, Matt.
A bull can't make no babies. A bull can't make no babies. A bull just won't be able to make no babies. I'm sorry for the people who think, you want to be trans. Hey, yeah, I watch Transformers and Voltron. Shit, you can be a lot of things going up, but when reality hits you and them bills hit you, shit, you gonna have to transform into jail or get your shit right. You know? Hey, I'm just one of them country boys down here. What do I know? I know one thing for sure.
Shit, old Trump, shit. Oh, we bring God back in the system. Man, forgot about him for a moment.
Anybody else have to put their air conditioning on today?
Somebody got mad that the heat ain't on. Oh, hey, we'll get you a GoFundMe. I mean, hey, my guy named Matt, my name P.A.E. shit, putting all going together. When that touchdown paid all the time.
Cooking,
Taxes on tips.
skiing, surfing,
Koala bear. I don't know what she
love
want to do.
making,
Can you
book
only
reading,
imagine?
that kind of thing.
Lord Buffett enjoy these next 4 to 5 years like it ain't my last, man. This is gonna be so beautiful. Oh my. And if y'all ain't in the stocks, them things been off the chain. Just y'all know. Don't believe CNN on everything. I'm telling y'all from a
Hello?
Hello?
Hello? You sound like the black Doc, aka Brian Sellers down in Georgia. You sound like, do you like to smoke cigarettes and drink beer?
Well, I don't smoke and I don't drink. I sip and I puff.
You sell marijuana and you puff marijuana?
I sip and I puff. So you either do I drink, I don't drink, I sip.
Speaking of puff, do you think P. Diddy was running an Epstein network?
No, he was doing what the industry been doing. Foxy Brown was 16 years old.
What?
Y'all don't remember Foxy Brown?
Yeah.
Aaliyah was 14 years old.
No.
I mean, in the industry been doing that. Didn't LL Cool J say in his video that she that was standing up is the industry been freaky in Hollywood.
Yeah.
I mean Hollywood.
So I just wanted to say that, this Iran war, part of me wants to say, just fuck it. Send in 200,000 soldiers and just really regime change them. Like, really do it good this time. You know what I'm saying?
No, why nobody, I gotta cut you off, because why nobody did this for Libya?
What do you mean?
I didn't hear no oppression to Libya. Y'all just couldn't wait to get rid of Gaddafi. And then Hillary Clinton said, we came, we saw, and he did.
Yeah.
And then America cheered. I mean, why we didn't have this same feeling for Gaddafi? He didn't do nothing wrong.
He seemed like a pretty nice guy.
You just believed everything shit, he could ride around with no top on.
I just saw a video of Saddam Hussein in court yelling at the judge saying, "You were found guilty twice, and I pardoned you, you cocksucker. I pardoned the judge that found Saddam guilty and then had him killed. Saddam Hussein pardoned that fucking judge."
I got one better than that. People don't listen to what you call his speech in English. Who's the guy that got the swastika? What's his name?
Adolf Hitler?
Oh, Hitler. Man, his speech in English will let you know everything you need to know. That nigga's not crazy. Excuse me using language.
Isn't it amazing they say Trump is crazy every day in the news? He's got mental health problems. You see a video of him giving a speech in a $2 million suit. The guy looks fantastic.
So for 4 years, we didn't say shit about Biden, and we were missing. So nobody said shit for 4 years about Biden or Koala Bear.
What are you talking about? The man let hundreds of thousands of illegal aliens run into the country.
Man,
No vaccines, no COVID vaccines for all those illegal aliens. I wonder why. Maybe because it was all bullshit.
They getting eat better today card money. And you know vaccines, you know how many places? Man, I wouldn't even be here today if my mom would have got sick during that time. Oh no, y'all finna go see my people. You know what I mean? Man, my cousin and them couldn't see their dying father. They had to look through him through a window. Nigga, I would have kicked that shit. Man, the Biden administration and Koala Bear, what the fuck? You don't even know what a woman is.
It's an experience, like Clubhouse, like a cell phone. Listen, they have Angela Merkel. They got Angela Merkel, former Prime Minister of Germany, Chancellor. Go ahead.
The movie, what is Koala Bear? I don't know that.
Oh, that's Koala Harris, the one tampon Tim.
That's the first time I heard that before.
Yeah, tampon Tim and shit. I'm being, hey, you know, I got a lot of dry humor, you know what I mean? It ain't, look, is Trump perfect? No. But I tell you this, if Koala Bear got on her period, shit, we would have had a nuclear war. But, you know, menopause, I don't know all the details. That was a deep joke, y'all. I told you I got to get my man. Look, Koala Bear.
Do you know how much we nuclear weapons annually as taxpayers? Hundreds of billions of dollars. Can't we just get an arsenal and keep it and like cut the costs by 80%, but not keep, you know, expanding and researching and I mean, when is enough enough? The country is broke. And this is what I want for Donald Trump. I don't want him to be the exterior facing president. His attention matters. And if his attention is just on the war in Iran, he's forgetting about the war at home. We have a war to wage against left, wokest liberals. We have to smash them. We have to take over these sanctuary cities and fully eliminate the threat internally before we ever spend any more blood overseas. We have to liberate America and make America great again. America first. America first. America first.
Top Gun, you're married. You can be my wingman anytime. Hey, how do y'all feel about all those tankers coming into USA? And boy, we finna be a bad motherfucker. Oh, excuse my language. You know all those tankers coming to get our oil? Y'all heard about it? I didn't know if y'all, boy, Trump. Hey, like they say, this shit is chess. Not checkers. And everybody think the queen can move around, but that king can go anywhere. And the game ain't over till you capture that king. That's what they fail to realize. And y'all want to know something else? They call them diapers and depends. Diapers are for the babies, because you love changing them. But when them elders got them depends on, it depends on if you in the wheel. Oh, that was kind of dirty joke. My bad. That was kind of dirty. Yeah, I was clean up a little bit, man, but you know, I ain't had no other trash bag. Oh, he mad. He my roommate. I live next to a college. Alcorn State, Hein Revels was the first black governor or senator or something. And the school where Steve McNair went to, who else? Shit, Alcorn State, Alcorn, no rice, baby. Mississippi, you know, Ole Miss grow the best weed too. We got that good weed there in Mississippi. Shit, we in the woods. If y'all ever seen a deer with no eyes, I have no idea.
See, See, the thing about Iran is, even if we sent in 200,000 soldiers and we pulled a Brennan and we took the whole thing over, like, we've already killed the Ayatollah, we've already killed dozens of senior leaders, we've taken out a huge amount of their military capability. So, it's not necessarily necessary. And so I would just say, instead of sending 200,000 soldiers into Iran, why don't we send them into Democrat cities like Chicago, New York City, LA, Miami, everywhere, and actually eliminate the illegal alien threat in our country, the fake voting, the Democrat frauds, and the Social Security fraud, and the Medicare fraud, and all the fraud that's going on that Nick Shirley's exposing, and make major sweeping arrests internally and prosecute the people. And when our people are getting murdered by illegal aliens and criminals, we don't just lock them up for 7 years and spend $500,000 housing them. We kill them. We execute them. We shoot them and we bury them quickly. Hello? And if a Democrat judge stands in our way, well, then we arrest that Democrat judge, just like Bukele did in El Salvador. We liberate America, one criminal, one judge at a time. Hello?
They're the violent ones. Don't kick nobody out. Let a man freedom of speech, because rule number 2 comes behind that. Oh, no threat. That was no threat. I was just... Yeah. He got... Oh, we got, them Sesame Street. See?
Hey, everybody! We're gonna start executing killers again in this country instead of putting them in jail for retirement programs. When you murder an American, or you rob an American, and you kill that person, or brutally harm that person, you will be killed! It's called the Elmo Law! No more pussyfooting around and spending billions of dollars a year housing murderers! Either we execute them, or we fly them over the Pacific and drop them in the fucking ocean!
Self-defense now. You either on the sidewalk or you from the streets now. You ready to do that time up in the pen? You commissary, you get 3 free meals. As in my family say, 3 free meals. Be careful. Tough talk is nice, but they got places where you gotta prove your innocence.
Elmo is sick of looking at Instagram and seeing all the victims, and then the being let out of jail in just a few years to go on to commit more murders. Elmo is getting psychotically angry. And when Elmo gets angry, you better look out, because Elmo's going to give you the justice you're looking for, and it's not going to be pretty. Hello?
If you can, protect your friends and family around you. Protect your friends and family around you, brother. I don't want nothing to happen to you because of some ignorant, illegal aliens. And people are making it look like every illegal is bad. No, but shit. Y'all just done came over here and bullshit. Y'all up to some bullshit. So, I think
there was a homeless man that pushed over my garbage cans last night. Then he tried to break into my neighbor's apartment. So I killed him and I put him in the garbage can. Goodbye and good riddance. Elmo says sorry. You picked the wrong Elmo to fuck with.
The only evidence you have was on here. Why didn't you say that? You just left evidence. Man, don't say that on here. People do.
Oh, Elmo's just making a joke. I was sitting on my balcony, but I did witness that yesterday, and it made Elmo a little angry.
You witnessed it. It wasn't you that did it.
I'm just saying, if you kill Elmo, Elmo's going to come back from the grave and kill you.
Oh, you changing subjects. You just said you got you a body.
No, Elmo was kidding. Elmo wouldn't hurt a fly.
No.
Elmo's your friend.
No. Your ATV shows a white male. I'm running your place. I want you to be honest.
Elmo's always honest. Elmo is very patriotic and loves his country.
play female sports. That's a violation of a code 121-34A.
Is that the federal code or the state code?
Oh, this federal, bro.
Oh, no.
You know, we have a .0099009.
Yeah, prosecutorial misconduct.
Your voice doesn't matter. See, your conduct. It's your content of your character.
Elmo has good character. Elmo's never hurt anyone.
No. His outside seems jolly, but his character has fucked up.
It's true. If you ever looked inside of Elmo's mouth, it's a black nightmare of nighttime. It's a pit of abyss. Inside Elmo is the apocalypse.
It's more like a fish.
Well, can you roll up Elmo a joint, please, the movie? I'm ready to smoke. Community service is what Elmo says. I'm willing to throw down, you hear? Elmo will throw down. Pack that plug tight. I got you, the movie.
Hey, look, I gotta ask my roommate when he get out
Your
here.
roommate?
It should be like $3. Yeah, I got roommates. That's how I pay my bills.
Oh, shit. Elmo likes his privacy.
Oh, shit, he's still weak, though.
All right, well, tell him Elmo's down to throw down. Community service is what I say. Sharing is caring.
Hey, send me like $3 so I can get like a .3.
I got you, bro. Can you lend me $3, though?
Yeah, we get somebody along today. We with the Trump. Go Trump. Go Trump. Yeah, they like that, boy. We can get us a GoFundMe, bro. Everybody love.
So I don't know if anybody follows international news, but Ireland has rebuked their own government, and the Irish army is putting down an Irish farmers' rebellion, and their response is, "You fucking psychopathic leftist woke bitch motherfucking Looney Tunes! All you do is complain about Orange Trump all day long. That's spam. You're just spamming us."
Hey, what y'all think about that Canada shit with the little party with their little cards? They had that little, it's been all over the TikToks, and they bring their little card. I have my card that says y'all know what I'm talking about up there in Canada?
Yeah, man, I know exactly what you're talking about.
Yeah, shit, I know you knew. Shit, you into everything else, shit.
Well, has anybody seen in the new chat feature?
Where you from Denver? Are you from Denver?
No.
You from like Denver, Colorado?
I was born inside Uranus. Are you into astrology?
Oh, you playing that homo shit. My shit exit only, homeboy.
Exit only? What? Exit,
my shit
man?
is exit only. You talking about Uranus, man. Y'all don't play that shit.
No, I have cosmic consciousness. I'm an astrologer.
Yeah, you can astrologize all the fuck you want, but it ain't going up my Uranus.
What about Saturn? Are you interested in Saturn?
Ain't that shit in there either. Yeah.
What do you think about Neptune?
This funny motherfucker thought he could be slick on something.
What the fuck you talking
about? Lisa, whatever the fuck his name is.
What's a YN? I saw a YN video today, the first YN video from 1965.
I know what an F and a Q is.
F and a Q?
Fuck you with my foot. Playing with me, man. Come on with a YN.
Niggas said I know what an F and a Q is. What's an F and a Q? Fuck.
He fell forward like a slide, dude.
The movie, I got a joke for you. Why is sex like a box of Kentucky Fried Chicken?
I have no idea.
Because after you're done with the breast and the thigh, the only thing left to do is stick Elmo's greasy bone back in the box.
You know why you got chicken at the side of your bed? You just need some grease for whatever you do later, nigga.
Oh man. Man.
Remember that your mama? You remember them your mama jokes on that shit?
Dad jokes and shit.
No, I know. I'm talking about back in the day with old boy, the Mexican dude that had the your mama. He was saying you got chicken at the side of your bed. I forgot what he had said, but it was crazy, motherfucker. And look, like he had one joke, like I would tell Alita, your girl so nasty. Well, he girl, but she's so nasty. Them crabs would be bungee jumping off her thong and shit, you know. And her little tampon, you know how to.
The movie. What kind of an animal do you think Elmo is? Elmo always inspects the vagina before going down, because one actually saw crabs on a woman's vagina, and Elmo had a panic attack.
This what y'all doing this morning?
I couldn't bring her to class. I couldn't eat her out because Elmo was afraid of getting crabs in his fur.
It's so solid. I think I hurt his feelings earlier, and he just has this little get on me, but it ain't working.
Okay, see, the last time I chopped up with you, we was having a good ass conversation.
Of course. Do you hear his voice? That's not him.
Man, Demovie, I can smell the chicken wings by the side of your bed right now. Who are you kidding? You need the grease for later, not me, buddy.
See, I'm from the woods. You know what a deer is with no eyes? I have no idea. He ain't getting it. He don't know he fucking with the right one. I got nothing but time, opportunity, hell. But he ain't no swimmer.
It looks like y'all got an audience down there, though, man. Y'all got
man, it's all good, man. You know,
The movie! Why are black men always crying during sex?
I have no idea.
It's the pepper spray!
That was a good one. Hey, you know what I found out? Why you like playing basketball? Because there's a lot of shooting and stealing. Oh, he didn't play basketball. Pills of Pete didn't play basketball.
No, I played golf. Elmo likes golf.
There ain't no white man crime in Idaho.
Why does O.J. Simpson like to play golf?
Because he didn't have a glove.
No, it's because he gets to hit something white.
That wasn't as good as those. Shit, stealing shit.
Yeah, I know, man. You know I got this dude. You know, white people, they try to be cool with us. Everybody afraid of
they really love us.
Titleist is the number one in golf.
Hey, bro. You know the only ally we really have in America, I'm talking about in 2026. If you look at another ally, I'm not talking about your brother, immediate family. But it's the white man.
No, it's the liberal white woman. It's the liberal white woman. That's the real ally of the black man. You're never going to get reparations until you can make all the white women say yes.
They say yes.
Yeah, it's easy. That's the
easiest shit ever to do.
I have a college in my backyard, and this tennis coach, Lord rest his soul, Coach Dodgen, he brought them Europeans. I'm talking about the real Europeans, the Russians.
The white women like, they love our black curly hair. They like the
It comes with a lovely price. Man, you know what else? It's like, it's just like when we tell them. Tired. Yeah, for real. I have some life for the hell's you, man. Go play with me. Well, you won't get no. This tonight. What the black woman do?
So is
Like queen.
Why the fuck do y'all always
All of this
why do white men always apologize to their bitch?
She's the reason
They always say sorry and shit. You gotta apologize.
You gotta remember they
Please have that tuna salad, please.
Man, you earned your position, bro. That's the difference. You don't remember that poem that said, hey, the grandfather works, so the fathers don't have to work as much. The sons really ain't gonna work.
Don't go, makes a fool of my
It's gonna start all over again. But for some of us, if we were blessed to take my kingdom, they taught us the value of what goes on.
And you let us slip.
If that makes sense.
Right. Your tiny
If you had a mother that really, my mother
You
would
swore
never,
that you would protect me.
would never at all.
You swore.
But guess what? I went to some of the most prestigious schools
No
in the United States.
loyalty, no loyalty.
One of the best.
Not even from you.
Now, shit, I still get, I got stamps on my past. I would have been early.
She's no good to me in the dark forest of life. I need you failed me, babe. I'm giving all to you.
A lot of things, you know, it was like that. Now, no, you got it out the book. Has to stop you right there.
I have no powers in the dark forest. You have to find me someone. Someone who knows it. Someone who can hunt her.
Well, this room is brought to you by the Black Caucus in Congress and the Senate, in the executive and in the judiciary. And it's all because of our great leader, Matt Cool, in Redondo Beach, one of the few and only maggots holdouts in Los Angeles. The thing about a maggot is, in the black community, it's a larvae. And a larva transforms like a chrysalis butterfly. It transmutates into something different.
And that's a lie.
Ain't never said it was the truth. You ever hear a motherfucker tell a lie so good you thought he was telling you the truth?
I thought a fly can't die, but boy, a little salt water don't bring no sugar to no bee. You be tripping up in here.
And that ain't no lie. A woman will fuck you over every time. And that ain't no lie.
No, sir, the game of pimping and no limping is, if the woman choose you, you good. But if you chase that motherfucker, you gonna be broke as a dude on the side of my shoe. So go chase the one you want, but you don't want the one that choose you. See, we are the prize, but to get a surprise, you need a female. And again, and that's what it's called, a female. Oh, you have to pay attention. And if you a broke nigga, you better have a lot of attention. But if you don't have no attention, have some money in your pocket. But a female, the right one that choose you, you have no worries, at least. I promise you have no worries. White, black, Chinese, Espanol, I've been with many. You just gotta end up doing.
Just know the best raviolis. That's what you're.
I don't know what he said. I didn't say that.
Oh, no. You said spaghetti-olis.
No, I said at least. It don't matter whatever you go over or whatever. Maybe my words have.
Nah, your words are straight for real.
Nah, I'm just letting them know, nah, it ain't about black or white.
Choose him, right?
Man, if you get chosen, you're really good, but what happens with us men, we don't like being chosen. We want that challenge or that bullshit. And that woman run us down there through there.
You want that physical? Chase you.
She did Samson, David, shit like McGee, Adam. Medusa was a bad bitch. But she was more methodical. There's a lot of women that took us down there through there, ain't there? They had one lady named the Black Widow. She supplied Pablo. She killed all of us except one brother. They made a movie about the shit. I'm just saying, I'm not saying a woman is just all the way bad. I'm just, they're very influential. But we run this shit. We the prize. But women got, you think about a woman, shit, we'll go to McDonald's and get a girl, but a woman ain't coming to McDonald's getting no nigga.
But at the end of the day, there's this unavoidable problem where men, this is realistic, and I think it's you can try to blame that we're all tied into each other. You don't have, without men and women, you don't have people. They have to have babies. They have to, when it comes to societies in general, there's a balance between men and women. But there's no doubt that the men in society cause by far the most dysfunction, violence, chaos, war, any like horrible thing you can think of. Men are extremely overrepresented.
What do you mean?
Okay, so we can look at I don't know the statistic off of my top of my head, but if we were to look at like what percentages of murders are committed by females, it's probably under 10%. Vast majority are going to be males who do it. Serious physical assaults, robberies, any of this shit. Males are the ones that do this shit.
Man, what the no fucking duh.
Yeah, okay.
You voted for Koala Bear. You voted for Koala Bear. I can tell. You like Tampantino. Just tell me the truth. It really don't matter, but I can tell. It's okay, bro. Of course, male commit crime. Black, white, Hispanic. It's that move. What the fuck? Women going around, you think it's Wakanda?
Okay, you know what? You know what, dude? You are such a breath of fresh air. It was so obvious that,
don't you be trying to hit on me, man. I'm straight at 6 o'clock.
No, I am too, okay? So, here's the thing, though. You know,
not a joke, but I'm for real, you know.
No, I'm for real, too. Because if you were to ever if you were to ever flirt with me, I would drop your black dick, 6 inches in the dirt.
Hold up.
Yeah, but hold on.
You can tell that motherfucker voted for. He watched The View. He like
No.
Yeah, no, but what I was gonna say is this. Is that what's also glaringly obvious is that the brothers in the United States of America.
What? The what?
The brothers, the niggas, the niggers. They commit, a disproportionate amount of.
Hey, he not part of that bag of Trump shit, I promise.
No, but you guys.
Look, they changed the name to
Just like how males do.
He done took a couple of shots of Os Amigos.
Or males do in comparison to females. No, hold on. So.
They can trigger somebody. I got a T in my name. Put my hat on.
Yeah, go ahead and put your name. Nobody gives a shit.
No, my hat on. I gotta put my hat on.
Yeah, go ahead and put your hat. Nobody still.
No, it's a San Diego because I can't charge them hoes. Oh, that went over your head, but go ahead with you saying.
Yeah, I mean, blacks are statistically, and everybody, because it's racist, and white
people of color, because Indian.
But we're gonna pretend like you. No. We're gonna pretend like you. We're gonna pretend like you guys are not more violent in comparison to other people. That is retarded.
You know, let me tell you, when other people are dark with suntan, you don't call them black and shit. Why you don't call them Indians with that little beard on their head?
Indians don't rob people and rape people the same way that black people do.
Well, that's because black folks like basketball. We be shooting and stealing now. You better learn to crossover. You better get right. Got the best.
You can obfuscate all you
want. Get a tree.
The reality is that you guys make.
No, the reality is your propaganda can't reproduce. So y'all try to recruit little kids for your little.
Uh-oh, projection alert!
Based off of real fucking statistics, you stupid motherfucker.
Oh.
I gotta say the shit.
Every year. The last year. Here's what's interesting. Every year, over the last 10 years, the majority of homicide offenders have literally been black, but they make up 13% of the population.
Hey, what happens in Idaho and North Dakota and Alaska? Where no black people really at?
I can tell you in Alaska, because I used to live there.
I'm so glad that homicide. I'll be on the mushroom.
I'm so glad that we still killing all the white bitches.
Nobody cares.
We got the white puncher in there, white pussy.
We gonna grind one of them funny rats.
There's nothing like puncher in that white pussy.
There ain't no play.
You end up
We put Mount Georgia dick inside that white pussy.
Yeah, they be happy too. They be saying, "Oh, thank you, Daddy."
We puncturing that white pussy, that dirty white slut bitch.
That's why
she loves this black.
Nothing wrong with gay people, but shit, I would've.
Man, because his mother.
Okay, but here's the funny thing is that I have literally colonized that dark nigger pussy from Africa. You dirty niggers. Yeah, you would sit there, you'd be crying in your fucking butt chair. Oh, I'm nutted in that bitch. Oh shit, I want to fuck that bitch. I'm jerking my dick in my hand. Why can't I be with that white boy? Oh my god, his white dick is bigger than mine. I thought we had Manjiko dick. Because we've got big dick niggas. Oh my god. I thought my boy got a bigger dick than me. That shit ain't. Why can't that white boy slap the shit out of me and smack? Oh my god, why is that me? Oh my god.
We was
crying. Mad because we tapped you that ass red.
You can't tap shit. I tapped your mama's ass. I tapped your aunt's ass. I tapped your fucking sister's ass. And here's what, bitch. I'll marry your fucking mom, bitch. And I will literally ground you and take away your phone and I will belt your ass. No. I will take a belt to your chocolate cheeks real fucking fast. I will literally put a welt in your black ass, boy. And you're grounded in your goddamn phone. Shut the fuck up. You're crying because I took away your phone. That's more what it's gonna sound like, bitch. Shut the fuck up. Mass is gonna pull out his phone. Nigga, shut the fuck up.
We have a Democrat
puncture that white pussy.
No, you puncture white pussy. You can't puncture shit with that little white pussy. What the fuck are you talking about?
We put this.
Okay, you want to see the real snake, the big ass white dick, laying pipe in your black ass mom's pussy. That's what the fuck you're mad about. Shut the fuck up. You guys the statistics have literally had statistics several weeks ago. Women are the most loyal women. That's what you guys get. Suck my dick, you dirty fucking nerds.
Oh, you're so bad.
I out because of me. You dirty listen to these dirty fucking chimps. They're mad. They're saying like, oh, we crazy now. We fucking these mother bitches. We getting that pussy. We're doing all that. Man, they all that. We getting that money. That's what they keep doing. We dig her down. Yeah, you dig her down. Yeah, just like something that a low IQ fucking troglodyte would say.
You would let my fucking shit out of me with that pussy.
Every time.
I love watching you dumb niggers dance for me. You guys are socially like, wow, it's pretty wild in here. My dick is not feeling it.
Hey, y'all remember that movie? Hey,
wow.
Y'all remember
that movie? I got big old ended up breaking my big nigga black ass. That shit fucking hurt. That looked like it hurt real bad. Did Thor fuck you or something?
Hey, y'all
God damn.
that movie? Y'all remember that movie?
Niggers are now diagnosed with HIV as
Did Thor fuck my mom? God damn. You niggers got HIV. You guys are the niggas because of HIV. What is the darkness? It's not the frogs that did it. What is the biggest vector of gay sexually transmitted diseases? It's not the frogs. I'm sorry, my name's Alex Jones. It was literally the fucking niggers. They were jerking each other in a booty hole. They were down low gay niggers. And what they did is they drug it, they spread it all around. To the black woman, to the nigger bitches, to the gay niggers. And they literally spread it everywhere. And they spread AIDS everywhere. And later's gonna be the next epicenter of the gay apocalypse. Listen to this nigger monkey chimp that is speaking behind me. This is not your fault. This is MK Ultra. They took these dumb goddamn chimps and they convinced them that they were smart. But they're in reality some of the most dumb low IQ niggers that think they have some funny shit to say. That think that they are literally God's gift to the world. But when in reality do an abomination to the rest of the world. These dumb gay niggers. This is MK Ultra exposed. On behalf of Israel, we have dumb gay niggers. On behalf of Russia, we have dumb gay niggers trying to literally brainwash the children. You dumb gay niggers need to shut the fuck up.
What you say, we're gonna fuck your mom each and every day in every way.
I already fucked your mom with my big Alex Jones shit. Shut the fuck before daddy ends up gets down as
You don't have that, buddy.
niggers. Shut the fuck up.
Twizzle the dick shut up.
Alex Jones is done here. I'm gonna put Pepe with the screechy voice back on the line. Shut your goddamn nigger mouth.
We fucked your mom really, really aggressively. Then we come on a fish her all over our kids.
Fight back.
You put out black kids
Alex
all over
Jones is pissing at you guys. I don't know why you guys are so mad.
Isn't it interesting that we're a little bit like birds? We try to come up with things to say to each other that can get underneath each other's skin. Like Pepe earlier, he said to me, John can't get under my skin. That's because Pepe has no skin. The man is skinless. He's got no skin in the game. He's just an online sound. He's a voice. Generally, he sounds like that. That's what Pepe likes to say a lot. That.
And she said, oh my god, I'm so good, I'm so privileged, and I want to like somehow, her way that she thinks she's pretty, but she wants to insult you, and you're like, oh, you stupid Dominican crack whore with missing front teeth. Amazing bitch, you go girl, and that is you. You are literally the person I just don't pay attention to. Because you are in fact just a low-life, mentally ill piece of shit. And look, I like in that private room, here's the thing, is that I always granted you a lot of grace, but you come into a room where it's just like me or myself and this one other person, you want to be a dickhead. But at the end of the day, okay, there are people on this app that I generally don't punch on, even when they say shit about me. But because I think they have there's something wrong with them mentally, like such as their self. But let's keep it real here, okay? I came onto this app, okay? Well, it was still rather big. I was a fucking headliner. I was somebody who everybody fucking knew. And I thought it was fun for a while. I don't really give a shit anymore. I come in here just to hang out with people and talk to. But you, on the other hand, you're the same pathetic piece of shit that, literally films every fucking room. We can see your goddamn YouTube channel. Nobody watches your fucking shit. Okay? You've never had a fucking audience. You're somebody that nobody finds to be entertaining. You're literally, it's just so goddamn pathetic. Do you think after several fucking years that if you could not capture a fucking audience, that maybe it's just time to give up? I mean, at least I was somebody who I lost my passion literally a couple of years ago to do a lot of this shit because it got boring to me. And quite frankly, a lot of the political landscape changed a lot to where the things I was saying that people considered taboo are no longer taboo. And I really cared. I can care less to listen to a bunch of fucking retards who just discovered a lot of the shit that I would talk about years ago. And think oh yes, I want to dick slap you.
Yeah, John,
be a fucking fan. But you are somebody, John, that never could capture a fucking audience. Hold on. You're somebody who could never capture a fucking audience. You're somebody who could never troll. You're somebody who could never do any of the shit that I would fucking do. And this is where you are fucking pathetic. Okay, and I don't know, what the fuck is it that you've done? You've been on this app, recording fucking rooms, doing your stupid shit. But do you realize nobody knows you, respects you, or thinks you're fucking funny? Anything. You're just this mentally ill man that is on this fucking app.
I think it's funny. He has you guys ranting like this at least once a fucking...
No, but he came in, hold on.
This is fake outrage. All of you going to rant, this is all bullshit.
Doctor, stop. Well, we were in a room where I was talking, it was one-on-one with a woman who, I'm not going to hear her bullshit, but we're talking about mental health shit. And this motherfucker comes in, he starts literally digging into any fucking pain point that she has regarding, an accident she had where she has a large scar on her face.
90% of people in this room have used it to get recordings of other people.
Shut up, let me finish.
You use it as convenience.
Shut up, let me finish. Literally, he's digging in, he's using these fucking pain points, knowing that she's she has some issues, and it's just to me, it's just mind-boggling. And I would have mercy on you, just like I do with many individuals on this app, because they are. I realize they're cognitively not all there, but you are such a disgusting piece of fucking shit that I don't even know what to say. I call people niggers, I call people kikes, I call people all of this fucking shit. At the end of the day, this is largely received by an able-bodied people of sound mind. They find it offensive. Okay, sure, and you can say I'm super despicable. That's fine. Okay, but I don't prey on individuals. There's one despicable piece of shit rapist on this app that I would go back and forth with. But I'm not somebody. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. Shut your fucking mouth. No, you can't say anything. Wait until I finish. I'm gonna wrap up in under a minute. Just shut your goddamn mouth. Shut your fucking mouth.
Wrap it up.
Okay, and then shut your fucking dumb nigger mouth for 1 second. Shut your dumb nigger mouth for 1 second. It goes quicker once you just shut the fuck up. It goes quicker once you shut your fucking mouth. Shut the fuck. Nobody thinks you're funny, Jack. Nobody is a fan of yours. So just shut the fuck up and let me. Okay, Matt, mute this goddamn monkey so I can finish.
We can't hear you anyway. It's really quiet.
Yeah, just put him in the group if you have to. Shut the fuck up. But at the end of the day, I'm not throwing you praise on like. Okay, a lot of people realize this. I'm somebody who's a troll. I use a lot of humor. I sometimes have serious conversations. But then then there are defunct pieces of shit like you, Mr. I don't remember his fucking. He goes by so many fucking names. The mentally ill dipshit from Chicago. Shut your dumb mouth. Wrap it up, Pepe. Yeah, okay. Dude, shut up. Now, you on the other hand, you're a talentless, mentally ill piece of fucking shit that goes on this app. Nobody is a fucking fan of yours, you stupid motherfucker. Do you realize that yet? Even your own fucking community that you would stand up for the most, which I don't have to name, they kick you out of fucking rooms. They look at you as a mentally ill fucking retard. I mean, do you not understand that? I was somebody who always offered you. I realized you weren't all there, but then you just keep on picking at people.
You honestly think the grace of Pepe, a young fucking racist with a frog in his throat, you think I need grace from you? You think I need any grace from you? I got the Bible. I don't need Pepe's grace. That's useless. That's worthless. That's worse than dog shit, Pepe, you fucking low IQ Phoenix, Arizona little fucking Corsican midget. Frog sounding. I know geopolitics and I hate the Jews and I hate the Israelis. Why the fuck are we getting involved with all these international conflicts when we got all these N-words here that I can yell at all day and waste my life doing nothing? Playing the role of a political geostrategist and then calling somebody a fucking retard. Okay, Dr. Pee-Pee. Thanks for the grace you've given me in the past. You're amazing, Dr. Pee-Pee. You're on to big things in life, young man. Oh, you're going to do so well with your content. Your content is going to go so far, Dr. Pee-Pee. Oh, Dr. Pee-Pee. My own people, Dr. Pee-Pee, they hate you with a passion. Everybody thinks you're annoying, you're low IQ, you're racist, you're stupid, you're a bigot, you're a set, you're every stupid thing in the world. And the fact that you hate the left and that you hate the woke left doesn't make you a hero. You're not some kind of fucking hero, Pepe. You're a page. I'll give you that. You're like a page squire to a knight or something. I could see that role for you. You're like the dumb fucking, little daffy kid that helps the knight go win the battle. And I'll clean your sword and pick up the horse poop.
Fucking Michelin. Nobody. You know how I looked at Clubhouse, on Jewish Clubhouse, which you all know, especially you. Okay, I was, because of the people I met that ended up introducing me to this app, I go into the rooms. Who was the one outsider who was considered a fucking mental freak show that literally, both left and right, no matter what camp they were on, they would fucking kick your dumb ass. Why is it that you never have more than one person in your fucking room, and you go on stages, you annoy people, they kick you, and then you can say you're doing this for YouTube, but your YouTubes have no views, barely any views. Like you're a nobody. Are you talking to me? No, I was talking to the Chicago man.
Hey, the Pope's from Chicago too.
The Pope is fine, and you know who else is a dumb piece of shit? But Mr. Chicago, John Kitover, probably disagrees, but our president to talk to the Pope in the way that he did was absolutely deplorable. I mean, and then right afterwards, he posts a picture of him as Jesus, and the next day he says like, oh no, I thought it was adultery,
It's because many people try to convert to Catholicism to earn rights. So, for example, I will gladly, in a heartbeat, convert to Catholicism for rights. I've actually already converted to Protestantism, but like I only got ever in trouble when I was looking at the data of the Catholic Church, because it's technically a foreign government, the Vatican. And I have many contacts in the Catholic. I really think that even if I would sign a piece of paper saying I'm a slave of the Catholic Church, that the Catholic people are very humane and even would not actually.
Are you considering doing RICA?
What?
Are you considering doing RICA?
What is that?
It's conversion to the Catholic Church, because you said you became Protestant and you're thinking the Catholic Church. But my thing, I just want to finish up and drop Kitover for 1 second, because he pisses me off too. I disagree with Pep on a lot of things, but this is one thing.
No, I didn't say I was considering the specific. No, you're actually making words.
But the thing is,
I'm not talking about normal.
Get out the way, let it happen.
I'll give you a quick rundown of the Catholic Church. In the Catholic Church, you have your local priest, and then you have your bishop, and then you have your cardinal that you can go to, whatever the hell. It's like every time I go to Rome, I can contact my cardinal, but you have to do your RSCA training first, because it's not like, you're gonna do the Nicene Creed or whatever and become a Catholic.
Oh my God, nobody said they're converting to Catholicism. If I were,
wait, I'm talking about
Jesus Christ, Abject, you're just making this you're ruining the conversation.
So long, bro.
You're ruining. No, somebody else was speaking. So horrible, so terrible. Let the other motherfucker speak.
No, bro, you were just talking for so long. I just spoke for like 2 fucking seconds.
No, but you're not. You're
derailing. So long. Well, shut the fuck up.
Because you're derailing. You don't
shut the fuck up for 1 second. Bro, you're derailing for so long.
You didn't say he was wanting to convert to Catholicism. You didn't even say he was considering.
You're literally putting in your 2 cents. You're putting in your 2 cents to earn a banana, which your monkey ass did not fucking earn. Damn.
Black Africans, I swear.
You're talking for so fucking long. Like, shut the fuck up for 1 second. All I'm trying to say is, if he's doing it, he's gonna do it.
He didn't say he wanted to.
Shut up, bro. You can think for so long afterwards. Shut the fuck up.
No. This man is primarily exactly why I brought up the topic, because this is the point. Is you have misunderstood exactly what I'm trying. Many people are informally Catholic without having this conversion. You don't get it. The Catholic Church does not have literal data of every single Catholic all over the world.
Yeah, they do.
No. I have worked in the church database.
Yeah, they do. When you become a
I've been entrusted with large biases in Boston. I have seen that they don't have every single data point.
No, let me correct you, Andrew. Thank you.
You think this is exactly the definition of Catholic?
Every single conversion worldwide is registered. Every single conversion is registered. I have my registration when I was baptized. I have my registration when I did when I became fully.
Oh my God, the Catholics keep the superb records.
No. It's all fucking registered. It's a damn fucking lie. Every single person that becomes a Catholic, you're registered. You get a certificate and it's registered by your local church. Give me a fucking break.
I'm saying that record is easy to fucking falsify. You don't get it.
How the fuck to falsify records? You're gonna be like, oh yeah, like this person we're gonna register them.
I can send my twin to get. Okay, I can send my twin. Okay, you have a Catholic. I sent my twin to get the.
No. When you become a Catholic, no.
See, that's why they won't let you in. You're trying to defraud the cloth.
No. Every single person that becomes a Catholic, you need a sponsor. Wait a second. You need a fucking sponsor to become a Catholic. And the sponsor is the one that actually signs their name on it. I know this to become a sponsor to 2 people. You have to have a sponsor and everything else. Like, it's all fucking registered. You just don't become.
I'm just curious. He did bring up France.
Vatican, North Korea. I pick Vatican over North Korea. Does that make me a Catholic? No. It means I'm not Korean. Yeah, Vatican.
What the hell do you mean?
No. He brings up a good point. I'm somebody who's 100% of French descent, and so like one of the beautiful parts of that is that I can look up my last name, and I can trace ancestry back to several hundred years, and part of the beauty of that is because the Catholic Church likes to keep records, and they've done an impeccable job. And so, are you saying that like we are not
Exactly.
Okay, so you agree that one? Okay.
Exactly. It's all fucking recorded. Every single conversion.
But if this guy wanna convert to Catholicism, that's all he said. Never even fucking mentioned that.
Bro, shut the fuck up.
That's true. He didn't mention that. He
said.
Let me tell you. If you want to convert to Catholicism,
was
all
offered
this process.
to be nice. You just came in, maybe you don't like the Catholic Church, whatever. We're talking about like two extreme. You're acting as if the Vatican is as exclusive as North Korea. This is what I think. No, it has 1.4 billion people. It's fucking exclusive.
But I'm just curious. What was the point before AJAC, his third world dumbass, ended up
Shut the fuck up, that's what you done it. Dumb cock.
I mean, yeah, super
You just want to be
Mexican.
heard.
I'm super Mexican, super gay, as you say. But anyways, when it comes to what were you talking about before that?
I was trying to say that the U.S. right wing is very much modeled very accurately by the Pope, even though it's technically Trump who's in power, because the U.S. right wing has it's very complex game theory as to why.
I disagree, because the Vatican has always looked at the U.S. as being a competitor to the Vatican, and if we look at all of the open borders bullshit and all of that, that is super Catholic. Like when it comes to the right wingers who are like maybe have some further right wing views, such as myself, and some like further left wing views. No, the church is all the Catholic Church is all over the place. Like they're not natural allies to American conservatives.
But Pepe, if you want to convert to Catholicism,
Yeah, I mean, I think it's where I just think it's
you're
retarded.
functionally retarded, AJ.
Bro, I don't know why you always talk to me, you dumb cunt. I've been living here for 5 days. I'm trying to convert Catholicism in order to get a visa to the Chinese Communist
Everybody in the room goes, oh, hey, it's Reddit.
And you're talking to us.
I know, it's dumb cunt.
You're just a fucking retarded cunt. All you do is just like find out.
By the way,
I don't think about you. I don't even talk about you. I don't even give a fuck with that.
if you want to be...
Okay, if you guys want me to give you a prime example of a retard that was brought in by the Catholic Church, it is literally this third world, Achayak. He's a third world person brought in by Catholic NGOs. Absolutely worthless. No, absolutely worthless to the West. There we go. And here he gets to grace us with his presence by being on a modern, being on a modern, being on a modern internet. Okay, or internet carrier, it doesn't matter. And he gets to picture us and give us this third world point of view.
You're such a dirty fucking retard.
Yeah, but don't you think it's because he's jealous, Pepe? You're jealous.
Pepe is such a dumb fucking retard because I was like to him, never once.
No, you're just jealous. You're jealous. You're just a jealous person, period.
Pepe is just a fucking retard. Fucking like sweating and fucking.
I'm retarded, Mexican and gay, like for sure. Yeah,
and it's just like, oh yeah, I can do what. Like, shut the fuck up. People are just trying to have a conversation, and you're just a dumb fuck. You're like, oh, third world. You know, Pepe is one of those retarded edgelords that in school, like in high school, university, they're one of those slow fucking retards that never got and did anything in life.
I was in short bus,
anything in life and everything else. Like, Pepe is one of those disgusting, slow fucking edgelords that never got any pictures, never did anything, never went to school, never went to university, and he just sits on here all day fucking long.
Yeah, I only gave blowjobs to other boys while wearing my safety helmet on the short school bus. Absolutely. You're correct. You're correct. I have to make sure you're correct.
No, you're in your 40s, no family, no wife, no kids, no bitches, nothing to look forward to. So you just come on here and scream all day long. What the fuck have you done in your life, bro? But then, by the time you're playing next, you're gonna be.
Yeah, I've given blowjobs on the short school bus. That's what I did.
You're gonna be 50 with 0 fucking accomplishments, and then you're gonna be like, yeah, at least I can come on Clubhouse and call people niggas. And third world.
What's your mom's dating profile so I can marry her?
You're such a fucking loser, Pepe. Honest to God. You were born in the greatest country in the whole world, and what the fuck have you done for yourself?
Well, what I'm curious about is you describe yourself as a Catholic.
You know what?
But what I'm really curious about is that if we look at the Pope, can you tell me what is your opinion on what Trump said about the Pope and him dressing himself as Jesus?
Wait.
You're a fucking cuck. You literally will divide the Catholic Church.
No. You're almost.
Yes, you will.
Bro, Pepe, you're almost 50.
Yeah, I'm almost 50, no wife smoking. Yeah, we heard that. But bro, my question...
What do you have to show for yourself?
Okay, nothing, absolutely nothing. Super feeling. Yep, we heard that. No wife, no kids, we heard that again.
And then you just come with the app and you just call people names.
Yes, I mean, okay, we got it. Okay, we get it. Antioch's claim is that I have no wife, no kids, and I'm a fucking loser. Amazing, listen, okay, we get it. I repeated it for you. But my question is, what do you think about what Trump said about the Pope, and what do you think about about him with that meme of him as Jesus?
And you became a groyper retard.
I'm not a groyper. I'm not a Christian nationalist, you retard.
And everything else like that.
I'm not even a religious person. I'm not a groyper, you fucking idiot.
And you're so retarded. And you come here and you're the. What do you have to show for yourself?
Okay. Yeah, absolutely nothing. We've already gone over this. Nothing.
You're literally.
Yep. Super loser. Yep.
You're
super loser.
Such a fucking loser.
He's just jealous, man. He's jealous. He was probably picked out as a kid, and he's jealous.
Yeah, I just wanted him to get this part over with. I'm trying to ask him a serious.
Why the hell?
Okay, yeah, I get it. Actually, yeah, we get it. Yep, because I'm a loser. I'm a loser that nobody wants. That's the answer. Okay, everybody.
Bro, you're almost fucking 50. No.
Yeah, I'm almost 50, guys. I'm a loser. Achek wins this round. Yep, absolutely. Achek won this round. Everybody give a point to Achek. Okay, but Achek, shut the fuck up so somebody else can talk. Because I'm literally trying to ask you a question. No, when it comes to Trump, chastising and insulting the Pope, and then posting a meme of himself as Jesus, as a good little Catholic boy, what do you think of that?
It's fucking terrible.
It is. Yeah, I agree.
It's terrible. He should have never done that. He fucked up with that. I don't agree with that.
So he doubled and tripled down.
Yeah, I know. It's a terrible thing he did. Nobody, the greatest person ever is Jesus Christ. I don't give a fuck about any politician. God should never be mocked at all whatsoever. God should never be tested like that, and I don't agree with that. I think he fucked up, and thank God he deleted it. I was shocked, and I was like appalled by that. That was a terrible thing.
He said he was, it was an image of him with the Red Cross.
It was terrible.
Yeah, he lied. He thought all of us were stupid, and we're going to buy the fact that he wanted to be a doctor and a healer. In other words, Trump was trying to say that we were just like stupid, and I have to disavow him for what he says.
Yeah, that was so fucked up. I don't know why he said like, oh yeah, like I'm trying to be like a healer and some bullshit. Just own up to it. He fucked up.
Yeah, I checked him out. She shut the fuck up. Let the other guy talk.
I was just my battery died. I just got back, and the last thing I heard was Pepe or PP or whatever your name is. Forget my
PP Herman.
PP calling a bunch of men who are yelling back at you the N-word consistently. PP, how are you feeling about that?
Okay, like Pee Wee Herman, but my name's PP. I shoot motherfuckers in the back of the head. He did it with a load of cum, and I do the same thing as him. So that's fine.
Come fuck with me.
Yeah, he'll bust a nut in the back of your Puerto Rican. He'll bust a nut in the back of your fucking Puerto Rican hair. Your curly.
I got a real question. Like, are you playing? Like, are you a black man? Just like.
Oh no, he's a white supremacist, but we do hate the niggers in here.
Are you a white man?
Wait, you're black adjacent, so you should.
No, I'm Mexican. I'm Mexican. I'm a homosexual Mexican that does not have children because Acek likes to say I'm a loser, but I am gay, so I wouldn't have kids.
Well, you have kids in your butthole.
No, but I put them out like afterwards, so they don't last.
Are you proud of yourself right now?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Gay people can have kids too, by the way.
Yeah, butt babies.
Wow, you totally just exposed your weakness, bro. Like, you really exposed how insecure you are.
Oh God. Oh, you're the champion who's gonna defeat us all.
No, not I mean it. Like, the way you just
Santiago, I think you're in the wrong room. I don't think you get the vibe.
Yeah, you should wait till Acek talks to them.
Yeah, Santiago, I think you're jealous because I am a top at the end of the day, and then I don't want to do your gay little I don't want to do your gay little Dominican butthole. Like just
also, Santiago, just so you know, we have the blackest human on earth, which is Acek, because he's South Sudanese. Is Dinka. So he co-signs everything, so we're allowed to say that we're a nigger.
You can say nigger, they can say I like freedom. I like freedom.
Means retard in South Sudanese.
I genuinely cannot believe what I'm hearing right now.
Santiago, go be a fucking homosexual in another room and be a nigga in another room. Nobody gives a fuck if you're not whatever.
I'm not a fan.
Santiago, you're acting like a kite chasing.
Santiago, you were so brave for speaking up to this blatant hatred and racism. I'm in shock. I'm very offended. And so Acek is African. I'm actually a black American. And I find what Pepe has to say is very offensive. I really do. So I appreciate you for being brave. I definitely appreciate you for being brave. Rich over here wears fake rubber breasts and sleeps with trans women and is yet to admit it. But I appreciate you standing up to these disgusting, degenerate men that are being racist, homophobic, and absolutely anti-Semitic.
Oh,
and that is a gay nigger that was speaking, by the way.
Fat black woman starts talking. You start calling her a niggle boo fucking fat big back fucking disgusting whore and shit.
I'm going to rest my moral superiority and I'm not going to respond. Santiago, you know what Hillary Clinton say? When they go low, we fly high. Okay, so don't absolutely do not. Him too. I mean her. But again, so at the end of the day, I feel like we just need to don't let it trigger you. Don't let it trigger you, Santiago.
Bro, I'm not at all triggered. I just think it's super shameful of all of you to act this way for real.
Yeah, it's super shameful. Like, who gives a fuck, Santiago?
Yeah, get off your fucking moral high ground and your pedestal, Santiago.
Nobody gives a fuck about the call of leftist, liberal,
you're in white America right now. Oh, sorry.
Santiago, you converted me. I feel so ashamed. As a white male, I should not have been saying the stuff that I've said. I'm sorry. I want to suck your Dominican dick.
Yes, you need to pay reparations.
Yeah, and give me reparations.
You need to pay reparations.
Wow.
Because everyone got okay.
Bro, why you gotta come up and say one?
Because I'm just saying one to my people down.
But you should hear one thing. You're showing
at least you're better than the mud cookie eating people.
You're showing how fragile you are.
Santiago, just fucking insult somebody. Nobody's fucking
Santiago, you great bean eating spick. Shut your goddamn whiny faggot mouth. Okay, seriously, shut the fuck up. We are used to insulting each other in here, and so shut your fucking mouth.
Everybody's
literally
here, Santiago.
I don't know. Exactly, Santiago. I never consented to this. So I would have to agree with Santiago. I'm standing with you. I'm gonna ask Santiago.
I'm just saying, man, you're very fragile to react to
Santiago, nobody's fucking fragile.
No, your motherfucking pussy is fucking fragile, bitch. That bitch got 10 fucking STDs. That's the only shit that's motherfucking fragile, bitch. The fuck?
You need to get that bitch Vagisil and fucking something's wrong with her. Like that is she has vaginosis. You need to get her on antibiotics. That your mom's a stinky bitch, pussy, fucking Dominican whore. Like I'm just fuck you and your mom. Your mom turned me gay, motherfucker. Because males' buttholes smell better than your mom's fucking pussies, bitch. How the fuck do you think that shit fucking happened?
Exactly, bro. Like, okay. I'm cleaning the fucking toilet.
Alright,
so you go to fucking school, Santiago, you dumb cunt, and you just come here being a bitch ass faggot. Like, bro, go to fucking back.
Santiago, you're arguing with a middle schooler and a refugee. I mean, like, don't back down, brother.
My mom was literally swimming across the Rio Grande. Well, I'm not an anger technically, but I was floating on her fucking stomach, and she claimed I was born here, bitch. Just like, why are you so sensitive?
That's a big bitch too. I mean, that's a bitch. She's a badass.
Yeah, she's a badass, brilliant bitch. That's how I was able to come across the extra. You're goddamn right. 400-pound bitch. That's what it. She's a fucking tough woman, and she backstroked.
The military or other administration
I'm lying on her tummy, and sucking on her big titty, and we made it across.
Say some ribs chicken. Hello.
You don't know about friendship.
Bro, you don't know about fucking hot shit, bro. You're such a fucking pussy, Santiago. How the hell do you even function in life being such a pussy like this? Oh, fucking bitch ass vagina. Shut the fuck up, bro. How the hell do you even function in life?
I've said multiple times.
Hey, take care of a vagina now.
I've said multiple times.
What is going
I'm not
on?
offended. I'm not offended.
You're just like, oh, you feel so sorry for us because we're fragile. What the fuck are we fragile about when you're leftist Marxist for some bullshit? What the hell are we fragile about?
The fact that you're in this way as a
I'm acting like this because
He sounds like a defensive black woman. He does.
Why?
You do, H.A. You sound like a very defensive black woman. Y'all just be chattering and chattering and chattering for the last 10 minutes.
Because Santiago,
You won't even let the man speak. Let the man speak.
Santiago, your mother
Let him speak. You see, this is what I'm saying. These angry black women can't get a word. You have to have the last word, just chattering and chattering and chattering, shaking hoop earrings. Let the man go ahead, Santiago.
Well, I just opened up my app. I was driving home, and I listened into this room. Literally for like 10 seconds, I just hear a fight get started. I don't know what started at. I'm like trying to figure this out. You know, I got a phone call. I had to go to the store. I got off. You know, battery died. Came back home. Turned my phone back on, and conversation changed. But when I listened to what was going on, I was in shock because these men, I don't know if they're still on the stage, were clearly trying to trigger this guy, Pepe. And you know,
say correctly.
Okay, PP, my apologies. And we're clearly trying to trigger him and get him riled up, and it worked. And he went from like a 1 to a 10.
Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover. I want to show you the crisis that we have with our sewer systems. They're saying we need to spend $20 billion on lead pipe replacement. Our sewer systems don't even work because the environmentalists at the Chicago Reclamation District don't let the water. Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover. I want to show you the crisis.
I'm surprised that men are that weak right now. That's basically what I felt. And I just wanted to say so. Like, you're a pretty weak man to be able to have to react in that way because your ego is so hurt.
Okay, but I like the top power bottoms, but I only have the power when you're a bottom. And so, sweetie, look, I understand. I let my words get the best of me, but honey, I will leave it up to you. Just come on, dude.
I just feel like
I know first impressions are everything.
Get a little stronger than that, for real. Really. Like
I know I was being a very bad top. I get it. I needed to project more, but like controlled power. I needed to channel it, and I get it. But sweetie, I'm sorry. Like really.
I mean, you must be really struggling right now to have to react that in that way. Like, really, you must be really struggling right now. Well, that's a genuine statement. Like, you don't react like that without having some really deep insecurities and like some illness right now.
Santiago, did you hear what they were saying by any chance?
Oh, but they were totally, they knew exactly what they were doing.
Yeah, why even them a pass?
Because they were intentionally doing it to get him to that place.
Yeah, and you don't know Pepe that he does that. He goes along with it. But I don't understand. I'm confused. You realize this is what Pepe does. Maybe it's your first time. I don't know.
If Pepe is like, you know, oh man, that's.
I'm just like, you know,
make sure your battery's charged.
I wear my heart
say, like, I'll rip that white woman's pussy, like.
Oh yes! Oh no! By all means, that was inappropriate too.
Yeah.
Oh, by all
And no, you have to understand, I'm a gay man, and I'm not like really. I'm protective of women. It's not because I want to like cock block, but it's like as a Mexican gay male, I'm like, look, it doesn't matter whether or not you're Mexican. You know, if you are a woman, I want to protect you. And when I hear one of these savage people joke about the rape of a white woman, like, oh my gosh, so horrible. You know, I had to snap back. Like, I'm sorry, I couldn't do it. And like, if ever you were to use the N-word with the hard R, it would be against savages who think it's like, you know, okay to rape white women. I completely disavow.
Is this your first time, Santiago? Like, around, I don't know, us?
I mean, I'm just like, if you, like, the history of this country, you know, the privilege that so many of us have, to speak in that way as a white man is just pretty sad at this point, just honestly. Like,
I'm not Mexican. I'm sorry, you know.
You're not Mexican, bro. Like, it's...
Yes, I am.
Alright, well, I mean, dude, it's really sad. It's like, I'm not triggered, I'm not mad, you don't hear anger in my voice. I'm like, but I think it's pretty bad. It's the state of, like, just how sick people are right now. And to speak openly like that and think it's okay. Oh! I mean, it doesn't matter.
Okay, but I'm sorry, but is the joke about the, no, hold on, this is a politically correct picture. This is where the politically correct, you know, culture really gets in the way. Is it worse to call somebody a nigger, or is it worse to say I like raping white women? I mean, I'm sorry, saying the N-word can be jarring at times, but it's not nearly as traumatizing as rape. I mean, at the end of the day, you know, I have rape fantasies about getting raped by men, you know, so I mean, maybe I don't find it traumatizing, because I'm once again, I'm a gay Mexican faggot, but
hey, Pee-Pee, everything you've said so far, like talking about being gay, all the rest, like being funny like that, yeah, that's cool, you could be funny like that. Like, but like, bro, considering the history to go using the N-word like that to other men of color.
Yeah, you know, you're right. It's worse to call somebody a nigger. It's worse to, okay, you're right. Like, somebody said who honks their horn and uses, hey, watch this nigger, it is a lot worse than, like, you know, you're running, you're doing a nice jog, you're like 40-year-old woman, and you're like, I sweat. And then all of a sudden a guy pops out from behind the bushes. And he's like, hey, pretty lady, come here. And she's like, no, please don't. And then he's like, I want some loving. And she's like, no, please don't. And then he's like, oh, look what we got here. And he's got an erection. And he sticks it under his basketball, or pulls down his basketball shorts. And then he rapes the living shit out of her. I would say one's a lot worse than somebody nigger. Wouldn't you agree?
I think you should.
Oh, no, wow, you're too scared.
I think you should.
Is getting raped worse than being called a nigger?
I think you should reflect after.
You won't answer the question. I love this. And
So
I think
okay. Let me ask you a
Let
question.
me finish my sentence.
So if I rape a black woman and call her a nigger, is that like how worse is that than like a white woman getting raped by a black guy? He's saying like you dirty snow bunny and raping her.
You should.
Is the victim? Are the victims gonna like feel that that their violation is somehow going to be less traumatic because one person of color, heard or slur, or are they both going to be like, oh my god, this guy violently penetrated me? Like, I'm just curious.
I think you're safe wherever you are right now, and you can speak this
you
way.
Answer the question. I love it. The level of dishonesty.
I'm happy to answer your question after I finish my thought. I think you're safe to speak that way in your home or wherever you are right now on a telephone. But you say that in the wrong place at the wrong time. And
okay, I'm done with your nigger negotiating.
Okay,
I asked you questions, and you dumb, dirty faggot. I asked you a question, and
Number
you did not
two,
answer it.
you should consider after you're triggered, when you calm yourself down.
I know, I'm absolutely calm.
Okay, if you're calm, you allow me to speak without speaking over me. When you have the space.
But you're not answering my questions. That's the hard part. Is that you're not answering. I asked you direct questions. I asked you direct questions. Okay, what is the difference between a white woman getting violently raped without drugs? Nothing. She's just getting raw raped. And a black woman getting raped. Okay, but the white woman is called a cracker, and the black woman is called a nigger. Can you tell me which do you think one is more traumatizing than the other?
I think any getting raped is traumatizing.
Amazing. So is getting called nigger or being raped more traumatizing?
Oh, the rape.
I think for you,
yeah, obviously, because one's are just words and the other.
I asked you a very direct question. That's like asking the difference between getting slapped and getting shot in the face. Being raped is worse than being called a nigger, obviously.
I think you're making an excuse for a word you should never use again. I really think so.
Well, words are just words. Weak-minded fucking cuck.
You're too much. You have such
words are just words. You weak-minded fucking.
You're too much of a left-coded softie.
I don't know.
Quite frankly, you don't deserve my.
He's raised by a single mom. That's why.
Well, you don't deserve my big Mexican dick.
His mom always told me that's why he's a fucking
I think he's a nigger lover. That's his problem.
He's raised by a single mom.
Okay, he's a nigger loving kid that was raised by a single mom.
Just like your wife. That's my name. I think you're insensitive a little bit. You offended and hurt my fucking words. Yes, you hear you holding up the doll and touching your groin on the doll and saying, this is where they hurt me.
You're trying to prolong this conversation so you can until you know what's funny?
Hey, Pepe, you know what's funny? He'll sit down and watch Rick and Morty and just laugh fucking hysterically in South Park. But then he comes on a social audio app and he hears somebody saying the same words and he's like, I can't believe people say these same fucking words in real life. Oh God, no!
No, but what he's doing right now is he's jerking off. He's imagining we're in prison showers.
This is why we have a decline in fucking population in America. Because all you pussies make fucking women fucking wet. You fucking cunts.
Nick, nothing match.
But at the end of the day, he's literally jerking off to this shit.
Nick and Matt, like, am I like?
Yeah, Nick's a groiper and Matt loves his shit. He revels in it.
Well, I mean, I'm not offended. I'm not upset at all with anything.
Oh yeah, you are. You're a sensitive
said,
little bitch.
Yeah, no, I'm okay.
Yeah, no, I can't believe somebody would say offensive words. But I'll watch fucking comedy specials and watch South Park and Rick and Morty and just laugh at all the N-bombs and faggots they say. And
You're loving, raping, cheating, faggot, spick. That's what you are.
Does that make any sense to you, faggot?
I'm literally somebody who has a big goddamn burrito as a dick, and I'm gay as fuck, and Mexican as fuck, and you cannot handle the level of machismo I would give to your little dirty Dominican third world
brown hole.
Yeah, it just wouldn't happen. And so, like you have failed.
I like a coconut.
I'm excommunicating you from the gay community, you dirty faggot.
What do you do for a living?
I fuck faggots.
He's a gimp. They tie him up and beat him and shit.
I'm literally. Yeah, no, I'm guapísimo. You know, I'm gifted with a big dick, and gays like to be dominated by me. At the end of the day, it's what it is. You know, I could.
No, you
I got a question.
dominated. Don't lie.
If your colleagues or family or friends or colleagues at work,
His dad was in the government.
Right now, what's that?
His dad was in the government.
God, what if your friends heard this and they heard that you were talking to a goy?
Who's your dad? Like a congressman or senator or something?
Like myself. Shut up, bitch. But what would you do if they would have ever healed that you would try to, you know,
please, some
the way that you do it, and not fuck my Dominican I'm half a Dominican.
Okay,
Chicago, this.
You know, I never
Chicago, this is Mayor.
Pretty enlightening to me.
Did you just join Clubhouse or something?
This is Mayor.
No, I just didn't realize that like people.
This is Jefferson Park.
You've never been in
Experiencing
Hood
insane flooding here.
All the blacks are screaming in Chicago and they're like,
Chicago, this is Mayor.
come to the south side
I
of
want to show you
Chicago.
what Chicago looks like after a
And then
major
they actually
rainstorm.
show up and you
I
actually
got a
hear
link here at the end of my shoe.
What rooms have you been on?
Yeah, you've never been to a Hood Booger room in Atlanta or Chicago?
Rich, hold on.
Holy shit, like 500 blacks screaming.
I want to ask him which room he actually goes to because I can't imagine him running into anything different than this, pretty much, you know?
I've never heard. I mean, in all my life.
AJ, can't hear you. You're a little mouse right now. All right, go ahead. Santiago. He's on the phone again.
In all my life, I've never heard this before. In all my life, I'm like mid-40s. I've never heard anything.
You've never watched Blazing Saddles?
You might be right.
I don't know where you guys live, but
Wait, you've never watched the movie Blazing Saddles? That's my question.
No, I've never seen that movie. No.
God, you're such a sheltered cuck. This is why. This is why the replacement birth rate is so low. Because you guys can't fucking get women wet. Bunch of pussies. How the fuck are you? How the fuck are
Please, some ribs and chicken. Karen, get away from my car, Karen. Karen.
I don't see that how that's any relevance.
You want your children hearing this?
What, you want to be around kids or something, you fucking weirdo? I would fucking claw a hammer to your head.
Rich, hold on, chill, dude. I don't know why you're spazzing out tonight. I was just wondering, because, like, I mean, none of the children would be on the stage. I don't know what you're talking about, Santiago.
I mean, are you are you proud of how you're talking right now?
Bro, what's up with you, reality, bro? I don't understand how you before you get upset about that.
I'm not upset. I'm really not upset.
Yes, you are. You're so offended. I feel like I'm on the verge of fucking yours, you fucking cunt.
I'm not upset because you don't.
I mean, you come in and say you're 40, but you act like a fucking 16-year-old. Like, oh, I can't believe somebody said this back. Shut somewhere else, you whiny fucking cunt. It's like you're in the bathroom again with that fucking top floor. Yeah, really, H.X. Rub your face on the fucking pillow. Exactly. You're lying down on the fucking pillow, you fucking faggot.
I was not, bro. I just laughed because it's funny.
You laugh like you were.
No, I was just laughing because it's fucking funny.
You laugh like Pepe was pegging the fuck out of you.
How
much the man has moved up?
Did you hear the laughter? Santiago, did you hear how ancient was a faggot?
Often refers to Arabs as dogs.
I want to make it clear to those villains that are standing there, there is no such thing as an Arab village in the state of Israel. The state of Israel and these dead Arabs, they want to stay in those
but pretends to be straight.
But those men that I entered the conversation, actually, real question. Give me some background. Those men that were just like starting to be vulgar.
Those two guys, you fight Santiago. I could go on any stage right now that's non-white, and those two individuals doing the same shit, actually with more of them on stage. So I don't know. Like, they were doing their show, and like, Pepe was doing his show.
Okay, Chicago. Chicago was his mayor-elect. I want to show you what Chicago looks like after a major rainstorm. You got a lake here at the end of my street because the environmentalists don't let the Chicago sewer system fully drain out using the large drainage for billions. Okay, Chicago, this is Mayor. Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover. I want to show you the crisis that we have with our sewer system. They're saying we need to spend $20 billion on lead pipe replacement. Our sewer systems don't even work because the environmentalists at the Chicago Reclamation don't let the water. Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover. Go to Chicago, mayorvote.com. Mayor Johnson has to answer to the city of Chicago on why our sewer system doesn't work, and the Chicago Reclamation District has to give us a thorough accounting and analysis of why they're not using our full capacity. This is Mayor-elect Kitover. Go to Chicago. This is Mayor-elect Kitover in Chicago. This is where our sewer system, all the billions we pay every year, the Water Reclamation District looks like. They don't work. Look, got a drainage in the middle of the street. You need that on the sides of the street. This is Maryland. Okay, Chicago, the flooding could be worse. So over here is a sewer cap that I try to keep clear. I try to keep it clear, and you can see the water is flowing into it. And it is running. You can hear the water running, so. But it is unfortunately jammed, but it looks like it's still flowing in enough.
You've got a skinny, South Sudanese on you.
Some hurricanes, we are experiencing insane flooding here. I've never seen this.
Before AJ came to Australia, he was starving.
You know the first time I saw a T-bone steak, and I'm like, this is fucking freedom.
Oh, you know? Matt, bring KK up. KK will deal with this.
Santiago,
come on, KK.
You know,
get your dumb Asian ass up here.
Wait, Rich. I want to actually talk to Santiago for thing. Santiago.
Need some ribs and chicken.
Man.
He's like the nicest person.
Wait.
Okay, Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover.
Yeah, nobody cares that you were molested while you were a child.
Nobody gives a fuck.
You're an agency orange.
I'm afraid to ask. But he don't like
no,
you
probably did something at all.
Land area and need a space that is
This room is about. I mean, is this a room about Trump?
Race, religion, and politics.
Read the title and what the house name is. Read it, what that is.
I came into this room because I thought like the conversation was going to be about the fact that he basically just, changed about
about Iran all of a sudden he gets marketed.
There he goes. There's anti-Trumper. Okay, just double checking. We got it. Yeah.
No, I mean that's what happened today, right?
Yeah, we tracked it. Yeah, don't worry.
In Jefferson Parklands, we are experiencing insane flooding here.
It's so sassy. It's so sassy.
Production.
If you think about all the nasty shit that men take all the time, and then how deranged you have to be as a man to constantly dig around in there, and now realize that all the AI companies are ran by such deranged individuals.
By Jews. Jews.
What is the political?
Almost all of the best startups that we have ever been involved with, they were able to very concisely, clearly communicate what they were doing in like 25 words. Founders that don't get good and clear, concise communication really struggle, and you can prove this to yourself quickly.
Regular Christian white guys.
Wait, regular
No, Santiago is actually a homosexual, and that's why he's offended, and that's his problem.
So you don't waste my time.
Almost all of the best startups that we have ever been involved with, they were able to very concisely, clearly communicate what they were doing in like 25 words. Founders that don't get good and clear, concise communication really struggle, and you can prove this to yourself quickly by just looking at the founders of really successful companies. They're all good at this.
None of this was a joke.
Nobody's fucking joking.
It's legitimately deranged perversion.
You really think we're joking, Santiago? You think of that? You know? Look, I don't know. He's gonna run, bro.
We kind of like, when I was a little kid, and they explained to you what gay was, you're just
almost
like,
all of the best startups.
Right here,
but then
watching
for some reason, as
today.
adults, they're trying to tell us like,
Bitcoin is up to $100,000.
You're like,
Right here, watching this streaming today.
If I ran a business without a tax strategy,
like, they seriously, like as a kid, I was like, what the fuck, ew. And then slowly, I was like,
I really genuinely appreciate the insight, and I appreciate listening to this room because
Santiago, we all hate you.
it opens my understanding about where we're actually at right now.
Right here, watching this streaming today.
Why don't you know, Santiago? It's 2026.
It's only funny because he's a skinny, scrawny South Sudanese.
We don't care. And now
He's like the South Sudanese version of McLovin.
It's true.
I mean, it shows me, it may not be obvious
You're
to
such a
everyone
fucking
else.
pussy. How the hell do you even go on in real life being such a fucking pussy like this? You know what you said? Like, you're like, oh, I'm so glad for the education. Now I know where we're really at. What the fuck kind of bullshit is that?
I genuinely think you're very ill, and you're very insecure.
No. I'm telling you the truth.
I
And I'm
think
telling
you're
you what
very
real life
sick.
is.
I think
No,
you're
bro.
Were they Americans?
If I'm being honest with you, I think you need some help, bro. I think you're
No. I think you need some help being a fact. You know, you need help.
The fact that you are projecting all of this and
No,
saying
nobody's projecting. Nobody. No,
you know
I'm telling you
nothing
the
about me.
I'm telling you the truth, Santiago. Santiago.
I'll never afford a Tesla, but I did see four extreme Islamist Muslims here from some Arab country driving away in Tesla. Were they Americans? Were they illegal aliens? So much
Insulted by somebody to be called a fucking nigger. You're right, you died. You little Santiago is the best thing that ever happened to me. And you said that.
Excuse me, sir. Right now, there are certainly things that the Pope has said in the last few months that I disagree with. I like that the Pope is an advocate for peace. I think that's certainly one of his roles. On the other hand, how can you say that God is never on the side of those who will this forward?
It's the best. What
Yes,
you call it?
Kasumko.
It's terrible. Terrible.
Oh,
Is that a
Kasumko. No, Kasumko means retard in South Sudanese.
Yeah, fucking retard.
Okay, can we
You're a fucking retard.
You said you had something that you wanted to bring up about Trump. What's going on? What were you talking about, JD Vance or something?
Matt, you shut your fucking mouth.
Yeah, quiet.
They just want to find any excuse they can to just excuse Iran's actions in the world.
No, that's
You know, I thought the conversation in this room would be about, I mean, the stock market was up a lot today, and the market's going up so much because...
Yeah, it's all bullshit.
I mean, the market's going up right in the skin squeeze.
It's cyclical.
The reason the market's going up is because most people think that there's going to be a negotiation soon, and...
No, it's cyclical, faggot.
All right,
It'll go up and it'll go down. It'll go up and it'll go down. It'll go up and it'll go down.
The Chicago Pup is a pedal cover specialist. Look it up. Chicago has always been a Catholic corridor for pedal priests. One in Chicago was built on a Catholic parking lot that was sold for pedal lawsuits.
With Trump then, like, mostly.
What are my issues?
Yeah.
I can understand. I think it's so it's just posted with himself as Jesus. I mean, that's pretty irrelevant.
Pretty. You can make bigger things pretty irrelevant. I mean, like, let's get real. Like,
I mean, it's a deep
Professor Scott. You know, I'm telling you, it goes back to this whole situation. How do you and they bombard you all your life, like, I guess it's whatever. You know, so they've grown everyone up into this hypnotized, deluded state of what we accept as normal, and they thought they had everyone on it, and they're like, oh, Donald Trump is just such a goof. You're talking about now they're extra mad.
I'm 43 and really feel possibly better than I did when I was 18 years old to the idea of just like continual rejuvenation of protocols like this.
We've gotten so far where we're fucking...
So, this is incredible.
43, can I grow on my hair back?
Like that's a serious point of discourse in a good, maybe single-digit percentage of the
I'm 43,
population.
can I grow my hair back and they can't teeth?
It's insane.
You know, the problem is, Len Santiago will never have a
Here I am, good evening. We're in the Oval Office. I'm being patted down. Yes.
You know, when I go home, I come home to my wife and beautiful family. It's the best thing ever. You come there and you want to corrupt fucking everything. You want to corrupt everything. You know what I mean?
I don't believe anyone would marry you.
No, Santiago, no. I think you're wait. Don't get offended. Wait. So you wait. Don't get emotional, Santiago. Santiago, don't get emotional. Don't get emotional. You know, don't get emotional.
Let's say that you have sort of a closing question. What's the best piece of advice you ever gave? I think that you was the person this really pithy quote that in a world that's changing so quickly, the biggest risk you can take is not taking any risk. And I really think that's true. Right? A lot of people think that whenever it comes to editing, you better get yourself
I'm trying to be funny. I'm not
You
trying
took
to be
a
funny.
risk?
No. This is be funny.
The CIA paid for all his risks.
Santiago, this is me being dead serious. I'm not even trying
He
to be
took
funny.
risk.
I'm being
The CIA paid for all his risks.
The best thing in life is to go home to a fucking family.
God Galloway explained it's going to lead to a Democrat, you say, in the White House.
Hello?
It's the way you want to live. Family.
It's going to lead to a Democrat.
It doesn't matter, Santiago. Go credit to
What makes you think I don't have a family?
Go create a family with a transport.
Of course, I was immensely impressed with Churchill, but he was quite another thing. He had great humor and great irony. I happened to be in Venice trying to get some money for a movie. And there he was in the hotel at the Lido with Clemmy, his wife. One day at lunch, I came in with a Russian businessman. I was trying to hustle for some money for this picture. And as we passed Mr. Churchill's table, Mr. Churchill saw me and made that little gesture, and the Russian went out of his mind. This is a white Russian, not a red Russian. He saw that Mr. Churchill not only knew me, but gave a rather special acknowledgement. It was clear to me that I had the money for my picture. So the next morning I was out swimming in the beach, and I found myself paddling in the water right next to Mr. Churchill. And I hadn't gone up to speak to him. There we were in the water, and I had known him on and off during the war in a humble capacity, and I said and he had come backstage to see me, and I said, Mr. Churchill, I didn't know what you did for me. And I told him about how this acknowledgement had meant so much to me with my financier. And that day at lunch, I came in with the financier again. And Mr. Churchill rose, and bowed.
Is this ad check guy?
Like, there's no way I would vote. I could not.
What's up, Times Square? What's up,
But
Dave?
either way, I mean, if you're actually saying this stuff, then it means you're projecting, because you don't know me from anywhere. Let me say something. You don't know me from anywhere, bro. You have no idea who I am. You have no idea who I am. Legitimately. And you're making all kinds of projections. I think you're doing it to be funny, and you think the audience finds you funny. But
Bro, I've known these people for like fucking 3 years. They know I'm being dead fucking serious. I'm not trying to be fucking funny.
It tells me a lot about your state of mind.
You know, like, I want to ask my question 1 second, so you know I'm telling the truth. Man, I'm being dead serious. I'm not even trying to be funny here.
No, he's being serious. He's not joking.
So what is your main point?
Yeah, go ahead, Matt.
I mean,
Need some wings and chicken.
he's
Hello, can we get you in the Karen, get away from my car, Karen. Karen,
should somebody be appalled and offended by it? That's the
Okay,
question.
Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover. I want to show you what Chicago looks like after a major
more context to it, but I'm just going to leave it right there. Yeah.
It's not that I'm offended. It's more like I'm surprised. I'm surprised.
Well, I'm here with this,
Go to Chicago, mayorvote.com. Mayor Johnson has to answer to the city of Chicago on why our sewer system doesn't work, and the Chicago Reclamation District has to give us a third.
No, that's understandable. But just the fact that just so openly speak about your speak.
All I'm saying for him, the N-word,
Chicago,
the F-word, the usual stuff, Times Square.
So he's upset that people say faggot or something?
No, upset is not the right word. Surprised
surprised that men would speak, white men would speak like that.
If you like a girl, can you light her cigarette with your hand? Because that would be real classy.
You might want to leave old boy alone. He's in church this whole joint.
Actually, he was some other reasons. Trust me. We just want to do something. Do something. See something. I want to see something. I want to see something. Trying to get you there. And they are mentioning about raising white women and all this kind of stuff. So there you go. There's your context. I mean, I guess anything goes at that point, right? Oh, yeah! You found my chip. Nobody else believes like. Right. It's not. It's level. But Clubhouse is actually like you're at the bottom of the barrel now. It's not really meant to be. It's not meant to be.
Or Santiago, if that's what you're really looking for, like, you know, somewhat of a reasonable conversation that's hard to come by. I don't know what rooms you're in. That's what I was wondering. What rooms do you go in where there's not somebody just...
I mean, Matt, I've lived in New York for, you know...
No, he didn't ask if he lived in New York. He said what room.
Yeah, what room's at Clubhouse? So
I've traveled across the country, and for...
So the fuck have I? Big deal.
This is Mayor-elect Kitover in Chicago. This is where our sewer system, all the billions we pay every year to the water reclamation district looks like. They don't work. Got a drainage in the middle of the street.
I've heard a lot of...
Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover. I want to show you the crisis that we have with our sewer systems. They're saying we need to spend $20 billion on lead pipe replacement. Our sewer systems don't even work because the environmentalists at the Chicago Reclamation District don't let the water... Chicago, this is Mayor...
And then I had to get off the phone and go to the grocery store, but I was really shocked.
Well, Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover.
Yeah, I mean, he's kind of... Why
He's very... I mean, the problem is, the truth of it...
Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover. I want to show you what Chicago looks like. Chicago, this is Mayor-elect Kitover.
There's a lot of struggle and a lot of deep wounds in that man.
I need some ribs and chicken! Hello!
There's a lot of
no. It's a check like a he asked you where group you've been through, and I'm saying, oh, I've been like
That's cool. I literally entered it for a second and heard what I heard, and I was like, whoa.
Total shock and awe.
Yeah.
Oh, fuck.
At least you can speak
Shock and awe.
You don't want, don't speak about like what goes on in the room. If you want to talk about Trump, you can, but other than that, you're free to leave whatever you want.
Okay, no problem.
Body cameras. We've completely redesigned body cameras. Our body cameras cost $70. And the camera's always on. You can turn it off.
It's got great qualities. It's got,
But when you turn it on, you can't turn it on.
it's for you, and so do all of us. We're all flawed.
That's I'm not flawed.
Or would you meditate on him?
I wanted to
Meditate on Donald Trump. Okay?
I wanted to hear you once.
Body cameras. We've completely redesigned.
Santiago, what's his weak quality?
What are his weak qualities?
Yeah.
He constantly needs to be validated.
Welcome to Sweat House.
Constantly needs to be validated. He's always surrounded with people that he can't be. I mean, can he be like fully criticized?
By who? By who? Validated by who?
Well, he's always talking about himself. So in every conversation,
every president talks about himself.
Actually,
Neither one of us can we believe his wife. Look at your shirt. What does your shirt say? It says pure calories. How do you look at it? We're not claiming that you're going to lose weight. We're saying that we are going to take some fat out of your body. Now, I don't care what you say. I know what my science says, and you're wrong. You're just plain wrong. Now, that particular molecule of extract also will help you on your weight. It won't make you lose weight. It won't make you lose weight. It will help you. It will help you lose weight. It won't make you lose weight. Actually, Carl, now you're pissing me off. You just said you're not. You said you're not losing weight. What does it say right here? I will stand behind the fact that the goal is to objection.
Everybody wants to see how effective this air defense actually is. We are the first Americans to adapt this technology from the Pakistanis, and we actually have an enemy aircraft inbound right now.
Self-love to not be so needy for
Is
positive.
it genetics or is it hard work?
Yeah, you should see my mom. It's you should see my mom. Yeah,
Okay.
a little bit of both, I guess.
So you won the genetic lottery.
Yeah, won the genetic lottery and have to keep up with it by working out at the gym.
There's been threats made to you from creepy dudes online to the pizza store.
Yeah, we've been getting a lot of phone calls, people calling, asking for me. We have a guy that calls constantly.
What was he saying when you picked up?
Just like, where's Pizza Girl? There was this one guy that was like, I want to eat Pizza Girl. Like, I've gotten some
things that he said when I met him both times. It was
ego. And yet here you are criticizing him.
No, I'm not. We all have our weaknesses. All of us. I'm just saying that you're that powerful of a man and you're that successful as a human being, then your focus literally should be taken off of yourself and put on others. And I think that's
You know what?
Santiago, were you on The Apprentice? Is that how you met him? You were on The Apprentice? What charity events did you meet him at?
first charity event I met him at was a charity event for something for children. I don't want to say it right here. But
We had.
Were you at his table?
If you have an idea, but you don't want to talk about it because
I was at the event. I wasn't at the table. It was great. I liked it.
What year?
This was in.
Okay, Chicago is mayor elect Kitover. I want to show you what Chicago looks like after a major windstorm. Okay, Chicago, this is mayor.
And then I met him again at another charity event. I met him at another charity event and spoke to him and he was also very complimentary. He complimented me.
I think that you're getting right to the equal rights look separate, right? It worked for 100 years in the South, and I think it will work now. But if you was the nicest fella in the world, and living in South,
$5. Sorry, I'll take cash.
Nice.
You're telling me you have a phone and you're still losing sales?
Here, continue to talk to me because you're fighting hardly have you watch this.
Just type the amount, tag, and pay. Got it. You're getting sexual.
Guys, you don't screw from there?
Yeah, but he was polite.
He's got you all this stuff?
I thought he was endearing in his own way.
And all this stuff?
I got a Donald Trump story. So I know a guy who was
When you drank, did you go over the limit? Were you really just drift up?
fucking asshole.
Well, Dave, there was a problem. I remember once, one of the first
The question is, if you have an idea that you don't want to talk about it because of your things that skill and make it better. Here's one of the things that takes time to want to do. And that is, no matter how great your idea is, no one cares. Everybody else is so distracted that you have probably the idea, like, and exact instructions right on Tim Cook's desk, and take no risk. It probably is a great idea, but like everyone's really busy with their own things. Everyone's lives are really busy with their own things. And so you can rely on that to protect you. Now, you can pick a few examples from history, like Steve Jobs walking.
Might be on my phone.
He's on the phone.
this guy seems like kind of a little cuffed out, you know, it's like.
Well, he ran into Pepe and that whole deal.
I voted to impeach President Trump for Russia collusion that you guys made up. Should having an affair with a Chinese spy disqualify you from being in office?
PTSD, right?
Well, it's not true. Except that he did include Russia, so.
But we know that that wasn't true. How compromised are you to China? We won't forget Fang Fang.
You know, I like that. Wouldn't that title a room, PDS?
You know, but the thing is, after we find out that he's in his mid-40s and he was like, oh, I'm shocked. I never heard anybody speak like this my entire life. That's when I'm like, this is ridiculous, you know? This is terrible, you know?
He must be sheltered.
It's just, nobody believes this. And he's like, he's a so-called socialite homosexual. Which there's nothing wrong about being gay, you know what I mean? But he just acts like he's higher than thou. He's like, oh, how can you say nigger? Oh, how can you say like this and this? Forgetting the whole fact that what they were saying about people beforehand. Like, he doesn't realize, man, we've been talking for like 4 years, bro. We know each other.
AJ, were you there for the whole thing that was?
Yeah, I was laughing my ass off.
There was like 4 guys.
What happened? What happened?
Yeah, that was like 4 guys attacking him.
Yeah, 4 guys attacking Pepe, so he came after he, you know, I think, but.
And the thing is, like, those 4 guys, I know them from like Black American groups. And the thing about Santiago, he's like, oh, don't say the N-word. But in the Black American groups, they don't even let Santiago in because they call him a dirty Mexican. And yet he comes here shocked. I don't get this, like, analogy. He's not even allowed in Black American groups himself. And then he comes here, he's trying to attack Pepe. He's on the phone code. I'll not address that when he comes back. But like, he can't even go to Black American groups himself because he's not black enough. And then he comes here, like, I'm like, shut up, bro. It's terrible what they did.
Horrible. Terrible.
It's terrible. By the way, my guys, Abby, I got this. I didn't log on. I went.
So how'd that happen? Like, explain what happened. Like,
I went to my specialist doctor because they didn't do my leg properly, as you know, right? And they fixed my leg, so I was at home resting for like 5 days or whatever. I log in today, and it says my account has been clipped, and I wasn't even online. And then I try to log in, doesn't work. You know? It's crazy.
What were you doing the last time you were on? Do you remember?
I was probably talking to you guys. I have no idea.
Do you know? Okay, so last night, I can't remember. I feel like it was. There was someone who came on the stage, had like a cartoon-looking face named Powwow. You guys remember that? Anyone remember it?
No, I didn't know up until today.
No, I clicked on the face because the person came on the stage. And as soon as, this used to happen at least 2 years ago, there would be these accounts you click on and your phone would freeze. And like, you couldn't navigate, you couldn't do anything. Like you'd be completely frozen. And that happened last night when I clicked on that account. Like I went into suspension from it. I had to leave the app and come back on. Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Do you remember that happening?
Yeah, it's a known glitch though. It's nothing more than that though.
It's not the guy's account. It wasn't like that account.
This happened to a couple accounts.
Abby, why were you asking me how I met Trump?
I'm just curious. I mean, I people in here know. I mean, I know him, and I worked for him.
Were you his attorney or what? How do you?
Yeah. I worked in-house at one of his properties in Atlantic City, and then my law firm represented him. And I know him through I'm in the RJC, and we're active with him.
Are you still friends with him, or still?
I'm not I mean, I know him to say hello, and but he's obviously the president of the United States now. I don't hang with him.
I know, but are you still on good terms? Like,
I mean, if I saw him, I'd probably get a hug, and that would be the encounter. The last time I saw him, he was speaking as the president already, so it was a very different encounter. But I've had different experiences with him.
What are your experiences?
Well, I knew him as a casino owner, and he was married to Ivana then, and his brother Robert was running the property, the one particular property, and so was his wife. I thought she was a nut job and very difficult. He was a pretty, what's the word I want to use? He could be adolescent at times. He could be petulant. There was that side. He was very strong and in what he wanted. Interesting, the fights he's having now in his role as in government. Him go through this with Merv Griffin over the Taj Mahal property. I don't know if you know Atlantic City at all, but they went to war with each other on purchasing that property. And he did some of the tactics you're seeing now are tactics that he did back then, where he would go very public about the fight and very public with his opinions and use the media as a weapon against his adversary. Very effectively, he ended up with the Taj. The Taj eventually went under, but so did a lot of other properties, Atlantic City.
He went public with the conflict, but behind the scenes was not that way, or would it?
No, I wouldn't say behind the scenes was that way, but that was definitely part of his approach to a conflicted business deal or an aggressive business deal.
So I have a question for you, like that.
But he was.
I have a question for you, Abby, though, because I look at like there's different ways you can run business. You can run wise and strategic and smart, and if you take the time to do so, foresight, planning, and he is not. But to use the judicial system and means to basically put people in corners to give to him what he wants is not. I don't call that a considerable, respectful way in which to orchestrate business in this day, especially in this day and age that we live at today.
Well, a lot of people use the legal system as a weapon, but I mean, I can't. I wanted to share something else about him.
No, Abby, no one said we not to use the legal system. But there is a point when the slapstick lawsuits come into play, which he's used based on Roy Cohn. This is how he learned to do business. I really don't think it's exceptional. I don't think it's something to be proud of. I don't think
that's your opinion. It kept us paying our mortgages, so we weren't really upset about it. But I do want to share something with Santiago. Can I finish what I was saying for a second?
I don't think I can even answer my question with you, but that's okay.
Let me just finish what I was saying to Santiago. One of the things that I will say that I thought was pretty remarkable about him was how women were treated that worked for him. He had the first GM running a property of a woman of anyone in the industry.
Wait,
And it was.
are you talking about President Trump?
Can I'm answering.
No, I'm just. Are you talking about Trump right now?
Yes.
You're doing this really advocating.
Seriously, I'm doing it from first hand, not fifth hand. So can I answer his question? Santiago, would you like me to finish what you asked me?
Because
Yeah.
you have a first-hand experience.
So he actually had a woman GM before anyone in the industry did. And he mostly had women as his GCs. At one point he had 3 properties there, as well as the stuff he had in New York. But he elevated women and also paid them extremely well at his properties in top executive positions. And I thought that was pretty admirable because it was an industry generally male dominated and it just starting to change to bring women in. But that was something that definitely stood out about him. I think he used it in his executive levels at his different businesses. He utilized women executives often, and before, so that was definitely something that stood out.
So your experience with him has been incredibly positive.
Not incredibly positive, but negative. I don't know if you know like what happens with respect to day-to-day operations at a casino resort, but there's all kinds of things that go on. And we came in. It's a while ago. It was also a dispute, that particular property, because it was Harris and Trump that had a joint venture in Miami, and he had sort of a falling out with Harris, which ultimately became another company, and he ended up with the property, and Harris ended up with a different property. I mean, it was really like Monopoly in a funny way, in the place where the Monopoly was invented.
Those F1 engines from Apollo 11 sitting on the bottom of the Atlantic somewhere. And I went to Google and I typed in
It's not always smooth sailing, and there's lots of issues that go on because you also have the condition that you have to deal with. The one thing you should know, that I guess is kind of another thing to point out, is that when it took gaming licensing, at that time the toughest state to get licensed in.
it's like
Companies that didn't get licensed there, companies got thrown out. There because of violations of licensing, and that's a pretty thorough review of him that it didn't connect him in any way with organized crime. And I've actually never heard that allegation or any kind of allegation like that.
Jeff Bezos.
There's other things people will say
I'm the founder of Amazon.com.
to go after him, but to go through the scrutiny of the gaming control says something as well. My answer is that.
Yeah, big things start small.
Alrighty, I stop it right
It's a tough client, and it's definitely.
Okay,
I'm not sugarcoating it, but
alright.
there's also just a lot of people that have issues with him and like to build this into something more than what it is. He did have issues with vendors in New Jersey, and there was with a lot of the contractors and the people, the vendors at the property, and people that had litigation with on.
Yeah, he just didn't pay her, right? He just didn't pay her.
Well, so did others not pay. He's not the only one, because the industry there suffered quite a bit.
I know people like that. It's kind of funny, actually. They're like, I know people like that.
I'm glad you do. Who am I talking to? Who is
Chicago, this is Mayor
Anyone?
Elect
Who is this?
Kitover. I want to show you what Chicago looks like after a major rainstorm. We got a lake here at the end of my street.
Well, anyway, I mean, the whole city went to shit, and, you know, the state ended up having to come in and take over a lot of what was going on in Atlantic City, but you had a number of properties go out of business and go under, including, I mean, Wynn pulled out. He knew that there was problems with respect to what was happening, and other jurisdictions around were getting licensing. Pennsylvania got it, Delaware got it.
Some of the Egyptians.
Wait, doctor. Wait, bro. I mean, you're too sophisticated. You're too sophisticated for C. All he wants, like, Trump is terrible. Trump did this. You know what I like about Trump? When he ran this and all of that stuff. No, none of the women had dicks. Alhamdulillah, thank God for that. You know.
Yeah,
he ran
that's a good point. I didn't think about that.
Yeah, no, I didn't think about that.
When I was
Peace. You know, I would absolutely.
You're terrible. No,
as far as
all you want to do is like talk to something terrible.
Okay, so now, okay, everyone,
Okay, guys, chill out.
I'm gonna finish up with Santiago. I was gonna finish up with the story of his three executives that, so horribly and so just no, this was really terrible. It was three of his top executives died in a helicopter crash coming from New York back to Atlantic City. Three wonderful, wonderful men, and what he did for them, just also kept the memory alive of it. It's been Mark Edis, who was, I don't know if you know New York at all, but Mark was Mark Grossinger Edis from the Grossinger family that had a big resort up in the Catskills.
Oh no, the Grossinger family? My father used to work for the Grossinger.
Really? So you know what, you know that resort. Well, anyway, after the helicopter crash, like, he named the auditorium after Mark at Trump Plaza, but, you know, he took care of the funerals and made sure the families were three really wonderful men. So, I mean, you can trash and say all kinds of bad stuff, but I can also share with you some very menschy things that he did.
Yeah, I like hearing that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
But okay, C, go ahead, get off where you need to get off.
I don't have anything to say, actually. I was already entertained. Thank you.
Okay.
Let's see, why don't you go and read about the helicopter crash and hit the fountain?
You know the problem with people like C is when somebody's trying to tell them like a genuine story, she interrupts. And then with that, it's like, if you want to speak C, so we're gonna all be retarded together. She's like, oh, well, yeah, you know, I don't have anything to say after like speaking for 30 fucking minutes when I was trying to like educate you and give you 2 brain cells at least. They can work together. She's a terrible person.
Yeah, but you do the same thing, Achak. You do it all the time. You do it for the dopamine, Achak.
Wait.
You're a dopamine addict.
Wait. You didn't talk for someone else talking. We'll record it for you YouTube. I don't give a fuck. Abby was trying to give C 2 brain cells at least. But it's terrible. She doesn't want to listen. You're a professional hater. You're a liberal. You're a terrible person. And you know what the Godfather used to say? Go buy a cat and a dog. Unfortunately for the dog and the cat, they're with you. And leave people alone. President Trump is the greatest president since probably like my dad used to tell me he loved Reagan. My dad loved Reagan. But people like C are just terrible people. In their 40s, no children, no hope in life. Terrible, just want to hate on everybody. And they be like, oh, Trump is a pedophile, Trump is this. And then when you give them time to speak, you know, C, go ahead for like the next 5 minutes. What the hell do you have to say against President Trump? I want to know your grievances.
Well, actually, see, what I just shared about what he did for women in an industry that really didn't have women in top executive positions, do you think that's a good thing about him?
You said he hired a bunch of women GCs. Is that women general contractors?
No, general counsels at his properties. And he had a GM, a general manager, or president of a particular property.
Yeah, well, I will say this though, the concept of, you know, him being known for hiring people, smaller contractors, and then not paying them,
it seems to be something that pro-Trump people don't really want to acknowledge head on. It is a particularly shitty thing to do.
I don't disagree with you at all. And there's a lot of people that got hurt in Atlantic City. I also know that it's not the only property that went under, and that was there was a continuing problem in that city because business was changing. So I absolutely don't disagree with you on it, but I think you have to also take your lens out a little bit farther and look at what was happening business-wise there. With other properties. Showboat went out of business. I mean, Wynn left town. Yeah, I mean, there's a number of them.
The property was in terrible shape, and the more its story was shared locally, the more the structure was just destroyed. This was aided by the fact there was no security on the property. And for the owners, well, it didn't seem to matter much, since their plans were to erase it from the landscape anyways. In fact, movement on that front was finally made in 2006.
I don't know if it was only at that time. Maybe I left there, and I don't know. I would assume things seem to have only gotten worse, not better there, because you know, there was, since I left, there's other properties that went out, and then companies came in and bought it pretty cheap on the dollar.
No.
So I don't know whether you're going to say that it was what happened in New Jersey.
So they kind of make it seem like that was an ongoing thing over there.
I mean, I can tell you someone in particular, and I'm not going to say the name because I don't feel like getting a conversation about it, here in Las Vegas that also got accused of that. And and also of being very litigious, and lots of lawsuits and stuff coming from contractors as well as other issues of litigation.
And the day that I lost my daughter, I was unable to go in and work that Black Friday, and just due to that, they said that my services were no longer needed.
I hate to even ask you how you lost your daughter. I've had a daughter myself.
Yeah, and they have no idea. It was at birth, and her heart actually just stopped right when she was coming out. They have no idea what caused it. Me and my fiance were planning to get married prior to her getting pregnant, but now since we have...
I wasn't the only one in New Jersey that did that, but I have seen that kind of accusation against
my daughter
in business, in the same industry, and that was absolutely not the case with the person, but because there was litigation from contractors, they tried to paint the picture of him being...
Okay, Chicago, this is Mayor. I like the Kitover. I want to show you what Chicago...
No, I think that's the culture of that industry. I think of all the things I might say about Trump that I might not like, that's not even an issue. That is such a common practice in that industry. That I always bring up these people want to compete with me for time here.
This is like the Kitover in Chicago.
So So anyways, I think that's the culture. I don't think that is at all unique to Trump. I think that is a culture of landlords and developers that, you know, he isn't the first to do that, and he won't be the last. He was probably run of the mill in that regard.